So with the official release of Jujutsu Kaisen Modulo finally out, there is nothing but mixed feelings throughout the entire community. I am more than excited to go ahead and get into this entire chapter breakdown with you guys, because to be completely honest with you, while I see both sides of the argument, I can definitely see some of the great potential there is in this series to not only expand upon the lore, but also give us part of the Jujutsu Kaisen content that we have always wanted and now finally have the chance to have. Let's jump right into it. Make sure you hit that hype button, like button, and real quick, a word from our sponsor, Gamer Supps. Listen, if you need an energy drink that's gonna keep you going throughout the day while also not making you crash, and at the same time it's giving you a bunch of vitamins like C, D, and even some nootropics to keep you energized, that's Gamer Supps for you. The reason why they're super cool is because not only if you've never tried them before, they'll give you a free sample if you use my code NOOP, they'll also just give you 10% off your order if you use the code anyway. Try some flavors from your favorite anime like JoJo's or Darling in the Franxx. Again, use my link in the description or code NOOP for 10% off your order, or if you're a new customer, go get some free samples on me and I guarantee you'll be buying some more. Thank you Gamer Supps for sponsoring the channel. So first things first, let's address the elephant in the room. Jujutsu Kaisen Modulo introduces an alien species known as the Sumerians, and they are inhabiting a mothership known as the Nonax that has nearly 50,000 aliens on it that are seeking sanctuary as refugees onto Earth. This species of alien that are on their way has actually realized that they share powers with the people of Japan, i.e. cursed energy and Jujutsu sorcery. However, as we'll stand to see, this could genuinely mean multiple different things. A lot of people are worried that this is the new Boruto and we are just going down the alien line like Dragon Ball and Naruto did. However, I think Gege Akutami is taking this in a very specifically interesting way. We right now don't have any clarification that they are the originators of cursed energy on this planet. We do see a being that looks like Tengen, and with how deformed and twisted Sukuna's birth was, or the fact as to why he was so strong compared to everyone else, it's not out of line to make that assumption and say Sukuna, Tengen, maybe even Kenjaku may have been involved with this ancient race of aliens, especially since all of these characters randomly showed up in the Nara or Heian period without any explanation. Why I think this could go an interesting route, and why I think Gege did decide to take the alien side of the story this way, it opens the door for a lot of interesting ideas that Gege can explore that he always planned to from the very beginning. If you're like me and you've been around the series for a very long time, part of the main appeal of Jujutsu Kaisen was the cursed spirits, and with not a single cursed spirit in sight in this chapter, a lot of people are worried that the aliens are going to take center place and completely replace what they loved about Jujutsu Kaisen in the first place. But if you really think about it and you listen to what's being said in this chapter, since the culling game has ended and sorcerers like Itadori Yuji and Satoru Gojo have come and went, sorcerers have been on an overall decline completely. Now, this isn't anything new. After the Heian era, you can even see with the Date period where Kashimo was unable to find good fights and would have had to travel the entire country to potentially have a good fight with Ishigori Ryu. Right before Jujutsu Kaisen's main series begins and Gojo Satoru comes on the scene, sorcerers, cursed spirits, and everything were on an overall decline due to not just an era of peace, but an era where the Jujutsu higher-ups were doing their best to conserve the traditional aspect of Jujutsu society. We see this with characters like Hikari getting kicked out of the school, with Panda explaining how traditional curse techniques like Nobara's or Kirara Hoshi's are much more prideful for the Jujutsu higher-ups than out of left field and random curse techniques. Even Naobito Zenin was almost passed over for head of the Zenin clan because his projection sorcery was seen as a stain on the great clans. So you really see how sorcerers were not only held back, but how that had an effect on the overall society that Jujutsu Kaisen was building. And then when a character like Gojo, whose entire ideal revolved around building the next generation to surpass what these higher-ups deemed as the peak of Jujutsu, this new generation did the best they could to change the world around them. And by stopping the culling game, they essentially succeeded. However, one generation is not enough to fix the world. And unfortunately, despite the amount of work that Yuta Okotsu, Maki Zenin, even other characters I imagine like Fushiguro Megami, Itadori Yuji himself, all of these people put into society to change the world, the moment that Maki Zenin and Yuta Okotsu died, the Gojo clan immediately began taking steps to return to traditionalism and immediately started throwing around their power and their clan's name to make decisions against other people's interests. Yuta, however, did leave his cursed ring, one of his most treasured items, to Yuka because she was a grandpa's girl. They got along the best between her and the rest of her family, and she takes the most after Yuta because her brother Tsurugi, on the other hand, had the best possible relationship and closest connection with their grandmother Maki, and conveniently ends up being that Yuka is a full-fledged sorcerer that's not only able to make use of cursed energy. Tsurugi, taking after his grandmother, has no cursed energy, but also in some pages of this chapter it's said that he has a little bit of cursed energy, so it's not completely clear as of yet. I think we might need more clarification. Tsurugi's main character ideal is he wants to prove that he does not need the ring. His mother says that he needs the ring because she doesn't feel that he is strong enough without cursed energy to carry on and be a sorcerer, which is ironic considering she would have been either the daughter-in-law, which is more likely, or overall daughter of Maki, one of the most powerful sorcerers of all time that had no cursed energy either. Due to this complete denial of what Maki stood for, his pledge is to prove that he is strong enough to be a sorcerer without the ring, and vice versa. Yuka's goal is to prove that she can be a strong sorcerer so that way she can prove she deserves the ring more than Tsurugi does. Both of them working to be the best possible sorcerers they can be in their own separate ways. And because of that, it seems to me that these two characters are the perfect candidates in this world where we know sorcerers have become even weaker after the culling game has ended. As I mentioned earlier, part of the main reason people enjoyed this series was the fact that her spirits were a thing, and we never really got to spend much time on missions exercising curses and seeing their effect on the world. We really just pushed right to the main story. Whether or not curse spirits are in this world, what the series does by downgrading the sorcerers that are present and having no one be on the level of Satoru Gojo or Yuji, these aliens that are said to present a special grade incident as problematic as the reawakening of Ryomen Sukuna, will pose a significant threat to everyone involved. It's safe to say that Tsurugi and Yuka having ideals that will push them past the average generation of sorcery, there's a reason that these two characters will be the main focus of the story, because these two characters may just be the only people available that will be able to break the limits of sorcery that have been put upon them. Everyone being on the weaker side also allows the more basic types of sorcery to be re-explored completely. Tsurugi being able to make use of a curse tool and have curse tools be a much larger side of the story, and being able to use new shadow style and other techniques. We can see so much out of Tsurugi that wasn't really given the spotlight in the main series. The curse user that we are dealing with is using talismans to help create his barrier. Part of the Jujutsu Kaisen light novels that I enjoyed, at least, if you've never read them, I suggest you check them out, is because we get to see some of these missions with these curse users that have to make use of sorcery the best way they can to commit their crimes. There's a story of Nobara Kugasaki and Inumaki Toge getting attacked by another cursed speech user who has to fill an entire room with talismans to power up his level of cursed speech because it's not the same strain as the mainline Inumaki family. And the way that we see this curse user not only do his best to fight using the talismans, but we also see him have a contingency plan where he's going to teleport all of the kids away because he already has a buyer. It's very interesting to me to see how we get to explore more of the baseline Jujutsu world as opposed to getting an amazing curse technique that takes full focus over the broad, smaller, and more simple versions of sorcery. On top of this, we're also going deep into areas of the story that were just completely and outright dropped from earlier, because one of the biggest complaints you would have always heard about the end of Jujutsu Kaisen is that Kenjaku visiting all of the countries and all of the different governments to set up the military going into the culling game ultimately went nowhere after the Sukuna fight was done. And sure, they make reference that they have to go save the sorcerers that were kidnapped, but other than that, a major country like Japan was invaded by multiple different countries' militaries in order to kidnap their sorcerers and their citizens for energy resources. That politically held no responsibility or issue in the Jujutsu Kaisen narrative, at least until Modulo, where we see a whole treaty needed to be signed in order to inform the entire world of not just the existence of cursed energy, but make sure sorcery and things like that were taken into account in worldwide decisions. Because people know that Japanese citizens can literally be trafficked in order to be used as a constant energy source, humans are being trafficked, and there is an entire underground criminal world revolving around that. I also love that the aliens coming into this story are are completely changing everything up entirely, because part of the main goal of our curse user in this chapter is he wants to make as many sales as he possibly can now that aliens are showing up. Because again, we're at such a low level of sorcery, these aliens all showing up are going to completely kill the energy market for humans, because the aliens will be the new hot commodity. If all of those aliens are 10 times stronger than all of us humans right now, there's not going to be any way that we can kidnap them. So this entire trafficking business is coming to an end. The last major detail of this chapter is, of course, Marulu Vol Yelvori, who is the resident alien who will be helping us on our journey. Because we signed a treaty with the entire world about the existence of cursed energy, we have supposedly, in the last 68 years, been dealing with things like aliens and the supernatural and paranormal. Jujutsu Society is more than ready to cooperate and allow this alien race to descend and potentially immigrate amongst us. However, as the curse user probably correctly deduces, these overpowered aliens are going to realize their superiority and most likely will start an all-out war and start taking over the world. There may be evil aliens that are now potentially the power of one finger, two finger, potentially multiple fingers of Sukuna. I'm going to imagine these new alien beings are just going to serve as new potential ways to explore what curses could have been. We're just gonna have to wait and see where this all goes, because Maru, after taking his bandage off and revealing his third eye, immediately knocks out the curse user. Maru's curse technique also allows him to bring someone and the world into complete harmony, which will allow them to find someone that is an equal match for them. It's unclear how exactly Maru's curse technique continually works from here. As we go forward into these chapters, I'm assuming we will just learn more and more about this. Part of the reason that I think this chapter seemed very jarring for people, the pacing seemed a little off and the dialogue seemed a little weird, is because we have already explored the world of Jujutsu Kaisen. We already know everything we need to learn about this world. So instead, we can skip through most of the introductory chapter. Let's skip through all of the explanations. Let's just get into this character is this way, this character is this way, this is the way the world is now, and this is the mission we're on, and let's dive right into it. And if the next chapter immediately picks up the pace and gets into moving the story along, because again, this story will only be about 3 volumes, then I believe instead of taking time to let everything breathe and fully flesh itself out, I think we're just going to be diving right into this story that is in the new Jujutsu Kaisen world. And I am very interested to see where everything goes, as well as where these characters are able to be taken. If Gege is able to explore a lot of the aspects of Jujutsu that fell into the background of the major narrative of Jujutsu Kaisen, the main series, something tells me a lot of the people that are hating this at the moment are going to be loving this in the next couple of chapters, in the next couple of weeks. So the second chapter of Jujutsu Kaisen Modulo actually paints a much more vivid picture of the world than I think we could have ever asked for. Not only do we get to see a little bit back into the past where the aliens first made contact with us, but we also get to see the ramifications that a spaceship of 50,000 aliens that can all wield sorcery can have politically, domestically, and internationally across the entire world. Because last chapter, we did get subtle hints about some treaty that was signed between Kyoto, otherwise Japan, and the rest of the world. And essentially, what that treaty broke down to was all Japanese sorcerers, due to that country being primarily the one that was infested with cursed energy, will be the country to deal with any paranormal incidents for the foreseeable future. And one key detail that we actually do get in this chapter that I think shows us how peaceful the last 60 years have been since the defeat of Ryomen Sukuna is these aliens are supposedly the very first special grade incident to occur since the Culling Game and Sukuna's defeat 60 years ago. And this is confirmed with the reveal of this main alien with the demonic horns that was revealed to us last chapter and was surprised that Japan is the country they will be dealing with and not America. And while we don't know too much about this alien yet, and I know a lot of people are immediately noticing how similarly he looks to Sukuna, the main thing that we do learn almost instantly is that when it comes to the Sumerians' level of power to our current generation of sorcerers, we are absolutely no match whatsoever. I have speculated since the very first chapter of Modulo that this pretty much is a generation of sorcerers that has relied on peace and honestly getting content and comfortable, and with a lot of the previous generation of sorcerers, Yuta, Maki. Presumably people like Yuji, Megumi, Nobara, and others are all gone now, are all dead, and either have moved on or are on to different things and not currently present in this Jujutsu society that we're seeing. Right now, if a Sukuna level threat was to surface, let alone just one of these aliens are capable of being a Sukuna level threat, then we essentially are cooked, for any lack of a better phrase, because Usami and the new character Mino that we get introduced to in this chapter even say as much themselves. When meeting this diplomat that is quote unquote unarmed yet still presents this level of menacing aura, Mino and Usami realize that no matter what they do up until this point, no matter how polite they play things, no matter how politically savvy and diplomatic they play it to where they accept all of these Sumerians as refugees and do their best to coexist, eventually this power imbalance is going to cause conflict. And that is what Usami wants to avoid immediately. And Usami, even though we don't know much about him, I have to assume he is the descendant of one of the strongest grade ones from the mainline series that we kind of got teased at the very end of Jujutsu Kaisen. Usami is a character that represents wanting to pass the torch to the next generation and entrusting the problems of today with the youth, just like Satoru Gojo did long ago in the mainline series. While I don't know if Usami will play as big of a combat role, where I don't think he's the strongest sorcerer of today by any means, but I do see how he can have an impact on not just the Okotsu twins, but just the story as a whole. Because right from the start of this chapter, Mino says that, hey, we're gonna meet these aliens right now, it's too early. We haven't even figured out if they're, holding contagious diseases, and just even by breathing the same air as them, we'll get infected. We haven't passed any tests to make sure that they're safe to contact with or touch. And Usami taking full chance of any of those terrible possibilities happening reminds me that, hey, we do not know these people at all. They are a completely different species than us. They're a different race, different culture, different religion, just overall social norms. We may even be offending them just by sending 2 males and not 1 male and a female, or 2 females. There's no way to tell what the situation is at this point. So no matter what kind of preparation they're able to do, the moment they start treating this new species of people as a virus, as something that they should be scared of, it will become a predator-prey scenario. And while they don't want to appear hostile, they can't appear weak either. Both sides need to appear as competent and as equal as possible. And as we've just established, with the just reveal of that power imbalance, that the aliens are so much stronger than the sorcerers we have now, Usami's main hope is that the youth of this generation, particularly the Okotsu twins, the main characters of Modulo, will be able to build coexistence and build a level of peace with these aliens through their beliefs that are going to transcend the traditions, papier-mâché, political nonsense that they can bring to the table. Because it's true. We even see as much when we get the other side of the aliens' reaction to the meeting. Because once we check up with Maru, who we know is the alien that was partnered up with Yuka and Tsurugi, and besides getting the reveal that Usami did that on purpose because he believes they're the best possible match to, again, inspire that want for coexistence in the aliens, we see that that effect has definitely, already worked on Maru, because as Maru says himself, we have figured out that the humans are just like our Sumerians. Not only are they sorcerers like us, but we have good people and bad people. No race or species of people is inherently evil or inherently good. There's going to be good and bad people in every one. So Maru, when talking to his twin brother Cross, is like, hey, we don't even really need to continually do these political meetings and all this mishaps, right? We can just start immigrating and live together. But Cross, who I believe is going to represent a side of the aliens and a faction that does not want coexistence, and instead may prefer just taking over the planet as a whole. Because even though Maru is like, hey, you know what? Like, I think they're pretty much just like us. Why do we even need to do this? Cross is hesitant to believe that. And he says that right now, there's no way to tell that humans and Sumerians see eye to eye, or if they ever will. So there is still a possibility of conflict. And Maru, much like Usami, and of course, as we'll see, Yuka and Tsurugi, don't want conflict. They don't want war. Not just because innocent people will be put at risk and be hurt, but because right now, humans will 110% lose that war. And even though our main characters, Yuka Okotsu and Tsurugi Okotsu, are definitely two competent sorcerers that I am excited to see go further into the story that is Modulo, they even say themselves, if they're dealing with a special grade incident the likes of Ryomen Sukuna, a alien that Usami says may be capable of destroying the entire country as they see it, it's completely possible, and it's very apparent Yuka and Tsurugi are not at the level they need to be to handle this threat. And Yuka and Tsurugi's side to the chapter is also really refreshing and nice because you can see Akutami's character writing and the way that he's building this dynamic really shine through. Because the whole ring fiasco, which we talked about a lot in the previous chapter review, does come back up again, but you see that this ring conflict isn't going to be the main appeal to Tsurugi and Yuka. They each have their own dreams and desires that they're working towards. Sure, Tsurugi wants to give the ring back to Yuka. And again, Yuka wants to get the ring back from Tsurugi. They both need to prove themselves to be strong to do that. But through this short little conversation, at least for Tsurugi, you can tell that he has a goal outside of just wanting to give the ring back and prove his strength. Instead of just proving his strength, he wants to immediately shut up all of the Jujutsu higher-ups and all of the great clans and have them acknowledge his strength, whether that means proving it to them or destroying them. And Yuka even mentions that, well, Maki kind of destroyed the clan, but even though this is kind of an inner monologue she's having and she doesn't directly say that to Tsurugi, it's implied through paneling that Tsurugi will do that if it's required to. We also see a little bit in regards to Yuka's character, although we haven't gotten a significant focus on her yet. We have seen a little bit in regards to her character. I guess the first chapter spent a little bit more time on her relationship with Yuta, but Yuka, we don't know what her side of the battle is besides just wanting to live up to be Yuta Okotsu. And I'm honestly curious what you guys would think about this. Based off of what Yuka and Tsurugi say by the end of this chapter, do you think we're going to get another short time skip in Modulo to where the aliens have began to coexist and we actually get an older Yuka and Tsurugi as they're more competent? We might spend 10 chapters in the current timeline and move forward, because the one thing that, again, is very obvious when it comes to power scaling, and not your typical power scaling, I mean in general, Yuka and Tsurugi are more basic type sorcerers. If they plan to go up against a Ryomen Sukuna level threat, how are we going to handle this issue? And I think that is what we are going to primarily focus on in Modulo. Not just how Yuka and Tsurugi are going to grow to a level that they're able to reach what people like Yuta and Maki, their grandparents, were able to do, but how are they going to stop this crisis that could potentially roll over the entire Earth? Is Usami wrong to believe that the hearts of children will be able to melt the hearts of the Sumerians and build coexistence? Or is war inevitable between these two factions and species? Which, again, if that comes to it, we might actually be goners. But I'm just curious to see what you guys think. I'm very interested to see how the story goes, especially with it revolving much more in regards to, you know, the worldwide politics of everything, how the aliens are going to coexist. And it seems to me that with the power imbalance that's very present, we may actually get a Talk no Jutsu type ending where Yuka and Tsurugi have no choice but to establish coexistence and establish some kind of understanding with the aliens, just because we may lose no matter what otherwise. So things are going to be done a little bit differently this time, but I hope that is okay. As always, we are getting into a new chapter of Jujutsu Kaisen Modulo, and you know what? I have to say, it has been too long since we have been into some Jujutsu Kaisen controversy. I have seen so many mixed things in regards to this chapter in general. People saying that it's too filler, with only having 3 volumes left. We need to focus more on important story beats, and also at the same time we are spending time on characters that it seems like a lot of people aren't too keen on, right? Despite the fact that Yuka and Tsurugi are Yuta Okotsu and Maki Zenin's grandchildren, they aren't the characters that we know and love more than anything, you know, in the world from the mainline series. I think while some people definitely can have their criticisms, I think with the way that this story goes, it's very clear that this is what a lot of us have wanted from Jujutsu Kaisen from the longest time. Very simple, very small scale stories that show how sorcerers, peruse the world of cursed spirits and monsters and solve simple issues. And sure, we may not be dealing with a specific cursed spirit right now, but it does show you the small level of incidents that Yuka, Tsurugi, and sorcerers today are dealing with. We already know that everything in this specific generation has gone down in hostility and danger because of monsters like Sukuna, like Gojo, Yuji, Yuta, and Maki all no longer existing. So overall, with sorcerers decreasing in power, cursed spirits are also going to decrease in power. Something that does happen that's very interesting in this chapter is that Maru, the alien, does not know what cursed spirits are as they are kind of filling him in on the mission. Because again, something that was established from last chapter is that Maru is going to be accompanying Tsurugi and Yuka on their simple missions in order to help establish alien coexistence. Alien coexistence does seem to be the major focal point that Akutami wants to focus on in this story. There are some interesting things that arise from Maru not really knowing what cursed spirits are. If Sumerians are a race of aliens that all are sorcerers, every single one of them, they are pretty much the exact civilization that Suguru Geto was chasing after in the mainline series of Jujutsu Kaisen. A world of only sorcerers where curses do not emerge from the negative energy leaking from non-sorcerers. So that's a small little interesting bit of lore that kind of gets snuck under the rug here. This is a perfect way to introduce the concept of curses to people that didn't read the original story. For people that did read the original series, that's a little piece of information that we get. And of course, we know that Tsurugi is feeling some type of way from the ending of chapter 2 when he met with Cross, Maru's twin brother that he didn't realize was his twin brother. And Cross, as we kind of figure out in this chapter as well, does not think aliens and humans are able to coexist, while it is primarily Maru's utmost objective to ensure that aliens and humans coexist. And that's the major highlight of this chapter, is even if you want to say that the shenanigans with the tiger and the shark man are filler and they hold no relevance to the main scale plot, while I do think Akutami does a great way of tying everything back into alien and human coexistence by the end, we do have a conversation between Tsurugi and Maru where they're able to finally confront their beliefs and their differences head to head. Tsurugi feeling some type of way in regards to the way that Cross treated him, and also considering that if this is the problem of a cursed spirit, this is the first curse, the very first incident to occur outside of Tokyo in years. And again, with the weakening of sorcerers and curses, that makes sense. But Tsurugi is suspicious, and most likely a lot of other people are, considering suddenly the moment that the aliens show up, curses or monsters are appearing outside of Tokyo. So Tsurugi, now, feeling that he's justified, is accusing Maru and his alien friends of invading, and this is just the very beginning of the alien invasion. And this creates a major argument between these two characters where they're finally able to, by the end of it, understand one another to a certain degree after they see the length that each person is willing to go to. This conversation that they have after the end of the tiger shark shenanigans shows how Tsurugi is willing to grow and consider new perspectives. Tsurugi isn't necessarily judging Maru because he's different than him. He's not judging Maru because Maru has power. He's not judging Maru because 50,000 aliens are looking to embark on Earth. He's judging Maru when they were fighting that curse user and when human lives were at stake, human children. Maru waited until the last absolute second to reveal his curse technique. And even though Maru says he was just following orders, Tsurugi says if orders are more important than human life, why would he trust Maru? We give these two characters a chance to learn from their mistakes. Because once the shark shows up and it's revealed that the shark is not a shark, it is another sorcerer named Osada, or Nagata, whatever translation you're going into specifically, this former sorcerer in the countryside revealed that the actual monster isn't a shark. The actual monster is a man-eating tiger that was illegally traded and poached into the area. Nagata, whatever translation you're using, is very familiar with the tiger and knew it as a cub, and was hoping that this cub would, grow up to be a good tiger. However, because of solar panels being invented, it dried up the entire area and it reduced the tiger's prey, which made them go down to the village to seek new food. However, the issue is the man-eating tiger is a hostile beast. The shark man, as I'm going to call him for the rest of the video, goes to find Torinosuke, ends up being tricked by the tiger, almost dying. Thankfully, Tsurugi's able to push him out of the way. Here we get a small little flashback of younger Osada, Sharkman, meeting the tiger cub and the tiger's mom. Remembering this small little cub and its innocence, Osada realizes that not a shred of that innocence remains. Looking at this tiger now, it is an evil beast and must be silenced. Osada, Sharkman, cries. He says, just make sure you take it out as quickly as possible. And Tsurugi is more than willing to oblige because that is his job as a sorcerer. But what this actually does after all of this is open Maru's eyes to how aliens and humans see one another. Because even though a lot of people may say that this tiger shark shenanigans had nothing to do with the main plot, what it does is act as the perfect allegory for humans and aliens. I've mentioned multiple times that humans are very weak in this generation. I don't know if anybody on the living world today will be able to handle the Sumerian threat that is on the level of Sukuna. However, just like Sharkman and the tiger cub, coexistence is hard work. And while it might not always work, there are good people and bad people, just like there are good tigers and bad tigers. Torinosuke, the man-eating tiger, may have become bad and off the beaten path after being separated from humans. However, its cub that Tsurugi and Maru find may have a chance, after growing up with humans, to coexist, find common ground, and live. While that is definitely an allegory for, while things may be tough for the first generation of integration, as new people are born that are a part of this society and all integrate together, they will always have a better chance than people that aren't able to see eye to eye and grew up apart. However, at the same time, that means those that are a part of that beginning generation of integration need to be completely honest with one another and need to be open and real with one another, which is what Maru realizes after this incident. Maru reveals his secret that he probably shouldn't at any point and says, hey, I was assigned to retrieve information on whether or not we can coexist at all. The reason I didn't use my technique is because it shares connection with my twin brother, and my twin brother would have known that I used the technique and could have given him a bad impression of humans if I used my technique immediately on our first mission. Not only does this clear things up in the air for Tsurugi to realize that it wasn't Maru that he met that last day, it was Cross, it also changes Tsurugi's mind into thinking that, you know what, maybe the aliens aren't invading us and maybe we should give this coexistence thing a try, even if it is tough. Symbolized by when they find the tiger cub that emerges from the bushes after they killed the mother or the father Torinosuke, instead of killing the cub as well, like Tsurugi originally tells Sharkman they should have done way back in the day before it got this bad, Tsurugi gifts the cub to Sharkman and says, this time, don't fuck up, basically. And when Maru asks, Tsurugi basically says, hey, you know what? No one knows how it'll end up. There's no guarantee that that tiger will become evil again. It could, with, the love and appreciation of Sharkman, it could completely grow into a fun and loving and great tiger. Now realizing how the aliens and humans kind of parallel, he says the same is for us. No one knows what will happen, but we have to at least try. We can't immediately look at each other as enemies from the beginning. I think through this, discussion, it's very clear that this chapter does have overall meaning, not just for the characters, but for the plot of Jujutsu Kaisen Modulo. I know a lot of people might not be excited about it, but it does seem like Gege is going to focus a lot on this coexistence story. How will humans and aliens be able to connect and immigrate together with this power imbalance? Yuka and Tsurugi and all of the sorcerers today are not strong enough to handle a Sukuna level threat, unlike what happened with Yuji and Gojo in the Culling games. Instead of fighting to the death, how are we able to stop a threat like this? I know a lot of people have said that our mainline series protagonist fucked up by creating a world that didn't change. Not only does the world not change in a single regime, I will say that maybe the Sukuna level threat being quelled by Talk no Jutsu Jujutsu might be exactly what Gojo and Yuji might have always wanted to begin with. Alright, so I need to make it absolutely clear that no matter what anybody in the community says, I am absolutely digging the ways that Modulo is telling its story. The fact that we are actually getting sorcerer missions and everyday tasks that low-level sorcerers like Tsurugi and Yuka would be dealing with in this day and age is absolutely a great way for Akutami to flesh out the world of Jujutsu far more than we may have ever really gotten in the original Jujutsu Kaisen series. I mean, you can definitely say the world of mainline Jujutsu Kaisen is interesting, intriguing, and fun. But besides a small few select moments where we really see the day-to-day life of sorcerers, we never really got a mission-based mini arc like this, and I'm absolutely thrilled to see where Akutami and Yuji Iwazaki take this further into the story, because as the alien plotline is just slowly developing in the background, we see how the characters of Tsurugi and Maru, mostly because while Yuka is definitely there and has some fun select moments, she hasn't really gotten a dedicated story mission yet in regards to her solving everything and being the one that gets into a fight. Because right now, it overall just seems like Tsurugi is the main focus. However, you could definitely make it pretty much obvious that he should be the main focus, considering him and Maru's conflict between Tsurugi's almost prejudice against the aliens and believing that they might be a major threat to the planet, and Maru's will that wants to prove to Tsurugi that humans and aliens, especially Maru wants to prove to his twin brother as well, that aliens and humans can coexist. This is why we got a chapter like last week where it showed the difference between that mountain village and the man-eating tiger as well as the cub. Sure, coexistence can go wrong in certain circumstances, but it can also go very right in others. There's no way to know until it happens, which is what Tsurugi kind of comes to the conclusion of last week. And we even see Tsurugi start to consider Maru's feelings in regards to everything, because when Usami reveals that they are dealing with aliens, not only do Tsurugi and Yuka reveal that they knew the entire time, when Usami says that their job is to get as much detail and information about the aliens as they possibly can from Maru, instead of revealing to Usami that Maru is also on his own type of mission in regards to coexistence, Tsurugi keeps it to himself because, again, he doesn't want to ruin the relationship and friendship that is actually beginning to bud. But yeah, the side mission that this story majorly focuses on is a child that is supposedly repeating the exact same grade and the exact same class every year. And this isn't just some coincidence of a kid looking the same or having the same family name. It's a supposedly different named child, but the user's voice, the height, even everything down to bone structure is exactly similar. There is no mistaking that this is a kid that is not aging and staying in the same grade over and over again. The entire mission revolves around, is this some kind of paranormal instance, or like Yuka surmises, maybe it's just a coincidence. Either way, they need to do as much investigation as they possibly can, because despite the fact that this is something that the police would normally go into, because it's children, it's difficult for the police to intervene in school works and really kind of understand, because we do get a flashback where people are trying to contact the family of this child, and they just get blibbering nonsense and just crazy repeating questions and random words, just asking if Masaki, this child, has made 100 friends yet, which just makes the entire situation seem even weirder. So with our three sorcerers on the case, Tsurugi and Maru split up, and Yuka goes with Mino to start investigating the child's home, because according to Mino, who seems to be playing the role of Ijichi, this assistant executive manager that's able to help the kids get to where they need to be, he explains that with how just reckless and lenient this crime seems to be, it's very obvious that this isn't some kind of curse spirit, that it should be some kind of curse user who has some kind of vendetta against families, against children, is trying to pretend to be a child. Whatever it is definitely the work of a sloppy criminal, not some kind of professional organization or some kind of curse that is taking advantage of the situation. So Mino admits outright that while this is a quote-unquote investigation, most likely they're going to end up encountering a curse user and they're going to have to arrest him directly with physical combat. So Mino says he's not going to be any help there, and funnily enough, Tsurugi and Yuka both agree that, yeah, they never counted on him for any kind of combat anyway, which again just solidifies him as the Ichichi replacement. Tsurugi and Maru instantly find the kid after they split up, and Tsurugi tries to question him, but due to Tsurugi coming off as just some scary evil perpetrator, he sends the kid off and running. And as they go to chase him, the kid actually summons a Shikigami or guardian spirit to keep him safe from Tsurugi and Maru's chase. Tsurugi and Maru fight against the guardian spirit for a little bit, and after Tsurugi pushes Maru out of the way, we do get a small little internal dialogue that lets us know how Tsurugi is feeling about all of this situation. And he actually fully puts his trust into Maru after Maru trusted Tsurugi with his previous secret of him also searching for alien and human coexistence. Tsurugi knows that if Maru uses his curse technique in any way, or he gets injured in one of these missions, then that is going to look really bad for the humans, and it could potentially trigger the war between aliens and humanity. So in order to make sure none of that happens, Tsurugi opts to take care of all of this himself. But just as he prepares for battle, the child bows his head, and the Shikigami also apologizes, coming out of its battle form. The groups are able to realize that this is a misunderstanding, and they're just looking to help each other. And after going to a nearby playground, the kid admits his entire story, where he came home one day and his mom was unfortunately collapsed and dead. And unfortunately, instead of revealing anything to anybody or calling the police, he buried his mom himself. And conveniently enough, before his mom died, they were having an argument about him staying in the first grade forever. Because the idea of moving to the next grade, sometimes as kids, kids are fearful of random stuff. The kid didn't want to move on. It was too scary for him. So unironically, this love between him and his mom dying and refusing to not want his mom to die and refusing to move on ended up creating the Shikigami of his mom that through the Shikigami's abilities is able to keep Masayoshi, who is the kid's real name, in the first grade forever. And Maru and Tsurugi are both kind of surprised that Jujutsu is able to have been awakened at this level just randomly inside of this kid, but Tsurugi actually thinks it kind of makes sense. I mean, not only do you have the fact that he is literally the grandson of Yuta Okotsu, who has seen true love twist someone's death into a curse before, it makes sense that some little first grader that just randomly awakened to their Jujutsu ability would be recklessly using it and doing it with no rhyme or reason. So instead of there just being a curse user involved, it's just some kid that doesn't really understand what it's even doing or what's going on. That is at least until both Yuka and Mino and Tsurugi and Maru make it to the child's household. And not only is it weird that both of these people are at the same house but not interacting with each other whatsoever, Tsurugi and Yuka both do some digging and find a corpse dug and put into the earth in the house. And basically, as I kind of touched on before, Masayoshi had to bury his mom himself, so it makes sense that this would be his mom's corpse. Maru actually praises the kid because the kid's worried he's gonna get arrested. I mean, obviously you bury your mom's remains and there's no way to prove how she died or not. I mean, that would be kind of a rough situation to explain to the police, but thankfully, as Jujutsu sorcerers, even Maru understands that the kid's not at fault. The kid did everything that he possibly could, and even though he has nowhere left to go, Jujutsu High would be more than willing to take the child in, train him in Jujutsu, train him how to use cursed energy, and overall just try to add some sense of normalcy back to his life. The kid is a little upset, and justifiably so, that he won't be able to go home ever again. And Maru relates to this because Maru also was forced out of his home for a reason we don't know yet, and is like, hey, you know what? Why don't we be friends? It would be amazing if we could be friends because we're kind of in the same situation, right? And Tsurugi kind of smiles, at least until he gets a phone call from his little telekinetic machinery thing where they touch their fingers to their foreheads, whatever the heck is going on. I mean, that actually seems pretty cool. I would hope to see that phones evolve in that way in our real world. But either way, the person on the other line is Yuka, who is screaming at Tsurugi. Tsurugi's like genuinely confused as to why he's getting yelled at because he's at the kid's house right now, so where the heck are they? And when she also confirms they're at the house, that's when the whole supernatural, paranormal, cursed idea comes into play because they're like, wait a minute, how are we in the same place and not meeting each other? And Yuka says that the child is sketchy as hell because they started digging at the real kid's house and have uncovered 5 corpses. And she thinks that this is only the surface level and they're gonna be uncovering a lot more, which makes Tsurugi realize, oh crap, if we're in different places, this kid took us to a different place, and if there's 6 corpses, this kid is just killing people randomly. There's no explanation for that. And as soon as Tsurugi turns around, he's right in time to see Maru get knocked the fuck out, because this kid starts peeling off its face. And it's actually some older curse user hiding beneath the skin. And we don't know what kind of curse technique is involved here. We know there's a Shikigami involved as well. This is honestly a very interesting story development in my opinion, and it's why I am excited to get what some of the, more toxic members of the community would call, side missions or filler, because I'm excited to see what the world of Jujutsu Kaisen Modulo has in store, especially if these are the kinds of story that we're going to be getting. I have got to say, if this is what we can expect from the fights going forward in Jujutsu Kaisen Modulo, I am all for this completely, because I don't care what anybody says, the entire premise of this curse user is interesting, it's exciting and fun, it's unique because we haven't really seen anything like it in the original series, and I've said it time and time again, the return to form with Tsurugi using simple domain in a way that we've seen people like Kusakabe use back in the day, seeing a veil get used to trap the curse user in a specific location so the fight can continue. I'm so far enjoying what is a 5-chapter run, and I know that there are plenty of people still out there trying to slander Jujutsu Kaisen Modulo at every single turn. But for me, and if you're like me, this is so far an enjoyable read. I really wasn't setting my expectations too high for this, and I have to say, this is a significant improvement compared to the Tiger and Shark Man chapter. That was just weird, out there, and it definitely accomplished things for the story and the characters, but anyone could say that was definitely a jarring addition to Jujutsu Kaisen. This is definitely something that I think a lot of people will be able to get behind. This old man who is a curse user that has mastered a flesh manipulation technique to transform and stitch himself into a child, because that is where he felt the most comfortable as a person. As he got older, he became more and more jaded to the evils of society, and even when Tsurugi asks this old man, haven't you ever considered that you can stitch and use the Shikigami that's able to stitch flesh for good? Like, you could help so many people with this. And the old man says that it's pointless because at this age, all of his sentimentality and kindness has essentially withered away. Tsurugi doesn't believe this and feels like there is still always going to be something to fight for, right? There's never a reason to turn to evil, and he says that he'll never grow into something like that. But the old man says that's fine, and honestly, what really seems to be the case is this old curse user has just lost their mind. To a degree, like senile to an extent. He repeats himself, he believes that he is the only person that would understand where he's coming from, and I mean, not for nothing, the overall delusion that life was easier as a first grader, so I'm going to stitch myself back and be a first grader forever until I die. This guy has gone off the deep end no matter what you say. So unfortunately, as everyone in this chapter and in the audience is probably aware of, this guy's gotta go. And like I said before, the fight between Tsurugi and this guy is very enjoyable. Seeing the way that he uses his Shikigami and intertwines it in not just his combos, but the both of them being impressed with one another, both Tsurugi and the curse user, almost like respecting each other's ability. Tsurugi saying the curse user is on par with a first grade sorcerer, which I have to say it, if this is what a first grade sorcerer looks like in this day and age, we have gone very far down. And I want to talk about that a little bit because it's very important. I have heard so many people mention that this world shows that the previous story of Jujutsu Kaisen, Gojo and his students, failed. And that is just outright not true. Even in the last couple of chapters, we've learned that curse spirits are essentially relegated to only spawning in the ruins of Shinjuku, which is crazy that there's no negative energy, at least enough of it anywhere to spawn a curse except where Sukuna was fought 60 years ago. And I mean, sorcerers are basically just paranormal peacekeepers at this point, right? They're very small scale, very simple, and not for nothing, a true, tried, proven evidence of peacetime in any story, even the real world itself, is soldiers, warriors losing strength. Because if there's peace, there's no threats to fight against. And we've even gotten confirmation, not that there hasn't been a Sukuna level threat since him, there hasn't been a special grade level threat since Sukuna. With Gojo and Sukuna gone, the world of Jujutsu has essentially slowly dwindled in power. That's not a failure. That's success. The idea of a world growing more peaceful and having less incidents is important. I mean, we learned all about the human trafficking business that got busted, how Japan has essentially handled all sorcery and paranormal incidents across the entire world due to the Kyoto Treaty, and how that has created like a level of nationalism in Japan that has risen politics to where an invasion of the aliens is possible. Also, one thing that I think is important to note that I really do believe things are going to start changing in this story as well is the very first page of this chapter that we get, which depicts a small girl slowly being able to control water, whether it be her tears or pure raw water that she conjured herself. This mom who is living a normal life, right? She's like, I'm on a business call, why are you bothering me? Suddenly this girl just awakens to what is obviously Jujutsu. And I think what this is revealing is that just like when Gojo was born onto the scene, just like when Sukuna was reawakened, the world is going to respond. If there's 50,000 Sumerians on a spaceship that are just hovering over Japan, this country where all of the cursed energy is concentrated in the entire world, it's obviously going to begin to have effects. And it's something that was theorized even in the Tiger and Sharkman chapter, where this is the first time they've really ever had some kind of paranormal incident outside of Shinjuku, and that might directly be the aliens' fault. At first, Tsurugi and Yuka think maybe it's aliens that are directly interfering with the world, but it's not. They are just indirectly having an effect on the Jujutsu growth, which, one, goes with everything the main story has told us and showed us that our sorcerers that we're following, Yuka and Tsurugi, are not only going to rise to the occasion to meet this power-up, but the threats that we're going to be facing, not just the aliens, are going to rise in power as well. I mean, we haven't even really begun to focus on the aliens, and it's very clear that a lot of people that are just slandering the story are just focusing mainly on the aliens. And honestly, I'm glad that we're not jumping right into the extraterrestrial outer space stuff. And I'm glad that Akutami is giving the story and the world some time to breathe and essentially reveal to us not only what the everyday life of sorcerers in this era are like, but what sorcerers in this era are constantly dealing with in their day-to-day life. Again, the idea of this curse user is such a really cool, small-time villain that fits perfectly in the Jujutsu Kaisen world. And the fight that we get is just great. Again, Tsurugi using Simple Domain. The old man and the Shikigami 2v1ing against Tsurugi, very similar to how Geto was fighting against Yuta and Rika way back in the original series. It's such a cool parallel and callback, having the curse user and Tsurugi slowly in their inner monologues evaluating each other and believing that they'll be able to get one over on the other. And then again, you have the Veil and Yuka jumping in. And again, the curse user's technique is just insane. It's such a really cool ability, and the way that he gets over on Tsurugi and Yuka by the end of the chapter is also insane. Using his technique in a way that neither of them would have ever expected by just like straight up creating a skin suit that his Shikigami is able to infiltrate and control and fight with. I am so far really enjoying this small little mini arc that we're in going up against this old man curse user. I think this fight was a great way to show that, again, sorcery has gone back to the basics, but still these characters are making the most of what they can with what they have. Tsurugi using his cursed object and using the sparks and flames of it to distract the old man from Yuka coming behind him and striking with her tiger claws, and both of them now 2v1ing to the point that the old man is like, oh my god, like their attacks aren't just adding on to one another, they're multiplying onto one another. Which also speaks to the level of synchronicity that Tsurugi and Yuka, the two siblings, have. And if this is just the beginning of the story, even if we only get 30 chapters, and with having 25 left, I think this could be a very enjoyable spin-off. Again, I'll say it like I've said it time and time before. Jujutsu Kaisen Modulo is a chance to look at a new era of Jujutsu Kaisen and experience a new world of Jujutsu Kaisen. I don't think we should be constantly comparing these 5 chapters to the first 5 chapters of Jujutsu Kaisen. I think we should be looking at this as its own thing. No matter what way you're looking at it, I'm enjoying it, and honestly, I'm curious to hear what you guys are saying in the comments below, especially for the people that have read the series and are sticking with it and seeing what comes out of it, because it seems to me that there are definitely a lot of things to like, and honestly, this cast is slowly beginning to grow into likable moments. Tsurugi has had some really cool moments, and again, while I'm still waiting for Yuka to have her big time to shine and be in the spotlight and find out more about her character, with the way that this series has been going, I'm more than happy to continue reading and waiting to see what happens. And I think overall, what I have to say to end this video is patience is a virtue, and honestly, I'm glad I had the patience to stick further than 3 chapters, because last chapter and this chapter were great. And I'm sure with Akutami continuing to write at the pace he has been, it's just going to be nothing more than enjoyable, because this chapter ends with a big cliffhanger, in my opinion, with after the curse user defeats both Yuka and Tsurugi by getting one over on them with the flesh sack doppelganger, Maru, who for some reason might still be unconscious, whether he's waking up now and is just realizing he needs to step in now that, you know, the curse user was basically saying he's going to kill Yuka and Tsurugi, and Maru now has to step in. This aura that is emanating from Maru is enough to send chills down the curse user and Tsurugi's spine, as all of this power and the debris begins to rise up around him and his third eye begins to open. We saw that the moment Maru activated that curse technique, it instantly no-diffed that curse user and incapacitated him instantly. So now that he's potentially injured and opening that curse technique, are we gonna find out more about Maru's ability and what it's capable of? Are we gonna see how dangerous Maru is if he's also a Sukuna level threat himself? Even crazier than that, Cross, his twin brother. Knowing that Maru's curse technique is connected to his twin brother, is this going to cause friction that Cross already has with humans? Because again, the whole point of this mission was for Tsurugi and Yuka to keep Maru out of trouble, so that way his curse technique didn't alert the Sumerians to danger. And the Sumerians may definitely be alerted to danger after all of this. But again, I am more than happy to continue on reading this story and see what happens next chapter, because I'm enjoying this little spin-off story so far, and I'm more than excited to hear what your guys' opinions are on everything, because genuinely, this has been so divisive, and I think the only reason it's been divisive is because people aren't being willing to give Modulo the chance that it deserves, because giving it the chance that it deserves is giving me the chance to read a fun new manga every week. All right, look, I've just got to say it. Everyone who has been championing Modulo since the very beginning, our stocks are absolutely paying off, because as always, trusting in Akutami has led to what is most likely going to be a very interesting spin-off set in the Jujutsu Kaisen universe, because with what seems to be the finishing off of the small little mini arc with the repeating first grader turned out to be grade 1 curse user, Akutami has managed to, in such a small span of time, introduce a very interesting, fun, and exciting concept of a mission that sorcerers are going on, something that we never really got too much of in the main series. We got to see a more down-to-earth, lower stakes, not just fight and battle, but a curse user with motivations and reasons that aren't something like trying to save the world or stop the world. It's simply just an old guy who is slowly going senile and is just using his jujutsu power to do his last dying wishes that he wants to do for as long as he has left. And that's so much of an aspect of Jujutsu Kaisen's world that we just were not able to get before. I feel like so many people are so focused on the whole alien aspect, and since chapter about 2 to 3, that has clearly not been Akutami's focus whatsoever, at least not yet when it comes to the story. We are just now finally getting some information in regards to what the Sumerians' plot is. For one, Maru, while he's unconscious and has this third eye open, is an absolute demon when it comes to overall power. Whether that means that Sumerians are all special grade threats or not, the grade 1 curse user is able to keep up kind of in this battle, but to be completely honest with you, he is just outclassed entirely from the very beginning. The moment that eye opens up and starts to form some kind of state of confusion in his face, he has to stab himself to stop that, jump out of the way. The rocks that are being thrown are curving and hitting him anyway. He's getting thrown into the gymnasium and all of the balls are floating. He can't even figure out what Maru's curse technique is, which is honestly one of the funniest things about this whole chapter. We really do see Maru do so much in this short fight. We see him just completely stop gravity for so many balls, lift them up and float them, use them as attacks. He can completely change the projectiles he throws trajectories mid-flight, and later on we even see him completely raise the temperature of water that the curse user is in and then drop it to the point that that water freezes. Even just the power of his punch is enough to bring Tsurugi to like shaking and getting pushed back, and we know from the curse user's own glazing last chapter, Tsurugi is nothing to mess with. Tsurugi is a very capable sorcerer, even though he just has heavenly restriction. Being able to use his cursed objects to create simple domain is just insane to me. However, Maru and the Sumerians, and especially Cross, right? Because we do see a lot of Cross this chapter and get an idea of what he's thinking as he watches all this play out. Cross is basically okay with whatever happens when it comes to the aliens and humans as far as he sees it. While he kind of thinks it's sad that Maru was able to lose his composure so quickly and fall under whatever this spell or insane third eye power was, Cross, for some reason, doesn't really care what happens for this, because as he says himself, whether Tsurugi ends up doing his best to protect Maru or Tsurugi does his best to attack Maru and take Maru down, it does not matter, because the moment that humanity finds out the kind of power Maru is hiding from within, especially considering that if he gets knocked unconscious, it just comes out and it's uncontrollable. We have seen multiple times, even from the very main series, that if you are an uncontrollable threat in Jujutsu Society, there's a pretty good potential you are just going to get locked away, casted as a special grade, potentially even executed. That's just how Jujutsu, Society works. Now, obviously, this is a Jujutsu Society that's 68 years in the future after people like Yuta, Maki, and Yuji, who actually shows up in this chapter, believe it or not. We get a small little flashback of Itadori Yuji in one of the coolest moments during the fight between Maru and the curse user, which just shows that the curse user admits he's only lost one other time, and he thinks of Yuji in the shadows when this happened. So whatever time, 60 years ago, 50 years ago, when he went down this evil path, this man cooked the old curse user, and he still remembers that fucking travesty. But with Yuka and Tsurugi having that whole conflict with the ring and their parents not agreeing, even Cross admits as much that the Earthling sorcerers and the Earthling higher ups in the government are not seeing eye to eye on most situations. And the reason for that is most likely for the exact same reason we saw generations ago. No matter how much work you put in to progress society, there are always going to be people that seek to benefit from their positions of power and use that position of power to manipulate others. We still don't know exactly the story as to why Tsurugi was gifted the ring over Yuka, and honestly, with how obvious it seems to be just patriarchal prejudice and they just want Tsurugi to have the ring over Yuka because they think Tsurugi needs it because he's not as strong as the previous matriarch of the clan, something tells me there might be a little bit more to the whole ring situation than meets the eye. Maybe because Yuka actually has cursed energy, she might tap into Rika and awaken a special grade power that is too much for her to handle, or may even go out of control if Yuta is found dead. So Tsurugi might be the safer option because he doesn't have any cursed energy to potentially awaken Rika. I think this can't be as black and white as we see, just as we see characters like Cross aren't as black and white, because even though he is more than happy to let humans and aliens break out into war, specifically because as long as they have the demon alien known as Deborah on their side, which is the horned Sukuna level threat that we've had foreshadowed to us since chapter 1-2, they are putting basically all of their eggs in his basket and saying that even if it does come to war, no matter what happens, Deborah will be on their side, and Deborah will be able able to essentially win them that war. Which tells me that if there are 50,000 Sumerians, and with how much we've learned about how weak Jujutsu society has gotten as of late, there's a pretty good potential that not every single Sumerian is a special grade Sumerian threat, and Deborah might have been a deceit, a deception. Let's throw our strongest aliens at them first, make them believe the lie that all of us are this strong, when in actuality, it's possible that Deborah, this alien, might not even be completely loyal to the Sumerians, based off of what Cross is saying. But right now, we really don't know too much in regards to what the aliens want, or even why they're on Earth, right? There's also the reasonings of why are the aliens coming to Earth? Why were they forced out of their home to begin with? Because it very much seems like Maru did not want to leave when he was talking with the old curse user before he turned heel. Maru said he'll never forget his hometown, and Maru genuinely does want to get along with the sorcerers. There has to be some major reason that has brought the Sumerians to this, and potentially just feeling like it's easier to flatten the Earth and start fresh and make it their own planet. And again, getting to why Cross is obviously more than just a black and white evil villain character that doesn't like humans, as Tsurugi and Maru are struggling and Tsurugi is just trying to get Maru to wake up. Tsurugi is desperately and very vividly aware of Maru potentially causing a problem with humanity, just as Cross is. Like I said, Cross understands that this showing of Maru's power is going to make the humans potentially act first. Tsurugi even knows this, and Tsurugi wants everyone to get along, just like he kind of found, a little bit of common ground with Maru before about not all aliens, not all humans are bad. Coexistence is tough and it's going to take work, but we might as well try because we don't know what will happen yet. Tsurugi not only wants to try and get along just like Maru does, but Tsurugi, if aliens and humans were to start a war, wants nothing more than it to be any other reason than Maru being the direct cause of it, which shows how much Tsurugi actually has come to genuinely care about Maru, even if they aren't exactly complete friends yet. Tsurugi still understands and knows enough about Maru as a person to know that if he was the catalyst for this war, it would absolutely destroy him. And I just love that. I love the character writing between this. It shows that Akutami knows what he is doing. But most importantly, not to continually glaze Akutami, we gotta glaze Yuji a bit, because this fight's choreography is done extremely well. The art is flawless and goes perfectly with everything. You really feel the tension, you feel the excitement, and this really does hold a candle to some of Jujutsu Kaisen's big early hype moments, because I'm telling you, give it another month or so, and Modulo is going to be on everybody's mouth. It is going to be one of the most talked about series. It's already beginning to shift over as we get into some of these more exciting chapters, because right now, we really don't know where the story is going, because it ends on such an interesting note, with Tsurugi's call out to wanting to be neighbors with Maru. How can we be neighbors if we're fighting? We wanted to be neighbors, right? Something in Cross, remember I said he's not just a black and white villain, right? Something inside of Cross awakens for some reason. And instead of just letting everything play out as he was just willing to, Cross jumps in front of Tsurugi, cancels out whatever possession is over Maru and makes Maru fall unconscious. And as Tsurugi also loses consciousness, Cross is actually pissed because he moved without thinking. He moved without hesitating, and he realized that he just threw away a perfect opportunity to let the war begin. And he curses himself because, why did I let myself do that? Why did I just jump in the way? And again, whatever happened to have the Sumerians here, I think that's going to directly play into why Cross is so immediately quick to dehumanize the Earthlings and be ready for war with them and use Deborah against them, because something may have happened to Cross, or may have happened back on the previous planet that Maru wasn't affected by, but Cross certainly was, and he was scarred or hurt by it, and that's why he's shutting everyone off. But Tsurugi awoke that primary initial feeling he probably had long ago. And while we're only 6 chapters in, we still got plenty to go. I know a lot of people think that this story is going to go by super short, but I'm telling you, with the way Akutami is writing, he packs so much into so little. I'm sure we will explore so many different facets of all of these characters. All right, so I have got to be absolutely, completely honest with you. Jujutsu Kaisen Modulo, fresh off of the heels of that quick little Yuji snippet last chapter, to the insane reveal that not only is one of the most iconic characters of all time have a potential way to come back into the story, the small little bit of dialogue that he gives us almost directly confirms that Itadori Yuji might also be making an appearance at some point in Jujutsu Kaisen Modulo's run. That direct hatred that is between the Sumerians and the humans might actually be the cause of one of the biggest battles we may get in Modulo. Before we get into the Mahito return, I do want to cover some of the things that happened beforehand, which is the end of the curse user, who was actually able to escape because Tsurugi and Maru were just completely distracted, but thankfully Usami was able to clean up house and solve the mission for his students. And we do get a small little reveal here about Usami, where Usami is actually capable of using cursed speech. He has the snake and fang marks tattooed onto his hand. On top of this, we do get a really in-depth look into where Cross's hatred and his feelings towards the humans strictly come from. Because even though Tsurugi mentions wanting to become neighbors, Cross has a change of heart. Here's Tsurugi say this and knocks Maru out last chapter. And in this chapter, as he grabs Tsurugi by the throat, he tells him that Maru's dreams of coexistence are just nonsense, because to Cross and pretty much almost all of the other Sumerians, including Deborah, the humans are enemies. We don't know what exactly happened to Maru and Cross's home planet. However, from a discussion with Yuka in this chapter, it's very clear that whatever disaster hit Maru and Cross's homeworld, it was caused by humanity. We don't know what the exact disaster was. However, according to Cross, humans have not only stolen directly from Sumerians, they caused the disaster, and even though some were on the sidelines and some participated more than others, Cross believes that all of humanity is responsible because of how society has grown since the Culling game. Cross basically confirms to us everything that Usami did in the very beginning of the story. Japan, according to Usami and Cross, has become very nationalistic and has felt that their country is strictly superior because of the existence of cursed energy. They feel like they are better than the rest of the world, which is why when the aliens came to greet us, the Americans weren't even willing to tell us that the aliens spoke English, because they just wanted to get a little jab in because they hate the country that much because we're that uncooperative. Since signing the Kyoto Treaty, Japan has become entitled and privileged. And what do with this entitlement and privilege? They look down on immigrants and refugees. Usami has said this as much, and Cross even admits this, which is actually the main reason why Cross and some of the Sumerian faction don't even want to bother trying to coexist with humans. They simply just want to start a war and get everything over with. Because Cross says as much when we're speaking to Yuka later on in the chapter, where Cross says, I don't want to live my life constantly wondering if I'm going to offend humanity. When does this life of living as a second-class citizen, living as someone that is always going to be checked and looked at, if I cause a problem, people are going to say, of course, it's the Sumerian, it's the alien, those aliens trying to coexist and immigrate into our society. You know, they just can't do it. Whether you want to say Jujutsu Kaisen Modulo has gone woke and gone political, I think it's very clear Akutami has always added political themes and messaging to his story. Look no further than Gojo, whose main entire character was going up against the old conservative higher-ups for social progress. Characters like Maki Zenin destroying the Zenin clan and their cycles of misogyny. We have characters like Kirara Hoshi existing. Now that Akutami has decided to take Jujutsu Kaisen towards nationalism, xenophobia, and everything like that, you're gonna see a lot of people that are upset by these story themes and messaging, but when it comes down to it, I really don't think Akutami is trying to be preachy. He's just trying to write a really good story. If you're going to tell a story about 50,000 aliens that are, one, significantly stronger than the original species that lives on a planet, and they're going to try to immigrate and exist in our world, not only is it realistic to understand that these aliens are, one, going to be stronger than us, so they have plenty of potential to just roll us over, no problem. But two, coexistence should always be above else. And it's something that Yuka and Cross really hit home in their discussion back and forth. Cross has this whole analogy when it comes to stealing, because as he mentions, the Japanese people are narrow-minded. They are constantly finding reasons to look down on other people, especially refugees, especially others. And this is shown when Yuka and Cross discuss religion to a certain degree. When Cross asks about Halloween and Yuka kind of fills him in on how, yeah, it's a Christian holiday, but it's not really Christian, it's from another holiday, it's from another religion, Cross tells Yuka specifically that it honestly sounds like you guys don't really care too much about religion, because Halloween, one, you can't even tell me what religion it's from, and two, it most likely seems like all of these different holidays that you guys do are more in service of boosting the economy, getting people to come by and celebrate something, and it has so much less to do with the overall religious aspect and way more to do with the monetary celebration, publicity stunt aspect. Cross outright just asks Yuka, hey, you guys really just don't believe in God at all. You like to pretend you do, but you don't. Yuka, who admits that she's an atheist, she doesn't believe in God, starts to talk to Cross and says, hey, you know what? Like, I really don't understand religion at all, to be honest with you. And she brings up this concept of the Fumi, which is something I had never heard of until now, which is basically an old process that was done way, way long ago in Japan's history when it was basically illegal to be Christian. What they would do is they would carve out small little images of Jesus Christ himself, and they would ask people to step on the idol. If you refused to step on it, you were a Christian, and they tortured and killed you. And Yuka brings this up specifically to say that, you know what, maybe you're right, Cross. I really don't understand religion, because even if I was a Christian, I would just step on the icon and then just ask for forgiveness later. I don't understand why people would care so much about their culture or religion, because that's just not important to me. Cross basically uses that as the example to prove that humans will never understand aliens and will never be able to coexist with aliens because they're unable to put themselves in other people's shoes. Whatever happened, I'm sure we'll find out in the next couple of chapters whatever happened to the Sumerian planet. But whatever it was, Cross deems that worth enough to say, you know what, humans are all bad, and even if you aren't, it's still technically my choice to steal things from you. Later on, when Yuka and Cross are arguing back and forth at the very end of the chapter, Cross once again brings up the truth that why is it worth living and coexisting if we're just going to be second class our entire lives? We should just erase all of you guys, be first class, and get over it. And the only way that Yuka tries to make Cross maybe understand things from her perspective, which I have to give props to the way that Yuka is written here in this chapter, because as a character that really hasn't gotten touched on much in the last couple of chapters, this is a big moment for her. Not just in seeing how she is as a person, her kind of carefree attitude and the way that she goes through life, but the way that she talks to Cross. Because in this chapter, we get a humongous crazy reveal that Yuka has brain cancer, essentially. She has a malignant tumor in her brain that is giving her about less than a half a year to live. It's unclear if she's even explained any of this to her brother, to her clan, to the people around her. Cross might be the only person that is aware of this. This one proves why Yuka passed out randomly in the last fight with the curse user. Even Tsurugi says that she shouldn't have been tired. She shouldn't have passed out like that. Well, that's why Yuka has brain cancer, which is an insane piece of development that I would have never expected from a Jujutsu Kaisen story. And two, it really does give Yuka a level of perspective that when she's kind of firing back at Cross, when Cross is lashing out at her and being emotional, Yuka kind of has an answer to all of Cross's questions. Because when Cross is freaking out about coexistence and why coexistence is hard and it's just easier to steal and just rob the humans of, what they robbed the Sumerians of, Yuka says, you know what, Cross? It is your right to steal. You definitely have every right to be mad about what we did to you. However, if you keep stealing, if you just do what we did to you,
the cycle is going to continue no matter what. And Cross, when you say that my future was stolen, because Cross goes on a crazy monologue telling Yuka that now that she knows she's dying, she'll never enjoy life again, even knowing she's gonna die in half a year, and even though knowing all of the things that she loves are eventually just gonna become reasons for her to hate that she has to die so soon and not live longer, Yuka tells Cross that, hey, you know what? You are telling me that there's no other choice but to start a war. There's no reason to try coexistence because it's too hard. Yet here you are telling me that you have all of the time in the world to fix your problems. Yuka has, in 6 months, will die of brain cancer. She technically does not have a future unless, as she says, some Prince Charming comes and heals it for her, which unironically may be some of the craziest foreshadowing of all time, knowing that there now is a character that may be coming back, Mahito, who has a curse technique that might be able to heal cancer with idle transfiguration. Yuka tells Cross that, hey, you have all the time in the world to fix the problems. It's easy to steal back, but how about we stop the cycle and we do something hard, which is trying to forge a bond that you might not want to do. I'm excited for one to see how all of this development, all of this buildup that shows how Cross is just dead set on starting a war. Yet at the same time, he's realistic. Even as he's lashing out at Yuka, he admits in his own head that, you know, she has gone through stuff. I can't tell her that she hasn't. Yuka might be exactly what Cross needs to turn a new leaf, because Cross definitely has feelings. We see this in the entire chapter when he goes to the amusement park with Yuka and Tsurugi, when he pretends to be Maru. We see so much of a side of Cross that we didn't know before. So for whatever reason Cross feels this way, there has to be a really big reason, and I'm excited to find out whatever the heck that reason is. Now, this review was really long, guys, and I do apologize. I might have yapped a lot, but that's just because there's so much to cover in this chapter alone. I didn't even manage to talk about Mahito. So I think I'm gonna do a whole separate video on Mahito's potential return, because in my eyes, him waiting for Yuji in the Cursed Realm proves to me Yuji has not died yet, so Yuji should still be alive. It also shows to me that if Mahito has stayed in the Cursed Realm for so long and everyone has been wondering if the disaster curses are gonna actually return, it makes perfect sense that the curse of humanity would be able to come back with 50,000 aliens that had supposedly had their planet damaged to the point of needing to move because of humans. Will we ever learn why the Sumerians needed to immigrate? I think we probably will learn very soon in the next couple of chapters. Just based off of everything that happened in this chapter dialogue-wise, I'm fully convinced Akutami is going to continue cooking as the plot moves forward. If we get a Yuji and Mahito return, I will absolutely love every minute of it. But even if it's just these small little cameos and they never actually show up in the story, I'm more than okay with it, because again, chapter 7 proves to me that Akutami knows what he's doing with this story, and it's only gonna get better from here, guys.
Not only was this a significant world building chapter for Modulo that dives very deeply into the past of the Sumerian people, especially when it comes to Cross and Maru and how they both came to develop the feelings they have in regards to quote unquote neighbors. We also get the reveal of where the whole craftsman word comes from and how that ties into both Cross and Maru's character, which honestly, I've got to come out of the gate and say I absolutely loved this chapter. While this might have been very slow and dialogue heavy, not only did it give us so much perspective on these two twin alien brothers and how they really genuinely did at one point have high hopes for something like coexistence, and how the demise of that coexistence not just affected Cross and turned him into a person that hated and disregarded any and all other ways of life besides his own, and how you have a character like Maru who, despite all of these terrible things happening to them, still is able to see the hope in a world where everybody is peaceful and gets along. Going back and seeing the Sumerian home planet is definitely interesting to me, learning about these new characters and what the Sumerian way of life was like. I've seen a lot of people in the community not really understand why the Sumerian aliens are so similar in ways to humans, where all of their technology is, if they were actually able to cross paths and go to a completely different planet after whatever happened that plagued theirs. But I think right now we might just be a little bit further back in history, because remember, the Discante, which are the high class of Sumerian society, are not only very segregationist and isolationist when it comes to the Lumerian people, which are the tribe of people that both Cross and Maru inhabit. The Discante tribe is most likely, not for nothing, probably keeping secrets, or is way more advanced than the Lumerian people, because something that we do find out in this chapter that I think makes a lot of sense as to why Cross thinks the way that he does about coexistence. When Sumerian society was just beginning and everybody existed and there weren't all of these separate tribes, there was a sacred beast. This Callian beast would come to towns and absolutely ravage and destroy the people that lived in these towns, eat them and devour them. And the worst part was, the only people that these Callian beasts wouldn't devour would be those with Lumerian blood, which is weird in and of itself, right? You have this interesting dynamic of a sacred religious beast, because the Lumerian people understood this religion and understood its importance, and they did not want to absolutely exterminate an entire race of animals just because they were living instinctually as their god developed them to. However, it's very suspect when you have a whole tribe of people that are unaffected by the beast eating everyone advocate for the beast's existence when everybody else is getting killed, which resulted in the Lumerian tribe not just being executed and basically pushed out of their homeland, but this is why someone like Cross, who we find out lost their parents in that battle, that revolt, feels that coexistence is impossible, because he's seen what happens when coexistence occurs. And on top of that, when you finally have someone like Dula, the older guy that ends up raising and adopting Maru and Cross and putting them to work at this canal that will hopefully once again reinvigorate coexistence between the Lumerian and Discante people, when the chapter ends and we find out that the Callians return and devour the chief of the Discante's daughter and reignite the massive conflict that started all of this to begin with, you can understand why Cross, who thought one way, realized the error of his ways, and then was proven that the quote-unquote error of his ways was actually possibly the right way of thinking the entire time. And this is something that I think Akutami very much understands. You will see so many people in the community talking about how Jujutsu Kaisen Modulo has gone woke and Akutami doesn't understand what he's talking about, so he should just completely stay away from these topics because he's gonna push people away. In truth, you have a chapter like this that completely shows Akutami understands all of this. He understands the nuance that other people are going to feel and that other people have different opinions. Dula, the older man that ends up adopting Cross and Maru, is pretty radical in and of itself. He believes that no matter what, they should build this canal despite all of the people in the village pretty much opposing him, because again, most people are not going to like the tribe of Sumerians that not only ran them out of their hometown and put them in a terrible wasteland that is barely able to irrigate crops and everyone is dying very prematurely. You can't really blame anyone for hating the Discante. And Dula, the character who wants to build the canal, so much so that he's the only person that works on this canal by himself until he ends up quote unquote adopting Cross and Maru to also help him in the work. When Cross finds out they're building the canal to potentially bring back relations between the Discante and Lumerians, he lashes out and says, "These are the people that killed my parents. Screw all of that. I don't want to help and work with these people. There's absolutely no way." When Maru says, "I can't believe Cross would feel that way," Dula can't even blame Cross. He says that most people agree with Cross, which is Akutami understanding that, hey, it's very easy to not only believe that screw this whole coexistence thing, it's just easier to admit we won't get along and let's stay apart, but at the same time, Dula is here acknowledging that Cross isn't wrong for thinking that way. However, as Sumerians, as Lumerians, as he says, we can do better. If we build this canal, we can not only reestablish relations with the Discante people and potentially get one step closer to coexistence. Sure, short term, we're gonna have to deal with people we don't like. Long term, we will end up bringing so much water and prosperity to the Lumerian lands, we will eventually grow our own political power, grow our own society to the point that we are so thriving and lavish that we can actually compete with the Discante people. We will no longer have to fight back and forth because we'll have such a great pillar of land here. We won't need to worry about the people that pushed us away because it ended up working out for all of us. And now when we establish this port together, we can literally move on and create a world of peace that both of us can benefit from. While Cross completely denies this and goes against it, he sees what his own way of thinking ends up becoming, because eventually this canal gets destroyed partway through the chapter, and when Cross goes to find out who did it, it's a group of Sumerian people that are really just sitting on their butts, smoking a pipe, and they're all just talking crap about Dula, the guy who wants to build this canal and prosper, spreading rumors that he's getting cash from the Discante and he's just an idiot for wanting to do this stuff, and they're literally not accomplishing anything either. All they're doing is just criticizing the one dude in the village who's actually being willing to put in the work and solve a problem. And Cross, witnessing this, realizes that, you know what, I don't want to be like these guys. I think that Dula might have been right, and you know what, maybe we can at least try to be better. The years go by as Cross, Maru, and Dula continue to build this canal. They eventually make so much effort and progress that the village elders decide that they want to help. We see Jabaloma, this character that we know is very important even in current day as a political overseer to the relationships between humanity and Sumerians. So seeing this guy very early into the Sumerian timeline like this is interesting, because I would love to know how he plays a role in the events to come forward, because something that we also learn through all of this going on, Cross understands Jabaloma's struggle more than anybody. Cross, who lost his parents, Jabaloma lost his daughter during the very first uprising and push out of the Discante people and the Lumerians. Cross, seeing and idolizing this person that is able to understand his pain, but at the same time seek to progress society, not just for the Lumerians in a selfish way and a segregationalist way, letting bygones be bygones, understanding that forgiveness takes a bigger man, and to understand and know that when the Discante actually do want to reestablish relations, and not only that, they're willing to pay for the Lumerian people to build a port in advance, potentially in a way that enriches everyone. Like Dula has always been saying, when Jabaloma thinks back to 10 years ago when he lost his daughter, he, instead of looking backwards, looks forward. And Cross, at least back then, was more than willing to accept that and respect it, even as someone that, again, is a bigger man and able to look towards the future rather than the past. But we know that good things can't possibly last forever. And this is something that Cross himself even mentions in the ending narration of the chapter, because unfortunately, despite them believing that they were already at rock bottom and things couldn't get any worse, they could only get better, for whatever timeline and events led to the Callian devouring the Discante chief's daughter, we know for a fact that ends up being the trigger moment that sends everything back into chaos. What is this Callian? Is it a cursed spirit? The Sumerian version of them? Is there more to the Sumerian religious lore than we're getting? Because even the beginning of the chapter mentions that Cross and Maru's father was willing to die, not just for his beliefs, but for this sacred stone and these sacred beasts and these religious prefectures and all of these things that they believed, that at the end of the day, now that the Lumerians are mostly exiled and killed off, all of those sacred stuff meant nothing. They're dead now. They're long gone and buried with them. I think a major point that might come back up is, even though those stones and that history is gone forever, is it possible things could have not only gone a different way, but is it possible that the father's belief that this stone was important meant something? As we approach the finish line for this brief flashback into Cross and Maru's past, as well as the ending of a very beloved character in such a short amount of time, Dora, which I have to appreciate the way that Akutami is able to gain so much notoriety for a character and have so many people jive with and appreciate the inclusion of someone, and then the moment that they get taken away, even though it was
fairly obvious if you could see where this flashback was going that Dora was going to unfortunately end up dying, especially since we haven't seen him at all in the current timeline. It is not only sad to see him go, but showing how much love and care that Akutami has been putting into this story. On top of everything else that we get in this chapter, lore-wise, we learn so much about the Sumerian people, not just about their third eye that we get a brief introduction of in the beginning of this chapter. Understanding that the Sumerians' third eye is where they get most of their Roroka from, or otherwise a term used for cursed energy on their half, but I'm going to continue to use cursed energy because I'm not even going to attempt to butcher that term right now. It is also something that can cause them great pain and even death if they seem to have deep emotions and even cry from it. And while most Sumerians only cry from their third eye when they are born and also when they die, Lumerians are unfortunately able to cry when the Kallian beasts die. And when all of the Kallians were exterminated in all the other tribes and areas of Sumeria, it made a lot of Sumerians cry, which is dangerous because, again, it can cause brain damage and even kill you. Which gives us another underlying reason as to why the Lumerians would want to keep the Kallians alive, not only just around them, but in general. So not only can you see that, sure, this is our religion, this is our way of life, but also if these beasts are killed, a lot of us could also perish in the collateral damage. So it shows you another underlying reason as to why the Lumerians would want to keep the Kallians alive that may have never been revealed to the other tribes. You could consider that underhanded, sure, that, they prioritized more so their lives, but from a speech that we get from Dora here, we also learn a little bit more about the Descante tribe's secrets as well. Because with the reveal that the Descante chief's daughter has been eaten and mauled by a Kallian, we get the reveal that the Descante are looking for war. But the way that the Descante tribe do things is different than most other tribes, in which they are definitely going to conquer and invade the remaining Lumerian land. However, they wish to display a show of force and pursue a trial by combat in front of all the other tribes in order to let everyone know and see the strength, as that is what rules the authority on this planet. So with the duel being appointed and the Lumerians needing a champion to meet the Descante in battle, the Lumerians actually think they have a pretty good chance because Dora, of all people, is not only one of the strongest Lumerians that they have, but he also won one of these previous tournaments decades prior, before Maru and Cross were born, right before their village was destroyed, which is honestly kind of implying that the only reason the Lumerians even have this plot of land that they survived on, no matter how terrible it is to begin with, is because Dora fought and won against a Descantan war chief in order to actually, at the very least, keep his people alive, which not only makes it kind of crazy that these same people that are praising him for winning this tournament battle are the same people that were just talking shit about him for trying to build the canal previously and getting paid by the Descante. It shows you how quickly people are able to rally behind a cause when their environment shapes their perspective. When these people were down on their luck and had no reason to see the canal existing as a benefit, they were more than willing to talk crap about someone like Dora, who previously they were very gung-ho about. And now that Dora is a big figure again in the Lumerians, because finally he was able to convince these people to start building the canal and they saw how great it was and how much they benefited from, now he's back in public graces again. So not only is Akutami showing an understanding of just society in general, he also shows an understanding of conflicts between different societies and different cultures. Because on the day of the battle, when Dora meets Deborah, who ends up being the champion of the Descante, not only do we see a completely other side of Deborah, this character who has presented himself once as this terrifying force of just aura and power, meeting him in chapter 2 and seeing just how terrifying he was, the pose he's taking in chapter 1 color page where he looks like a villain, everyone has compared him to Sukuna. We find out not only is Deborah a very valiant and honorable warrior, he's someone that trained with Dora long ago before the Lumerians and Descante separated, to the point that Dora even is aware of Deborah's family situation And when asking about his sister and Dora looking to the side, Dora understands that Deborah doesn't even want to be doing this fight right now in the tournament, as Deborah even says, because he has his hands forced. He respects Dora as a person and a warrior, but on top of that, it seems like the Descante war chief have also been holding his family hostage in order to force him to do this. And even worse, what Dora reveals, because before battling, it seems like Dora knows he's going to lose. It says later on in the chapter that Dora was the only one that knew Deborah's true strength, because Deborah wasn't someone that ever liked to show off. So instead of getting upset, fighting hard, and fighting to the death, Dora does something that shows that his character has always been about progressing the future, letting the people and the next generation, Cross and Maru, and all of the people, the Lumerians that come after, live their best possible lives. And it's what Dora has always wanted and what he ever always wanted to achieve. You could argue this may be the way that he cleared that path for them, because instead of, again, fighting and risking everything to help his people by winning this trial by combat, he asks Deborah a favor and says, when you win, it doesn't matter how this ends, because at the end of the day, Lumerian and Descante and all the different tribes are always going to feel the way that they do. However, at the very least, please do me this one favor. And the one favor that we will find out later is very important to Deborah's character, and again shows that he is a very honorable person in general. But two, he also gets Deborah to give him a moment to give a speech to all of the tribes of Sumeria. And in this speech, he reveals that the actual reason why the tribes were split apart and segregated so long ago, all these 10 years ago, was because the Descante people were actually interfering with Muru mines. And for a quick explanation, Muru is essentially a stone that holds cursed energy, very pure essence of it. And by touching it, you can not only amplify your own cursed energy and your own powers, but by stocking it and hoarding a lot of it, we even see later on in the chapter, you can build entirely large constructs just with one or two people channeling and harmonizing with that energy. And a lot of people in the crowd even mention that it makes sense why the Descante have become so powerful, especially since that time where they raided the Muru mines of the Lumerians and pushed them into their own place. And Dora even suggests that it's quite possible that may be exactly what's even happening here. They may have staged this whole event to have the Descante daughter killed simply because they want a reason to take over the canal and find the potential Muru mines that are in that area. As Dora mentions, you can claim that it's a religious war all you want and claim that you're trying to take us out because Arcalians are dangerous beasts and we refuse to get rid of them. But the truth is, our religion is a way of peace. Our religion is a way of coexistence. We're not asking you to accept the Callians. We're asking you to accept the way of life that we wish to uphold, which is to respect these beasts for who they are. Honestly, you guys are actually just taking advantage of that and using it to your benefit to make all the other tribes blind to what you're actually doing. Because if all the other tribes knew that you were invading Lumerian land to steal resources from them, you would look really bad in front of all the other Sumerian tribes. However, if you claim that it's a holy reason and that we have to get rid of these Lumerians because they're refusing to, budge and, they're refusing to get rid of these Callians. And sure, again, you could argue that the Lumerians were, in a way, being somewhat selfish because not only did they want to uphold the Callian beasts' livelihoods for the religion, they also wanted to do it because a lot of them would die if the Callians were exterminated in their areas. On top of that, the Descante aren't exactly clean either, because as we even get mentioned in the beginning of this chapter, when this duel is set up in current day, the messenger even says it's very unlikely for a Callian to get a hold of a Descante chief's daughter, simply because not only are all the Callians already exterminated in Descante land, the only way that they would be in vulnerability to a Callian is if they brought them to Lumerian land and then had a Lumerian get a Callian and provoke the Callian into eating the daughter. So it's very clearly a staged attempt of them doing exactly what they did 10 years ago. But despite this, Dora says that that's not what he's here to say today, because not for nothing, that's just going to cause political turmoil, and having that truth revealed is just going to cause more chaos than it is good. Even though it is the truth, and even though it's what a lot of people probably need to hear, because a lot of people need to realize that the Descante, the leading tribe of all of this planet, are scumbags. But at the same time, Dora knows that what's more important here is trying to play on everyone's empathy and saying, hey, look, we are just people like you. We just want to live the best life that we can, and we will do whatever we can to coexist. We just need you guys to also accept our differences. We are willing to accept your differences, but you also need to be willing to accept ours. Again, coexistence is a play on both sides. You can argue day and night that the Lumerians are the minority and they should stick and uphold to the status quo of the planet, but it's also important to acknowledge that if we truly want real peace and we want to remove all possibility of conflict, just because the Discante are the ones that make the status quo doesn't mean that they don't have a right to say, hey, look, we accept your way of life and we won't push against your way of life either. Either way of how you feel about it, it shows that no side is the good side. It's a very nuanced take on this conflict that ends up pushing the Lumerians off their planet entirely, because obviously Dora loses this tournament battle. He knew he was going to lose, and even Deborah was holding back during the fight, something that very much upsets Maru. But Deborah, again, showing a little bit more of his soft, more, polite side, says that he held back not because he disrespected and did not like Dora as a warrior, but because he didn't want to ruin Dora's face so that way he could have a proper burial and funeral. Which is just insane, man. What a good guy. For someone that has constantly been compared to Sukuna and has been said to be this, like, the new demon enemy, it's very clear that Deborah might not be a villain at all. Deborah, if anything, is a powerhouse of nature, sure, and we may end up having to face off against him at some point in time in the future of the story. However, I don't think someone that's this good-natured is really going to be a main antagonist for this story. Something tells me that not only with coexistence being an important theme of everything, there's going to be, as Dora says, something that is able to grant these Sumerians that have came to Earth and the Earthlings, the humanity that has always been there, a reason to see common goal and work towards that common goal together, potentially against an antagonist that neither of them would be able to handle alone. After the duel is lost, the remaining Lumerians know that on the land that they're on, it's going to be conquered by the Discante tribe by morning. So if they stay there, they're just going to get killed and rolled over. So they either evacuate and try to find some other land that is uninhabited and maybe just save as many women and children as they can, or they all die fighting and face off against the Discante like warriors. But Jabaloma correctly tells them that warriors going out and dying in a blaze of glory is great and all, but the real main point of warriors is to remain by the side of the people that need to be protected. Sure, if all the warriors want to go out and die in a war with the Discante that they're all going to guaranteed lose, that's fine, but just remember that you are going to be abandoning all of the innocent people that you are now leaving off to evacuate. And in this terrible situation, as everyone is just trying to figure out what the right thing to do is, they realize that no help is coming whatsoever either. Even though Dora tried to lend the ear of all the other tribes and just say, hey, please accept us, do something for us, it's very clear that no one is going to step in against the Discante, and they basically have no choice in this matter. At least that is until Deborah shows up, much to their upsetment, not like they want to see the person that killed the idol of everything that they wanted and hoped and dreamed of. However, Deborah says that the second favor, or at least the first one, that Dora had asked of him before dying was to please protect the Lumerian people and do everything you can to save them and put them on the right path. So what he does is he reveals the Muru mines that Dora has been hiding from everyone. Back when they first started the canal, if you remember, Dora specifically told Cross and Maru to avoid these rocks specifically, don't touch them. And all of these rocks were Muru rocks that Dora was planning to use to just give to Lumerians and have the citizens and the society thrive once everything was in the right place for it. And even though we never really got to that point due to, unfortunately, the greed of the Discante, it doesn't have to all be for nothing, all this work that we did. Cross says that it might have been for nothing, but at least this is amazing. But Maru, who clearly has inherited the will of Dora, the belief system that we can coexist and coexistence is possible, says, no, you're not looking at this right. And as he takes Cross's hand and their cursed energy gets amplified by the Muru stones, even Jabaloma admits that this is the most pure Muru he has ever seen in his entire life, as just the two brothers together wielding their power are able to construct the spaceship that we see carry the 50,000 Sumerians to Earth, as Maru, most likely using his curse technique, which allows him to harmonize and connect with other synchronizations that are close to his, is able to tell that there is a world out there that is similar to them, that also has cursed energy, Earth. We know that Modulo is happening now, so we already know that. However, what this does explain is why there's 50,000 Sumerians looking to immigrate from their home planet to a new one. Not all of the Sumerians are leaving the planet, and it seems like nothing crazy has happened to their planet, at least yet. I've seen theories that a lot of people think that the remaining Sumerians are going to come chase after us, and those are going to be the main antagonistic threat of the series. But what this chapter really shows to us is how nuanced that Akutami's writing is. And I know that there's been so many different comments about, you know, whatever side of the political spectrum that you're on, or people comparing the Descante, or people comparing the Lumerians to real world people. And I think the main message of all of this that Akutami is trying to get across, especially with the speech that Dora gives, revealing that no side is really perfect and no side is in the right here. No matter who you are, no matter where you come from, no matter what kind of people you are, we all truly, sometimes at the end of the day, believe we're doing the right thing. Most of us. There are always going to be people, no matter who you are and who you come from, that want to use greed and their power to take what is not theirs, and they don't care who they have to step on to get there. That's not a ingrained thing in any human being. It's something that is, some people are good, some people are bad, and that's even something that's said earlier on by Maru themselves. You know, you're always going to have people that are good people and people that are bad people, no matter who you are. And I think this chapter not only shows that, and shows that Akutami isn't afraid to cover both sides and cover the nuance of both sides, but also that whatever is building on in this story is going to go so much further than just alien politics and coexistence. While that is a theme that Akutami is going to be hitting, I am most excited to see what the threat is that is going to bring the humans and the remaining Lumerians together. Because now that we've got the full story, how are we going to continue this conversation with Cross and Yuka? How are we going to continue this story, and where are we even going to go from here, knowing that there are at least, bare minimum, 2 more volumes left to go?
This chapter of Jujutsu Kaisen Modulo feels like a calm before the storm, because things cannot go this well for too long. Everything that we've seen in this chapter is almost an exact parallel replica of how everything went down and started all of this mess to begin with things seemingly going well and coexistence beginning to sprout flowers that may bring way to peace and prosperity, while at the end of the day, there's always going to be that underbelly of society, or people within it that are more than willing to screw up a good thing to get what they believe is rightfully theirs. And based off of everything that happens in this chapter, not everybody on both sides of the government are on the same page whatsoever, because the chapter begins with Usami discussing with some of the other higher ups, it seems, in Jujutsu Society about what to do with Maru's situation, because what seems like forever ago now, Maru's third eye awakened, and not only did it destroy the first greater curse user that was just an absolute menace and was actually able to beat not just Yuka but also Tsurugi as well at the same time. And while Usami and Mino tried to do their best to erase the footage of Maru actually going up against Tsurugi, it seems like the higher ups were able to get a hold of this somehow. And because of that, they are more than willing to just designate all of the Sumerians as a threat, which essentially would potentially give way to war on their behalf, because as we also see in a meeting with the Sumerian higher ups, they are also just on the edge of war and invasion themselves. Both sides of the equation are being held together by a string and a paperclip, because Usami, in the human side of things, is one of the only people doing everything to stop Jujutsu Society from making the wrong moves against the Sumerian. Because with the designation of the Sumerians as a threat, war would be inevitable. But Usami is able to snake his way out of this by bringing up something that, one, I absolutely love as a great reference to the original story, but two, just proves that characters like Megami are more than willing to fulfill their ends of the bargain when they make promises. Because Usami is able to get Maru cleared of any kind of criminal action by fighting Tsurugi by using what he calls the Hikari provision. And while a lot of the younger people in the higher up meeting have absolutely no idea what the Hikari provision actually is, there does seem to be a woman among them that knows exactly what Usami is getting at. And we get the full reveal, which again, I just love. Basically, this is just a small law that was added to everything that Megami promised Hikari in order for Hikari to run his fight club. This was deemed acceptable since, as we already know, after the culling game, the existence of cursed spirits was revealed to the entire world, so they figured what would be the harm in just having regulated sorcerer battles for entertainment. Unfortunately, all of that kind of ended up getting scrapped in the long run, so this was just one of those cases where a bylaw was added in and everybody just forgot about it, and then multiple decades and generations went by, and this is just the law that really never applies in any case or scenario in this modern era, because again, as we've discussed, all of the performances and gambling behind it got scrapped. But because Usami is able to bring it back up and essentially designate Maru as a hired bodyguard, and also have Maru tried as a quote-unquote latent sorcerer, which Mino explains is another bylaw that was added into Jujutsu Society after the culling game, which essentially means that if any crimes are committed by a person who is unaware that they are using their Jujutsu, or it is a first-time offense, there is essentially a conditional discharge for that person, which means as long as they turn around and start using that Jujutsu for good, or they become regulated into the Jujutsu world, then they aren't charged with any crime and they essentially get a slap on the wrist. So because Maru is deemed a hired bodyguard and had an unknowing incident with Jujutsu, Usami can have him tried as a latent sorcerer, and because technically he was hired, he can also be tried under the Hikari provision for fighting Tsurugi, which essentially gets Maru off scot-free and has everybody else in the higher-ups absolutely livid at Usami, because they are just absolutely annoyed that he would go to such lengths to defend these people that, again, have nothing to do with them. These are aliens from a different planet that have come here unknowingly and randomly to immigrate and take place on their homeland. And as Usami already demonstrated, they are a very nationalistic, very self-enclosed, very unaccepting of foreigner country at this modern era in Jujutsu Modulo. Yet Usami says they need to change this, which is why Usami fights so hard to make sure these two tribes of people and aliens do not end up being in war. Usami believes this will be a benefit to all of the world if these people are able to coexist, and Usami will do anything he can, whether that mean weaseling his way through the law, to make sure this happens. Because as he directly calls out all of the people around him, he says, hey, look, if you guys want to start getting up and actually doing your jobs for once, then that's no problem. I'm more than happy to see that. However, the very fact that you are using this one opportunity to do your job to drag not only us, but the rest of the country down, I would highly appreciate if you didn't do that, which is a very sly and insanely mean remark that Usami asks to have Mino apologize for later. Because at the end of the day, what the higher ups decide is, even if they go ahead and mark Maru off as a latent sorcerer and they don't try him and they can't mark Sumerians off as a threat yet, with the existence of Deborah and them understanding that if they start looking weak in the lieu of diplomacy, then they are going to be steamrolled all over when it comes to politics. So they need to display a demonstration of the human's power, which means they need to find the man, the myth, the legend himself, Itadori Yuji, my guy, my goat, who we see walking through a crowd of people. And while we don't know yet, we haven't gotten direct confirmation of why Yuji is quote unquote missing and what he's been up to lately, this is still a full reveal that they are not only aware that he is alive, we are now going to be having a reason to bring him into the fold of the story. Because I think a big question that a lot of us were having after the last chapter and finding out that Deborah was actually a pretty chill guy, what is going to be the the main threat and the main problem that breaks up all of this quote-unquote coexistence and causes a fight to break out? What will cause Itadori Yuji to have to actually join the story of Modulo and flex his powers against someone like Deborah, or maybe a third party that we just don't know about yet? Maybe Mahito coming back. I know everybody is very watchful for that to happen as well. Why I say this is a calm before the storm is because, again, not only the humans preparing to find Yuji, it's very clear from the side of things we get of the Sumerian vote on whether they should go to war or begin to coexist with the humans. Regardless of the vote coming to a pass of the Sumerians looking to coexist, we see all the different sides to the Sumerian government. Oski, the guy who not only has been with the Lumerian tribe since the very beginning, since the twins were young, this was the very original guy that destroyed the canal and had all of those people rounded up to be radicals and possibly work their way up to hurting Dora if he continued to build things for the Discante, spreading rumors that he was getting paid under their Discante leadership belt. You know, this guy, even though he did all of those awful things, Cross, Maru, and Dora were more than willing to forgive him when the canal was accepted across the Lumerian tribes and actually ended up benefiting everyone. And I mean, Oski was even the guy that was talking Dora up and saying, oh, he saved our country by winning the tournament that got us not exiled and exterminated completely. You really see how someone like this, his thought process goes from side to side. When Dora was this champion, a warrior that was able to win them this battle that got their tribe, you know, able to survive, Oski praised Dora. But the moment that Dora started doing things that he didn't like or doing things that he couldn't understand with his, you know, short-term vision, he started downplaying Dora and even rallying people up to start sabotaging Dora's plans. Once again, once the canal proves to be a very beneficial thing for all Lumerians, Oski is back to praising Dora and more than happy to help and work. But here we see, once again, as soon as we get to Earth, Oski thinks this is a perfect opportunity to not just completely invade and just roll over all of Earth, but start establishing autonomous zones in their capitals. He says that this is their chance to actually be like the Discante, to be the ones that steal and not have anything stolen from them ever again. There are two sides when it comes to things like oppression. People like Oski have endured segregation and oppression by the Discante people. Yet you have also people like Maru who, despite enduring that segregation, are more than willing to accept other people and even, as we've seen with Dora, make ways to build bridges with the people that may have oppressed them. Whereas Oski is more than willing to destroy all of that because it's not that he wants peace. He wants to be one of the people on the top. He wants to be the Discante. He wants to be the people stealing from others and having everything and making the decisions. He doesn't want just everything to be normal and everyone to coexist. That is not his ideal world. Whereas people like Maru, people like Cross, people like Jabaloma, as we see, are more than willing to vote for coexistence because they believe that's best for their society. Even someone like Deborah, who we know has a very polite and peaceful nature, after vetoing the decision to have war twice, actually accept the vote of coexistence and peace with humanity. Not only does this brief scene show us that the Sumerians are also divided on this conflict between the humans, but there are people like Oski that directly hold political power that are more than willing, or at least have been in the past, to sabotage peace in order to get what they want. With the reveal that coexistence passes for Sumerians, coexistence also goes with the humans, and we are starting to plan this big dinner with Yuka, Tsurugi, Cross, and Maru getting the meal plans and doing everything they can to make it a very kosher and fun environment for everyone to see eye to eye for once. Is the bomb that goes off, the thing that's going to ruin all of this chance for peace, going to be someone like Oski that is more than willing to just ruin all of this for his own benefit, as we have seen time and time again? Or is it going to be something third party entirely, like Mahito, who steps in and begins to throw everyone out of whack and give people a reason to either fight conflict by killing someone and, you know, throwing, you know, the shade and the blame on others? So I will fully admit, while I'm normally not a fan of average slice of life anime and manga stuff, what I think chapters like this prove is that Akutami is really able to give so much characterization and honestly explore a lot of the overall plot and move things along in the background
background in such a pace that we don't even realize what's happening until we finish the chapter and realize that, oh my god, we actually kind of put together a lot of critical information in this chapter. Half of it was just Maru and Tsurugi diving for octopi, and the other half of it was the Sumerians and the humans eating Takopi, or Takopa. I'm not Japanese, I'm sorry. Please don't crucify me in the comments. But the way that a lot of this lore gets slipped into the conversation, such as in the very beginning of the chapter when Usami and Mina are discussing that, now with Sumerians and humanity at least opening the gates to potential coexistence, Pandora's box has theoretically opened. And what they mean by that is there is no turning back now. Whether this event of everyone meeting together ends in war or it ends in peace and bliss, there is no telling, but there is no way to go backwards. They can't tell the Sumerians to leave now. At this point, they have opened their doors. And what this means on a political scale for the world, not just Japan, is the fact that the Sumerian spaceship is powered by cursed energy could potentially throw everything that has been worked to be mitigated in Japan off whack. And what I mean by that is we already know and have seen in the beginning of the chapter that since the reveal of cursed spirits and cursed energy, obviously this led to a human trafficking organization that basically amounted to Japanese people being kidnapped and harvested for this cursed energy. However, Mino says up until this point, there really hasn't been much of an advancement on that level of technology. Cursed energy can still really only be converted into cursed techniques at best, and you can't really turn them into weapons or any kind of tools. They haven't exactly figured out the way to turn this into energy that will power an entire country like we were mentioned in the original series. However, now that the secret will be out that a whole group of people were able to power a spaceship of all things with cursed energy, if any of that technology gets analyzed, that will change the political landscape of the world entirely, and technological advancement will not only skyrocket, but the criminal syndicate that was basically just put a lid on, finally, of Japanese people being trafficked for their cursed energy due to the appearance of aliens and that kind of settling things down a little bit, everything will spike back up now. Now that cursed energy in the Japanese people, even if it's small, minuscule amounts, because it has basically the well has run dry as sorcerers have grown weaker and weaker over time, that cursed energy, even though it's small, will still serve as big of a purpose as it originally was thought to. So now what is of big priority is for the humans to get the Sumerians not just on their side when it comes to coexistence, but also have them quote unquote owe them one, because now they need the Sumerians to sign an NDA and basically keep quiet about their cursed energy technology, because they need to, at the very least, figure out the best course of action to introduce this to the world and also root out the internal corruption of other governments around the world, which, I mean, Usami, good luck with that. You can't even handle your own higher ups. But anyway, in any place, they need to keep this technology secret. And during the dinner, there is actually the perfect opportunity that the humans have to do this, because as we know, Deborah's younger sister was taken as a hostage by the Discante chief when the tournament battle between Deborah and Dora occurred. It's basically confirmed that small figure with the hood might as well be Deborah's younger sister that came with them on the trip to Earth. However, the issue is being taken as a hostage essentially ended up with Deborah's younger sister getting a curse placed on her. And this curse means that as soon as the Discante chief dies, she will also perish as well. Or if Deborah ever betrays the Discante tribe, then she will indeed perish as well. Obviously, Deborah taking the Lumerians off of the planet and basically just escaping from his own home village would probably be considered betrayal, but Jabba Roma is pretty sure that they're out of the technique's range right now. However, they don't want to be too, sure about that, and God forbid if Deborah's betrayal condition doesn't affect her, but the Discante chief's death still does, they want to know if there's any possible way to remove that curse and if the Japanese sorcerers can help them. Which, again, Usami and Mino seeing this as the perfect opportunity to get in the Lumerians' great graces and potentially get them to owe them a favor, such as signing an NDA. Usami thinks that they can use the black rope, Miguel's weapon from Africa. If they can get their hands on that, they can potentially expunge the curse from Deborah's sister and completely erase all worry of that coming back to haunt them ever in life. With the dinner the food, and the actual relationships between the Sumerian people and Jujutsu sorcerers actually going really well, that is probably the best case scenario for everyone. Deborah's sister gets her curse lifted, and we get the NDA signed. Japan is able to advance their cursed energy understanding and technology. The Sumerians get a safe place to live, and everyone is able to coexist greatly. Now, obviously, there are going to be some cultural differences, which we actually do go a little bit into when you see Tsurugi and Maru go diving for the octopus that they're going to be serving, which is a fun little scene in and of itself, having Tsurugi and Maru basically two kind of polar opposites finding common ground and finding a friendship. And you also have the same kind of thing with Cross and Yuka, right? And Maru and Tsurugi discuss how being a warrior on Sumeria is basically what being a sorcerer on Earth is like. However, on Sumeria, Lumerian women are not able to be sorcerers. And it's not because of some kind of patriarchy or misogyny, any kind of thing like that, chauvinism. What it really is because, at least on Sumeria, Lumerian women are only windows, which is a very old term from early Jujutsu Kaisen. And what that basically means is while they can see curses and understand cursed energy, they themselves cannot harness it and use it in battle. And same thing for the Descante. Even though they are stronger, Maru's heard rumors that Descante women can use cursed energy powers, but he's never seen it personally. He says that because the Kallians gifted the Sumerian people the power of Raruka, but we know it as cursed energy, so I'm just going to keep saying cursed energy, it just makes it easier. They gave them the power of cursed energy in order to protect the woman and children, and that is a man's duty to fight since he cannot give birth. And honestly, Tsurugi kind of calls this out from the very beginning and says, oh, it sounds like old school Japan. I definitely understand it. I can understand wanting to protect someone. It's not that you find someone weak, but it's more so because you don't want to see that person get hurt. They actually joke a little bit about, who's the weak one if we're the ones that are so scared to see them get hurt. And while that's a little bit of a common ground found between them, Tsurugi also mentions that, not for nothing, that kind of system extremely hurts people, that if a man doesn't have sorcery powers, then he's kind of shit out of luck. And if a woman can't give birth, then she's kind of shit out of luck. But Maru does say that in Sumeria, at the very least, anyone who does their due is able to make something of themselves and reach high status, such as Jabaloma, who is not a warrior by any means, but still a very well-respected member of society. So, despite the differences, it seems like there is a level of respect between everyone in Sumeria. The difference is, though, is Maru does feel kind of bad because he knows that the women of Sumeria are never able to leave the spaceship, and now that they're finally able to join the culture exchange, he feels kind of embarrassed that they've had a lack of freedom. On top of that, you also have Yuka and Cross discussing their own things, and Cross thinks that Yuka should stop hiding the whole, brain cancer thing from not just her whole family, but on top of that, her brother, which is probably one of the closest people to her. And Yuka says that she is not going to do that. She just wants to live the last days of her life as normally as possible. She doesn't want special treatment. She doesn't want anyone to feel sorry for her and offer her, a dog's last couple of days and make her the last days of her life as special as possible. She just wants everything to be normal, and then one day everything just ends. And Cross seems a little put off by this. He feels bad for her, and he's starting to actually not feel attached, but overall feel some kind of empathy for this other race of a person, other species entirely, which shows that, especially when they're eating the dinner and everyone's able to get along, and Deborah even ends up having a love at first sight moment with the chef, which is so funny because Mino makes a joke about a political marriage earlier on in the marriage, and then Usama says this might actually work later on. Again, as someone that doesn't really like slice of life stuff, I actually genuinely really enjoyed this chapter. And on top of that, the way that it ends shows how this is just the calm before the storm, because things can't go too well for too long. And unfortunately, we had too good of a time, and the universe needs to balance out. As we finish this chapter, we cut back to Oski, who we already know hates the whole coexistence thing as it is, even refusing to go to the cultural exchange despite how clearly fun it is and how everyone's gassing it up for him. But when the elder comes back tearing from his third eye, which we know can potentially end up being a death sentence for this person, it is revealed to us that this person witnessed the Earthlings kill a Kallian. And I think it's undeniable now the connection between what a Sumerian Kallian is and what a Earthling curse spirit is, because without a doubt, there have been small inklings and sprinkles of information that have made it clear that may have gone under the radar before, but now it's undeniable because, for one, you have the reveal of Jabaloma the last couple of chapters mentioning that there is no definitive Kallian form, and Kallians come in all different shapes and sizes, which we know are the same as curses. But if you need anything more relevant besides the fact that the Kallians are the ones that gifted the Lumerians cursed energy, all that good stuff, when Tsurugi and Maru are facing the first grade curse user, and the first grade curse user summons its Shikigami, when Tsurugi goes, "Oh my god, it's a guardian spirit," Maru's first reaction is to call it a Kallian. And now, this is a guardian spirit, not a curse spirit, it's a Shikigami. However, one, Maru probably wouldn't understand the difference coming from Sumeria. I mean, a guardian spirit can look like a curse spirit, right? Just like Hanami was a quote-unquote natural spirit, which is why it was able to go through the barrier in the exchange event. It wasn't a full, complete curse spirit, all that weird stuff. And I think that is the idea, and that was our first inkling, because seeing this spirit, if Maru finds that to be a Kallian, it's very clear that even if this elder is mistaken, it wasn't a Kallian, it was a Shikigami, or it was a curse spirit, or he watched a sorcerer exercise a curse. The fact that the Lumerian's third eye is crying shows that this is in fact the case. And I think for getting such a peaceful and fun chapter, what happens after this is going to explode and detonate any chance that the Sumerian and humans ever had, because now, knowing that curse spirits are the Kallians, the sacred beings of the Lumerian people, and having that come back to bite them, and people like Oski that are more than willing to take advantage of that and use that for their own means to just give it all out war and take over and not just protect their sacred being from these earthlings, but get a new home in the same simultaneous action. And guys, I've got to say, Jujutsu Kaisen Modulo is shaping up to be a serious, great story. It gets better every chapter, to be honest with you. And the fact that I am sitting here gassing up a chapter that was 75% slice of life just because of the writing and story that was involved in it shows me that even if we only have 2 volumes left after this, they're going to be some of the best volumes that we've had in a hot minute. And basically, in one swift chapter, all chances of coexistence are immediately thwarted by one simple act of essentially what a lot of the themes and messages of the story have been talking about this entire time, and what Usami has just been fighting for since chapter 2, to not look at these people as an other, to look at these people as a group of people just like our own that just need somewhere to call home, somewhere to call safety. But instead, we have people in the higher ups, as well as, I won't even lie, people in the Sumerian higher ups as well. There are radicals on both sides that have essentially led to this situation happening, because both Jabaloma and Usami are able to admit fault in this situation, and taking the neutral path and the fence sitter option. I know I'm the worst kind of person that could possibly exist, right? But they're not wrong. If the Sumerians like Oski did not infiltrate Tokyo without any kind of permission, they would not have stumbled upon curse spirits and had such a confusion. And if Usami and the other higher ups and other sorcerers had just been upfront and real about not just Jujutsu sorcery, but with all the things they know about curse spirits, then we wouldn't have been in this situation in the first place. And I really do think that this is such a realistic situation that could end up with these two parties that really genuinely did have a chance at peace last chapter to just completely lose any hope and lose all goodwill for each other, even though the people at the forefront that were actually trying to coexist and actually trying to put in effort still, at the end of the day, wanted to move on from this. Because you see, essentially, with everything that happens, with the demon-infested Tokyo having nothing but curse spirits and being filled to the brim with evil, and with all of the Sumerians being there and realizing that their third eyes start crying when these beings beings are killed, they come to the conclusion immediately, especially radicals like Oski, who already hated the humans and were just looking for a reason to not like them, right? By realizing that these are very close cousins to curse spirits and their third eyes cry, they have every reason to go against the humans and fight. And as far as it goes in regards to the humans, the worst thing about all of this is as this incident in Tokyo is going on and basically all possible chances of negotiation between humans and Sumerians fall apart, you have the B-roll of basically this entire chapter, which is Yuka, Tsurugi, and Maru going from talisman to talisman across the different areas of Japan, or at least the, area that they're in Jujutsu High at this moment, because Tokyo is completely ruined, so maybe they're in Kyoto. Either way, it's such a tone difference with these three characters that are able to talk to one another and have friendly banter and discuss the different ideals and the different symbolisms in their society, as Maru is more than willing to share the differences of sacred Kalians that are able to essentially tell if you're a sorcerer or a non-sorcerer and what your role is in the village from birth. And you have the lower level Kalians, which again is just more and more similar to cursed spirits, because what Usami and Mino come to the conclusion is, at the end of the day, is that they are very close cousins. They're very close siblings. They aren't exactly the same thing, because something that Cross even points out to Oski is that if this was a full-fledged Kalian, then Oski would be on his knees, most likely dying because of his third eye crying. But because it's not exactly the same thing, just a close cousin, the tears from his third eye aren't emitting the same kind of emotional and physical response from his body, which essentially means that Kalians really are natural occurring beasts that evolve and exist on Sumeria, whereas cursed spirits, while kind of essentially being the same makeup and construct, are, as we already know, leaked negative energy from the Japanese people in the area. And something that I genuinely do think is really interesting and gives us an idea of how influential and powerful that the whole idea of social consciousness and the idea of the masses, and again, just where all of that negative energy is poured into, is the fact that Yuka and Tsurugi, while they're discussing everything with Maru, talk about how the cursed spirits only reside in Tokyo for the most part, because one, that is where all negative energy stems from the inhuman Makio battle with Sukuna, but also two, when they came out to the public with the revelation of cursed spirits, by telling the public that they only existed in Tokyo, they were able to basically funnel all of the public's negative energy, their thoughts and fears of cursed spirits ever existing, to that place. And Tsurugi says that over time, eventually that just became reality. The lie became the truth, which shows how just the idea of rumors and how the actual public's consciousness can affect cursed spirits so undoubtedly.
This video is sponsored by GamerSupps, the ultimate energy and focus formula. Use my code NOOP now for 10% off, and thank you GamerSupps for sponsoring the channel.
And I think that the reason we're retreading ground like this isn't just for exposition and just for reminding people how cursed spirits and different things come to be, but I think Akutami is bringing this up in the story because we are going to see this come back to bite us completely. We already know how this chapter ends, and I think it's finally time to talk about the biggest highlight of this chapter, because there isn't really anything else to discuss besides Usami and Jabaloma doing their best to try and stop the purge of cursed spirits, at least put it on halt until they can figure out what's going on with the Sumerian people and come to a decision that not only lets them purge the cursed spirits, because again, they don't want the cursed spirits to overpopulate and start expanding outside of Tokyo, but two, does it in a way that all of the Sumerian people can be kept safe and are assured that it's not just the humans slaying their sacred gods. Because this chapter ends with Deborah showing up, and he shows up right on cue saying what the hell is going on in a way that I've never seen anger be elicited from Deborah, because with all of this incident going on and everything ending up in confusion and people screaming at each other and Usami and Jabaroma doing their best to try and keep everyone calm, when Cross goes to reach in his pocket for something, Yukamaru, the higher up that was already, just like Oski, ready to start a war against the Sumerian people at the smallest dime, shoots Cross without hesitation right in the chest because he claims that Cross reached for something and Cross was gonna definitely attack. Cross was not going to reach for a gun, and it shows how that prejudice, the way that Yukimaru was always looking at these lower than them immigrants, these people that were imposing on them and gave them no choice but to accept them as visitors and guests and are now treading on their homeland. The exact kind of national regressive instincts and thinking that Usami brought up in the very beginning of the series coming to light right here and there could potentially end up with Cross just being dead. And if Cross is dead, even if he isn't, we have now reached an impasse between these two parties, because whether Usami and the Sumerian people like Cross are able to explain it or not, Yukimaru now has every reason to start fighting with the Sumerian people. And you can see this by the fact that his subordinate, the person with the katana, says we are more than willing to defend ourselves and protect our own. As you have people like Aski and the other Sumerian warriors that are also very upset of Cross's death and are more than willing to jump into battle against the humans, which I just think is super funny because only a couple chapters ago you had Aski complaining about Cross and how much he hated and felt like Cross looked down on him. And yet the moment that Cross dies, Aski is more than willing to fight on behalf of him and die as a martyr for him, which just shows the not just ignorance and hypocrisy in the thinking of the radicals like Yukimaru and Aski, but it shows that even when you have people like Usami and you have people like Jabba Roma at the head of things working together to make sure all is peaceful and everything can coexist as greatly as it possibly can, there will always be other people in these parties that are more than willing to destroy and self-destruct every single bit of it for their own gains and their own beliefs, no matter how hard the people that want peace are willing to try and get there. Because the thing is, if it was just the confusion over cursed spirits and Kallians, Usami and Jabba Roma were kind of right to say, hey, look, let's disperse, let's meet later, and let's see if we can kind of figure this out and talk out our differences. That potentially could have worked, because if it was just the confusion over cursed spirits, that is something that coexistence could have overcome and could have been explained. However, now, as Usami said earlier, Pandora's box is opened. There is no going back from any of the actions that we take past this point. And one of the things that we can't go back and we most likely won't be able to forgive is Cross getting shot, whether he lives or dies. Because now the feud between the Sumerians and humans has nothing to do with the curses. It started off small like that, but now that completely does not matter and is the smallest factor in the room. The elephant that is causing all of this to happen now is the fact that Cross was shot without any reason and he may die, which is, for one, if Cross dies, the amount of things that could change in this story, from Maru's entire perspective on everything, now losing another person to such selfish, ridiculous needs or reasons, and people discriminating against others. And on top of that, with Deborah having this cliffhanger of an ending that we get, no one in this area in Tokyo right now is capable of stopping the anger of someone that is a special grade threat. And with Cross gone, Jabba Roma is not going to be able to convince Deborah to not fight. So this may be the moment where we get Itadori Yuji to show up and help. This may even be another moment where, again, bringing up how negative energy works and how potentially the fear of humans can accelerate from the way that the Sumerian people could look at, humans. Maybe this is also the potential return of Mahito. I know there are so many different things happening in this story, but I will say I cannot wait to see what the rest of Jujutsu Kaisen Modulo has in store for us, because as we get closer and closer to the halfway point of this story, I've got to say the characterization, the backstory, the lore, and everything that we've gotten in this world and that has led to this moment is not only a satisfying and a very tense story beat, but leaves us wondering what the heck could possibly happen next. Because again, who's going to be able to handle Deborah? And if someone shows up that can handle Deborah, who is it going to be, and how is that going to influence the story? And even past this whole Deborah situation, where do we go from here? Because we know we at least have double the chapters left in this story. And with the way the story's pace has been going, I can only imagine how much more everything is going to amp up. But guys, let me know what your thoughts are down in the comments. This review may have been a little bit jumbled up, and I do apologize for that. But with how crazy this chapter was, and with how streamlined it is and how quickly we get to everything and how primarily the focus on this chapter is where the heck we go from here. I can't even help but just feel just as discombobulated as everybody in this situation right now. As per what happened last chapter, we know that Deborah, as a very strong individual, probably the strongest individual on Earth right now, is not going to have a single challenge from anyone on Earth. And we see that come to complete fruition here in this chapter because everyone is stun locked by what's going on and by Deborah's appearance. And his aura is insanely powerful right now just because he is furious. So what do we know? Well, what we do know specifically is, as we said before, Cross was shot, and the status that Cross is in right now is most likely near lethal. There is nothing that the Sumerians are able to do on their end when it comes to medical help support. He is in critical condition due to a vital organ being shot, and even the human sorcerer's reverse curse technique is unable to save him in any way. So you have Maru, who is left in absolute shock that his brother is technically almost about to die. And then on top of that, you've got Tsurugi, who is completely dumbfounded by all of this happening in general, finding out that they can't even help him. They have no idea if Cross is going to survive this ordeal or not, which is just absolutely awful if you really think about it. The fact that Cross could potentially lose his life because of Yakumaru's bitch ass is ridiculous. So this brings us right back to the past for a solid moment where we get to see everything that unfolded with the arrival of Deborah. As the Sumerians show Deborah this, basically what might be Cross's corpse, he is utterly just pissed and ready to kill everybody in sight. And when I say kill everyone in sight, I quite literally mean for a moment, Deborah says, "How many of you are present right now?" He counts every single person. He goes 1, 2, 3. There's about 13 of you. I personally don't think that's enough, but for Cross's life, I'm going to have to kill every single one of you and maybe some more humans on top of that just to make up for the lost Crosses to our tribe. Which is, for one, it shows how this polite, very chill Deborah character who was more than willing to allow peace to happen between the two species, I should say. Deborah instantly lays down the law and shows that not only is he capable of being chill, but he is only capable of being chill because he knows he can take control of a situation whenever needed. It's not so much that he wants to be violent and he wants to be this way, but he knows full well that no one is going to be capable of stopping him in a situation like this. And we see it completely in honestly one of the most disgusting ways possible, because right here you have a moment where, again, Deborah is about ready to kill every single person that moves in this vicinity. And he's like, "What the hell are you guys doing?" And of course, here comes the main confusion of everything, as we know. The event that makes it almost impossible for humans and Sumerians to coexist at this point. Because there is someone, the reverse curse technique user of Jujutsu Society even says as much. Hey, I can't heal Cross, but the truth is, even if I could heal Cross, we're just putting out a fire that we started, right? Like, just because we heal Cross doesn't solve the issue of the fact that now every single Sumerian views curse spirits as Kallian. That confusion and everything that happened in this moment completely leads to the full-on acceptance that Sumerians fully believe that curse spirits are Kallians now. There's no budging when it comes to the Sumerian belief at this point now. Try as they might try to explain that these curse spirits are not the same as Kallian, especially now that they've lost Cross, one of their biggest advocates for coexistence. The entire idea of Kallian and curse spirit coexistence has completely, or being the same thing, has completely melded. Speaking of the people that are talking about Yakumura, Yakumura does get fucking absolutely dusted by Deborah almost instantly. Deborah is definitely acting emotional right now. This is without a doubt Deborah in an emotional state, because even in this panel right here, you have Jabaloma begging Deborah to stop. He's saying, please control yourself. Please get a hold of yourself. And this is where we see just how powerful Deborah is. Usami tries to protect Yakumura in a quick moment in order to stop everyone and get everyone to freeze, right? Usami uses curse speech and tells Deborah to not move. And in honestly, something that we quite literally have probably never seen before, because something we've even seen Sukuna be affected by Inumaki Toge's curse speech. The backlash was insane, but Sukuna was still affected. Deborah is so strong that the curse speech doesn't even work on Deborah. But what's even worse, because the sorcery of curse speech is still in play and Deborah is just ignoring it entirely, every step and move that Deborah takes is essentially just causing more and more of a backlash on Usami, to the point that not only his throat, but also his hand, his entire body ends up almost coming apart entirely, to the point where Usami is literally on his deathbed at the end of the chapter. I don't know if I have that panel here, but not just Cross. Usami is now also on his deathbed, and the reverse curse technique user is also, again, unsure if she'll even be able to get Usami out of his critical condition. Every step, every move that Deborah takes, so ripping Yukimaru's arm off, as well as Deborah moving in and getting closer to Usami. The moment, like, Usami is coughing up more and more blood, and Deborah is again just like, oh, this is how powerful that you guys are? Interesting. And then this is where we get the scene of when he's like, okay, well then there's 13 of you here. I can kill all of you, but I'm still not gonna feel like that's enough to make up for Cross's death. And you see the look on everyone's face here, because everyone knows no one's doing anything in this moment. If Deborah truly, really wholeheartedly was going to murk every single person here in this moment, no one would have been able to stop him. No one would have been able to do anything at all, which is honestly one of the scariest things imaginable. It shows how far Jujutsu sorcerers have fallen. Right as Deborah says the only way to make up for all of this is to kill every single one of you guys, and again, that he still doesn't even feel that that's enough. Usami, again, as he's collapsing and just spitting out like mountains and pools and just floods of blood at this point, Usami's body is quite literally destroyed. The only thing that stops Deborah from doing all of this is Usami falling to his knees, begs Deborah more than anything, if you're going to kill them to make up for what we've done, kill me. Save all of these people, don't let any of these people die, and just kill me. You only have to get rid of me. In that moment, looking down at Usami, groveling on his knees, covered in blood, and just looking up at him, and Usami, again, being the only one that has the confidence to stand up to a fucking calamity like Deborah, for a split second, Deborah is reminded of Dora, his old friend that he promised he would protect the Lumel for. And with that being said, Deborah turns around and says, all right, Jabaloma, let's pack up, let's get the fuck out of here. The only thing that saved them was Usami being bold enough to be the only one to die instead of everybody else, which again reminds Deborah of Dora. Once again, the only reason anybody is saved is Dora. Dora saved all of the Jujutsu sorcerers in this moment here, and none of these people even know who he is, which is just funny and insane to me, right? Like, it shows how big of an impact someone like Dora can have on the people around them, even though he's not here to actually do anything. The very thought of his character is enough, which is something that Gojo was saying, right? Like, even way back when, where your influence as a person transcends generations. After all of that happens, we are essentially left with a crossroads here. As Deborah and Jabaloma and all the Sumerians take their leave, and all of the humans also take their leave, what ends up happening is the Sumerian people keep their ship docked in Tokyo specifically, and they make a declaration to the people of Japan as a formal government now. The people of Sumeria have declared themselves a actual government existing on Tokyo, and they're essentially saying that this is our land, and if you want to coexist, you must cease the exorcism of all curse spirits. With this declaration to the human people, they realize that they're kind of in a terrible situation here. Now that the Sumerians are declaring themselves a formal government of people, and the only way that they will coexist with humans is if they cease the exorcism of all curse spirits, humanity is now put in a terrible position because despite what the Sumerians want to believe, quite literally, the humans are like, well, we're kind of fucked here, right? Because we can not exercise curse spirits, but then all of the curse spirits are going to start leaking from Tokyo. And they're honest. They're like, hey, you know what? At first, if it's just fly heads, grade 4 curses, maybe leaking through the barrier of Tokyo, no problem. However, the curse spirits of grade 2 and higher that have been living in Tokyo and amassing power and getting stronger and stronger, that have just lived longer and longer in the actual heart of Tokyo, once they begin to break out of the barrier, it will be hell broken loose entirely. The one girl with the pigtails in the higher ups actually mentions that if that begins to happen, it's essentially just going to be the Shibuya incident all over again, but pretty much across the entire country. If not, they will begin to expand further throughout the world. That's my words, not hers, but that is essentially the implication that is given. Once the curse spirits begin to leak out and they begin to get stronger and stronger and begin to break through the barrier, it's essentially just going to be all-out chaos. So the issue is, while they realize that, you know what, they can't fight Deborah, they can't win a fight against the Sumerian people, they also understand that they can't just ignore curse spirits either. So they're kind of put in a very tough position. Yeah, damned if you do, damned if you don't. So essentially what ends up happening is a month goes by. However, in that month, the population of curse spirits becomes, just like everyone predicted, near unmanageable. The sorcerers feel like they have absolutely no choice but to go behind the Sumerians' back and kill curse spirits at night in the dead of the dark while no one is around, so that way they can keep the population at a regular level that isn't going to overflow while staying, out of, the political conflict. However, not the very smartest decision when you realize that these people have actual direct, spiritual connection with the curses. So even though they try to hide the extermination of curse spirits by doing it at the dead of night, again, the Sumerian ship is now located and sitting above Tokyo. As Oski does in this panel here, all they need to do is truly focus and they can still feel the deaths of curse spirits happening. They can quite literally still connect with them and feel voices. Now, the issue is, Oski is essentially communicating with all of these curse spirits at a constant rate, to the point that the people of Sumeria are trying to tell him, they're like, Oski, you don't need to do this. You can stop connecting with the curse spirits. Even Deborah is like, bro, you've got to chill with this. But Oski now lashes out at Deborah here and says, what do you know? You're just a Discante. You can't even feel the voices of Callian. You and humans are basically the same. You guys can't feel the Callian, you can't feel the cursed spirits' cries, so you just kill them without a second thought. And in that moment, something clicks in Deborah's head for a minute, and much to Jabaloma's sadness, Deborah basically looks at him and says, you know what? You're right. I am just a Discante. I'm not a Lumerian. I'm not one of you guys. I have my own way of life. And you know what? If that's what I am, then that's what I'm gonna be. And basically, what that amounts to is the only way to solve this issue for the Discante tribe is with a duel. And Deborah uses his Discante lineage as the next political chip going towards the humans because they will refuse to cease curse extermination. Deborah requests a duel of the human sorcerers, and he says, if we win, we keep Tokyo, and you guys leave us the fuck alone. If you lose, you guys can continually exterminate curse spirits as you feel, and we will leave. Well, as you can see here, Yuka is not doing so well. She's not looking so hot. She looks like she's got a little bit of she's looking a lot more like her grandfather right now. Let's just say this. She's got the Yuta bags under her eyes. She's got that, wow, the whole world is sitting on my shoulders kind of eye. And the reason for that is because they have absolutely no one else to fight in the battle against Deborah but Yuka Okotsu. Yuka Okotsu is their quite literal only hope of saving the world from the Sumerian threat as of right now. As a lot of people are saying in chat, because it's revealed that Yuka personally accepts this, she feels she does not argue and she says, I'll do it, no questions asked.
Most people can assume that is because she knows she's going to die anyway, and this is basically just the easiest way that she can have all of this go down. Now, this does open up a lot of different questions in regards to, is Yuka really the best fucking option they have out of everybody here? Is there something that the Jujutsu sorcerers know that we don't about Yuka? Or is there something that we haven't seen? Because again, Yuka hasn't done really anything at all since the first chapter. Now, a lot of people are wondering, why are they picking Yuka? No way is this the best we have. Well, something we do get is we actually do get confirmation that they are not able to at all find Yuji Itadori. No matter what they do, no matter who they talk to, no matter who they try to probe information from, they just can't find him. Not even to the point they have a lead. And we actually, which is very cool, they've reached out to everyone they could to the point that they actually reached out to Nobara, of all people. We actually do get to see Nobara in this chapter, which I actually fucking love. And this is a testimony that Mino shows all the higher-ups that explains where Yuji is, or at the very least, what Nobara even understands about Yuji's situation. Nobara essentially says the very last time anybody saw Yuji was at Hanakarusu's funeral, which assumedly happened before Yuta and Maki, because we know Yuji didn't attend Yuta and Maki's funeral. The reason for this, Nobara actually elaborates on, and this is because after seeing so many of his friends get old and die in front of him, he quite literally told Nobara that he can't take the pain of watching his friends die anymore. He quite literally cannot stomach it. He refuses to even be seen or even attend any future funerals of his friends, because quite literally the idea of knowing that his friends are dying around him is too much for him to handle. And the reason for that, Nobara even elaborates on even further, because she says even though he looks like just a musclehead, he's very sensitive. He can't bear to see anyone off because, not for nothing, if you remember the very first chapter of Jujutsu Kaisen, his grandfather's wishes for Yuji to be strong, save everyone you can, and then die with everyone, you know, with great friends looking around you. And the more time passes and the more people die in front of Yuji, the more he realizes that every day living the exact opposite of what his grandfather's final wishes were. And what makes this even worse is what makes Yuji feel this even harsher is essentially confirming the theory that everyone was kind of, you know, privy to but wasn't completely sure of, which is the actual confirmation that Yuji himself, due to his death painting lineage, due to the Kenjaku birthing, due to the Sukuna finger, whatever exact reason it is, Yuji does not age. So on top of this fact, every time he sees his friends, he is just being reminded of the fact that he can't die. Yuji never aging, watching all of his friends die around him is just a life that he never really thought of living. It's to the point that Nobara even says that she feels like she can't ever meet up with him or even visit him and see him anymore, because it just makes her so sad that he has to constantly be so apologetic about it and feel so guilty and bad about it. And she even says to that, listen, I don't know where he is, but if you find him, tell him to stop underestimating me. Which is just the most Nobara thing in the entire world that you could ever hear. Even to this day, right now, she's telling Yuji to stop being an asshole and stop looking down on her. Stop feeling bad for her. It is a nice, great moment to see. I love seeing the characters. I love seeing the older characters and seeing how they've grown. Nobara, 84 years old, just petting her little cat with her little eye patch. So yeah, it seems like Yuji's going to be living the longest active life aside from Tengen, essentially. Yuji is going to be a very Tengen-like figure. I kind of always had a feeling that was going to be the case. So, this chapter is, in my opinion, the best chapter of the entire series so far. I've really had a chance to sit down and think about basically everything that happens, and for this only being 14 chapters into a series, not only is the pacing for all of this immaculate, because all of these characters are set up so perfectly, where when moments like this happen, it's so heartbreaking and sad. But it's also unbelievable how real and natural all of this development and moving pieces of the story feel, when 3 chapters ago,
You had Maru and Tsurugi swimming through the ocean, trying to catch jellyfish and getting stung together and connecting on a level that Tsurugi probably hasn't with a lot of other people. And not only does that make me absolutely just so upset to know that negotiations and coexistence between these two people that genuinely had a real chance to succeed just fell apart so quickly due to the results of a few unfortunate radical people like Asaki and the Yukihara character from the Jujutsu higher-ups. I've seen a lot of people be willing to like forgive Asaki or be willing to, find some sort of common ground understanding, which I understand his character. However, I think people like Asaki and also people that shot the first bullet just because Cross reached into his pocket are just reactionary people that are, at the end of the day, detrimental to the sides that they're on. Because now the kind of situation that we're in, both parties are forced now to stay on the offensive. They can't give up. Unfortunately, the world that Dora predicted and the world that Dora wanted for his people, and also what he admitted kind of has to be done in situations like this where someone has to give, neither party is being willing to do so. It's now come to the point that the higher-ups are more than willing to send Yuka Okotsu to her death in the duel, especially now that they know that she has brain cancer and that was made public. Now they don't have any cares whatsoever about having her participate because, hey, she's gonna die anyway. You heard her prognosis, right? You heard everything that she has. And not only this, they're basically under the impression that no matter what they do, they're kind of screwed. Deborah is so powerful that even if they were to get help from the United States and they had the full military might of both of their countries, they wouldn't be able to stop Deborah. Their real only alternative to Yuka fighting Deborah here would be nuclear weapons. And no one's gonna want to be the country that drops a nuclear bomb on Japan again. So if they were to resort to that, they would have to make it themselves. At this point, we see the awful situation and state that the current Japanese government is in, right? We know from the beginning of the series that everybody had basically cut off Japan from allyships and just working. They were still passive allies, but no one wanted to reach out a hand and help Japan because they have been so closed off. They have held cursed energy like Monopoly. They have held all of their secrets tightly, and this kind of way that they have held their country has caused them, as Usami says himself in the beginning of the series, an ultra-nationalistic burden on the world around them that basically weaponizes their control over paranormal affairs to get ahead of everybody else. Which is why you have an underground market like the children getting abducted and everything like that as a cursed energy resource, because Japan refuses to open that knowledge up to everybody else, so therefore the only way to get it is illegally. And I'm not saying that it's Japan's fault that other people are invading their country and trying to steal their cursed energy, but you can see how they have constantly shot themselves in the foot, and now when they need help the most, they can't get any help. And at the end of the day, it has forced them into a position where Yuka is essentially the only chance they have, especially if they're not able to get a hold of Yuji Itadori. When it comes to the flashback that we get with Maru, the political side of the Sumerians also is, in my opinion, able to be completely understood as well. Both sides in this conflict are 110% justified in the actions that they are taking. And I know that there are a lot of people that do not like that Sumeria has come to Earth unprompted and begun to swing their dick around, for lack of a better phrase. But while the Kallion excuse, as I call it, their religion, the whole idea of the Kallion being the sole utter reason that the Sumerians are difficult to live around and be with is, in my opinion, an utter fallacy, right? Because it's about as real as the stones that Maru's father was protecting and that Maru's father died for. Maru is caught between multiple different things here. He is caught between his ideals of being a warrior, someone that protects his people, but also at the same time, he alone was one of the only people to understand that when you are guided by a blind belief in something, his father, as he says, we see his father was so blindly devoted to these stones that he thought were Mulu stones that he gave his life for it, and it was revealed that the stones weren't even Mulu. Maru keeps this to himself, right? He doesn't tell Cross that his parents and their entire village was destroyed for nothing, but I think the allegory is very apparent here when you even see Maru and Tsurugi clash towards the end of this chapter. Specifically, when you see radicals like Yukihara, or I might be saying his name wrong, I'm sorry, or Asuki. Asuki was already more than willing to vote for war and invasion and making Tokyo an autonomous zone, even before they knew curse spirits were involved at all with Kallian, and even before they knew anything was even in Tokyo. That's, I think, something to very much remember here. Because I think that everyone is getting so easily distracted by the Kallian idea here, and you are playing directly into something that Dora mentioned way back in the tournament stage a couple chapters ago, in which even when the Lumerian tribe's original home was destroyed and they were pushed out of their home, and Dora saved them, thank God, by winning that tournament against the Discante chief at the time, Dora admits as much that the Discante, while claiming that Kallian ate my daughter, there must be, repentance. We must fight and take your land for, payment. However, it's important to remember that at the end of the day, all they wanted was the Mulu stones that the Lumerian people had. They just wanted their resources. They wanted to mine all of that resource. And they said, hey, they have these Kallians here, these beasts that only really eat everyone but them. If we have a problem with the Kallians, everyone around us is going to be like, oh, well, obviously it's the religion. These people they're not willing to give up their gods. It's their fault. And I think you see this in the people that are very much willing to be like, hey, Samuria's the villains. They are evil. They need to give up their Kallian religion. And while neither here nor there, I would also agree in a sense. I think the Kallian thing and being so real, and if that is really the reason that they are so gung-ho about this, then yeah, I think that is honestly not a good thing to carry around, especially if you're trying to immigrate to another people's home planet. However, I think Maru's thought process here completely plays into that fact, and I think it's very interesting because, again, going into the idea that Asuki and the Lumerians were already planning on invading, taking over Tokyo, and now the moment they find out that curse spirits can be in any way related to Kallian, oh, you guys are slaughtering our Kallian. Now we have to take Tokyo, and now you guys have to stay out of it. That seems very convenient. And sure, we do have the scene of Asuki listening to the voices of the Kallian and fully believing what he's saying. But also at the same time, I think it's important to note that there will always be people that fully believe the cause, right? At the same time, that does not change that the people above are still using this Kallian excuse as a way to take power away from the Earthlings. Do I still think that makes Samaria a villain? Yeah, 110%. The people that were willing to make those choices are definitely not good. I think coexistence could have been a really big benefit for both parties in the series. I think that's a very big detriment. And it's something that I do want to get into in a little bit, how, again, I think what is at stake here is the fact that both parties wanted to take advantage of the other instead of just actually coexisting. And I think that is the biggest issue with all of this. The humans wanted to take the non-axe technology and use that to, again, hide that knowledge from the rest of the world, keep it all safe in Japan because they're the ones that will use it correctly, and they can massively benefit from all of that. All they need to do is get the black rope for Deborah's sister, and oh my god, you're in our good graces. You have Samuria, right, who Asuki even says wanted to be an elite from the very beginning. He says, I want to be a Discante this time around. And it's just ironic to me that he's now using the Kallian, and the rest of the Samurians are as well, to now establish what they already had planned for. And again, you could argue that, like Maru says, Maru isn't specifically looking to take over and invade an entire planet. That's not what he ever wanted to do. Maru, if anything, simply just wanted to live. But now he's in a rough position, and so is Tsurugi. Now that Cross has been shot, Maru really has to consider what matters most to him. Are these petty friendships that he made over the course of a couple months with these entire new species of humans that important to him? Or does it matter that Cross has now been shot and is on the verge of death, not even sure if he's going to wake up? There's, again, as Maru mentions in this chapter, 50,000 Sumerian people, that includes women and children, that are all on the non-axe spaceship. Say what you will about the evil Sumerian people that are in the higher ups that want to invade and use the religion as an excuse to take over a certain area of Japan. Say what you will about them. I'm not defending them.
that doesn't change the fact that there are still at least 5 figures worth of innocence. Not all of these people are evil. It's very quick and easy to demonize an entire group of people, but not all of these people. Some of these people are innocents. They're just women and children that are looking for a place to live and call home. And if they get kicked off of Earth, there's not even a guarantee they'll ever find another planet that is ever able to be inhabited by them. They could drift across space for eternity and their people just die out on a spaceship for the rest of time. And some people will say, oh, well, you know what? Sucks. That's their life. They should have went back to their home and fought for it. I think it's also important to remember that if they were left on Samuria, the Discante were about to exterminate all of them. The Discante were about to kill every single one of them. So these people really do not have anywhere else to go. And that's where Maru's having this conflict inwards, right? Mentally. He considers people like Cross and Deborah, he considers them kind because Cross, despite everything he had went through, was able to forgive and able to vote for coexistence. Deborah, despite everything he went through, apologized. Despite being a Discante of different people, was able to make friends with Dora, and even though he was forced to kill Dora, he did everything he could to not ruin his face, make sure he had a good funeral, and apologize because he never meant to hurt these people. However, Maru, as he dwells to himself here in this moment, realizes that he's no better than his father, because now regressed to his inner instincts with nothing left but being a warrior for his people. When Tsurugi goes to meet him in what ends up being a battle that we'll see next chapter, Maru is more than willing to fight for his people. But it's interesting what Maru says. Maru says, all right, sure, Yuka's gonna die, but hey, if you want to talk, losses, as he pulls his band-aid off, Curse Spirits and Kallions, you guys are slaughtering them. And also, you guys almost killed my brother. It's almost as if Maru instinctually, his id, right? Id, ego, and super ego. His id knows that he needs to be a warrior, that he needs to fight and protect his women and children. But at the end of the day, at the same time, he also has his ego and his super ego, the things around him that he has molded and his personality that he created over time, where he understands that he doesn't want to fight. He just wants to coexist with people. But in this moment, when having to choose a role and choosing a warrior, you see how quickly these beliefs and the heritage of his people come out of his mouth as if it was just so naturally there. Maru doesn't give a fuck about the Kallions. Maru doesn't give a fuck about, he cares about Cross, sure, but protecting his women and children becomes so much more. It becomes protecting his way of life. It becomes protecting his people. Exactly what Dora said. We're not asking you to respect our religion. We're asking you to respect our way of life. Maru saying, I'm a warrior, reminds me of Yuji saying, I'm a Jujutsu sorcerer. It's exactly like that. Maru has every right to protect his people, especially knowing that it took him 2 years to get to Earth, let alone from Samuria, with no idea if they were even going to land on an actual planet and if they were just drifting throughout space forever. Now that they landed somewhere, Maru says, this is the best place for my people and I'm gonna do what's right for my people. Before everyone calls me an alien lover, all that stuff, I will say at the very same time, Tsurugi telling things from his perspective is also very integral and important to his character as a whole too. Because Tsurugi at the same time is just as justified and has every reason to fight Maru here, as I just went on a tangent about Maru does. I feel like I wanted to talk about Maru first because I've seen most comments go against the Sumerians, but I do also want to make it very clear, Tsurugi wanting all of Samuria to leave the country has multiple reasons for it. Yuka, as Tsurugi goes to explain to Maru, Yuka going up against Deborah was her own personal decision. Yes, we know that for a fact. She wasn't forced into doing it. This is something that she went on with her own volition. Tsurugi even mentions as much that Yuka has been looking to give her life up on something, especially, which we know with her admittance to Cross, that she wants to live the rest of her life the best she can and as normal as she can. And if she can die in this fight with Deborah, if that not only helps the Sumerian people, but potentially solves all of this violence while also giving her a reason to die, not from brain cancer, but from doing something that she feels is her own volition, then that's what she's going to do. And this has, unfortunately, resulted in the worst possible situation of Yuka most likely using a binding vow that hastens her death.
has sped up her brain cancer, because even Tsurugi says that her condition has progressed way faster than the doctor originally said. It's only been 3 months or a couple months, I think, but she could die tomorrow, in a week from now. There's no way to tell for sure, because it seems like she is, again, hastening her death to, when she fights Deborah, be as powered up as she possibly can by staking her life on the line. Something that Maru was even like, well, that's interesting. I don't even know if it will be enough to fight Deborah, but okay. And regardless of the entire sister thing, you do also have the very obvious case in point that if Kallion's quote-unquote curse spirits are kept around, they could overpopulate, release through Tokyo, release outside of Tokyo, and cause another Shibuya incident potentially across all of Japan if these populations grow too powerful, because the Sumerian people refuse to slay and exterminate the growing population and number of cursed spirits. So that could potentially throw not just Japan, but all of the world out of whack. I think there's a lot of different ways to look at both sides here. I understand, you know, obviously, hey, these guys came here, they're showing up and they're stirring things up. This is a problem. That being said, at the same time, I think it's also important to recognize that both sides are completely at fault, and I don't think anyone is more right than the other, no matter what side you sit on. I mean, again, humanity wouldn't be in this situation if they were more honest with the Sumerians, if they were more accepting of the Sumerians, and if they were willing to diplomatically handle this cursed spirit Kallion situation in a better way. And again, without preaching to the choir, without preaching to both sides and getting back into the chapter overall, what I will have to say is, for both of these characters to have such a realistic and honest reason to throw their friendships away here and fight up against one another, it just proves Akutami has done such a master class of a job writing both of these people into a conflict that really does feel like it's out of both of their hands. Neither of them want to be in this situation fighting against one another, but they really don't have a choice. Tsurugi admits it's what he has to do as a brother to make sure his sister can live another day, and also to make sure that his people are safe as a Jujutsu sorcerer. Just like, again, it's Maru's every right and reason to stand up for his people and declare that he thinks that his people should be able to stay here. I don't think any side is more right than the other, is what I really, really would get across. I also love that Tsurugi does get this nice inner monologue here that shows that he's also very intelligent, right? He's a very smart person. Tsurugi, thinking about all this on his own, was able to piece together that the non-axe is essentially a full creation of Maru and Cross's curse technique, because he rightfully figures out that the story they heard of the planet of Samuria doesn't make sense for them to have a hyperdimensional, like, space traveling spaceship that's powered by cursed energy. Just doesn't make sense. From everything they've heard, they don't even seem to be as modern as Earth is, and if you want to just hand wave away, oh, you know, they're aliens, obviously they could just do it. That doesn't make no sense. And he assumes that using the Mulu stones, that with Maru and Cross's curse technique, that harmonization, Maru's curse technique was not only able to build the spaceship and send all those 50,000 Sumerians to Earth, but using that harmonization technique, that's how they were able to locate Earth. And on top of that, using the harmonization technique to find the Lumerians' perfect match, Maru was also able to get all of the Lumerians to be able to speak the exact same language as the humans. So now there's a legit explanation as to why all of these aliens are able to speak Japanese to the humans and coexist so easily. Because Maru and Cross's curse technique is powering the non-X and powering coexistence as a whole. It's the only reason that Maru and Tsurugi are even able to have this conversation right now. So again, you have these two characters that are both having full-on reasons to have conflict right now. Maru, who needs this duel to happen because he needs his people to secure Tokyo as an autonomous zone to live, and Tsurugi, who needs to have this duel called off to make sure his sister lives as long of a life as possible in her last couple of days, months, weeks, however long she has left. Tsurugi now being able to put two and two together that Maru is the one that controls the non-axe. He demands Maru take his people and leave Earth. Or at the very least, get the fuck out of my country. And when Maru refuses, declaring that he is in fact a warrior that will protect his people no matter what, as he believes this is their only chance at survival. Again, I mean, it's just a sad moment. It really is. I could cry. It's so sad to see these two characters who, again, like 3 fucking chapters ago, swimming with each other and getting, you know, stung by jellyfish. They have no choice but to fight one another. They don't want to, but the circumstances of their birth, you know, make it impossible for anything other than conflict to occur. Yeah, the truest clash of ideals possible. I've got to say, again, masterclass of a chapter, in my honest opinion. I think it was absolutely amazing. I cannot wait to see what happens next chapter. If we're going to be completely honest with you, I really don't know how long this fight will go. I doubt either of these characters are going to die here. I have seen and heard multiple theories and people's ideas as to what may actually happen, and I do admit I do have a very much liked theory that I'll get into. That's basically my summary of the chapter. I mean, all I can say is this fight that happens is just breaking my heart, and I hope neither of these characters are injured or severely hurt in this battle, and I hope something stops this fight. I just severely hope it. I hope it happens. I would be surprised if this fight is long. Knowing Gege and knowing how Gege has been pacing the series, especially knowing that we may have like 10 to 15 chapters or so left, I think this fight won't last a chapter. I think it will probably end next chapter. People are going to be probably very upset by that, but I'm okay with it. It makes sense to me, and I'll tell you why. I think there's other factors in play for this story than we understand. There's other things going on, and I think that's going to interrupt not only this fight, but change the course of action completely. Because I like the idea that Maru can find Yuji using the curse, the talisman, potentially the Sukuna finger. I do like that idea. And there's also other things going on that I like. I also like the idea that Mahito could come back, and that would give everybody an actually common evil villain to fight against. That could bring everyone back together. Yeah, no way they just show Mahito for no reason. Yeah, Mahito and Yuji are set up perfectly. I know a lot of people are fighting to the death to make sure that, like, to fight against that theory ever happening, but it's pretty possible. It's pretty possible. Mahito could take advantage of the whole Kallion thing. He really could. Yeah, so I've got to be honest with you. This was probably the best chapter of Jujutsu Kaisen Modulo that we have gotten in its short run, and I'm sure it's only the beginning of the climb up the mountain. Now that we are actually on the day of the duel with Yuka and Deborah facing off against what is most likely going to be the fate of the Earth itself, the chapter starting off with Yuka just having to get put into a wheelchair because she can barely stand as it is, knowing what Tsurugi told us last chapter, and knowing for a fact that Yuka has just been hastening her brain cancer and reducing her lifespan even faster than it should have been, because all of that will most likely give her the kind of cursed energy and power that she needs to survive this duel and carry on and fight for her people. The fact that her brain cancer has gotten this far shows that she has really done so risky of a vow that she's on her last couple of moments here. And if something happens where Yuka ends up dying before the final strike ends up going off because her cancer ends up taking her out before she can deliver that blow, is going to be one of the most heart-wrenching things in the world. But don't let me put that into the ether just yet, because I've got even more sad things to tell you when it comes to Yuka's appearance and everything that she does in this chapter. What absolutely kills me, I think, is knowing that not only is she barely able to stand, not only is she barely able to even see, but because her vision and her brain and her mental state have just deteriorated so far, she literally thinks Mino, who she knew was just there beside her a couple minutes ago, is quite literally her older brother Tsurugi. And she goes on this deep memory road with her and her older brother, how if she was to ever be reincarnated,
she thinks that she would make a much better older sister than she ever did a younger sister. Because even though Tsurugi was the older sibling, Yuka ended up always being the one to look out for him. Yuka ended up always being the one to teach him how to do his homework, to show him all the special cheat codes in video games, and even giving him the first snack, going easy on him in fights. And she admits that despite the fact that Tsurugi made a pretty piss-poor older brother, she clearly cherished that time with Tsurugi, to the point that she didn't even want him to see her off on what is going to be her final day, most likely. Because again, if the death vow that Tsurugi claims Yuka has made is correct, whether Yuka wins or loses this duel, that's it. That is going to be the end of her life. Unless something crazy happens, as a lot of people have theorized, which at this point, I really don't know story-wise what would make sense saving Yuka in this moment, besides something out of left field like Mahito or Yuji coming back to solve this cancer problem, which even if they can. But regardless, Tsurugi is the kind of guy that Yuka says that would tell a girl that she's pretty even without makeup on. He can't tell the truth, and he always wants to put on a brave face and make people feel good, is essentially what Yuka is saying. So she knows what terrible state she's in because of the sickness. She does not want Tsurugi to see her this way because she knows Tsurugi will just lie to her and tell her that she's okay. And she does not want that kind of sympathy. It's what she's never wanted, and it's why she withheld that information from Tsurugi, but was more than willing to have someone like Cross accompany her to all of her doctor's appointments. It's because Tsurugi, despite always being there for his sister, in certain ways, like, for example, she brings up when she wanted to save one of her friends when she was younger from a curse that was so weak it didn't even get a grade. Even though she went on her own, Tsurugi showed up and helped her through the situation. And she admits, yeah, you know what, I probably wouldn't have died if Tsurugi didn't show up. But at the same time, my friend could have perished in the battle. I was not prepared at all, but Tsurugi showed up, helped me, and never blamed me for making that mistake once at all. Because, you know, as we know, in Modulo, sorcerers have the rule, you don't go by yourself, you go in pairs. That is what has been pushed into every sorcerer's brain due to these new bylaws. And while all of this is going on, Mino can just sit there and cry, knowing that they have essentially set this girl up for failure. She can quite literally do nothing but die at the end of this road. And he knows that this girl at the age of 16 is essentially giving up everything so humans can live. And it is something that is not only extremely sad, but if you think about it, extremely ironic. Because we know when this whole story started, both Tsurugi and Yuka wanted nothing more than to become their grandparents. Tsurugi wanted to become Maki Zenin, and Yuka wanted to become Yuta Okotsu. And ironically enough, Yuka giving up her life, just like Yuta almost did in the final battle with Sukuna against Sorcerer Satan, is essentially giving up her own life to face off in a final duel of sorts with what may as well be Alien Satan. Honestly, something that I really appreciated and something that shows that even though sorcerers of this era are much weaker than they ever were, Yuka Okotsu still embodies the character and beliefs that the older generation did. Because despite starting this ride out saying that if she could reincarnate, she would want to be someone different, she wholeheartedly admits that, you know what, I could come back as something different, but I think if I got reincarnated, I would want to be your younger sister again, Tsurugi. Showing that in this, one moment right here as she dive bombs off into the duel with Deborah, thinking of only her older brother, Yuka goes off to her death with absolutely no regrets whatsoever. No regrets at all. Just like a sorcerer like Gojo would. Just like a sorcerer like her grandfather would. Like any other sorcerer from the original era. She faces death head on with no regrets, admitting even if she could change things, she would do it all over again the exact same way. Which I gotta say, even though we didn't spend much time with her character, is a very valiant send-off for her, and I do appreciate that she was given this kind of character closure, despite the fact that we barely spent 15 chapters with her. It's a beautiful moment for her, and it's even worse knowing that as she does kind of accept her own fate, even though it's not a regret of her own, she kind of acknowledges here that she knows for a fact, even though she can die without regrets, she doesn't know if her brother can say the exact same, right? She does not know at all if her brother can say the exact same. I know I skipped ahead a little bit in the chapter, but it's just because I wanted to close off Yuka's big moment here when it comes to the setup for this duel. Because Yuka, as a character that we didn't spend much time with, does genuinely feel like she has a completed arc, and we didn't know her long, but the amount of things that we learned about her, and honestly focusing so much on Tsurugi, knowing that that is what Yuka always planned for. Yuka always wanted to give Tsurugi the spotlight. Yuka always wanted to let Tsurugi think he was the strongest, and she held back for him always. Even though, if you really think about it, funnily enough, putting the ring into all of this, she was supposed to be the one that proved she was better than him. And yet she still decided that it was right to be the quote-unquote younger sister. But I think a really cool thing that we got is we did see a little bit of Deborah before the duel began as well. And out of a big surprise here that I definitely didn't expect, we see another one of these older characters from the original generation. Now, I want to put it out there, it seems like this is going to be Wee Wee, but until officials come out, I do want to make it very apparent that this could be Mei Mei as well. Could be Wee Wee, could be Mei Mei. I don't want to make any direct statements. Just know that, as I've always said from the very beginning, they could be a duo character in a fighting game. They are essentially the same thing. So yeah, this person using a bunch of crows and using a teleportation ability meets up with Deborah. And Deborah is like, "Who are you, the person that's going to be fighting me?" And they're like, "Oh, no, absolutely not. Don't worry about that." But why they showed up was they wanted to give their thanks to what they refer to as the king of the otherworld. And Deborah is a little bit confused by this, right? He doesn't understand why someone from humanity would be thanking him for potentially putting their entire country at risk. However, what this person says is simple. Deborah represents pure, idealized strength, the absolute pinnacle and peak of power, violence, and lethality. 70 years ago, we had a battle in this inhuman Makio, which is actually where the duel will be taking place. And 70 years ago, the cursed energy and the power and the battle that occurred was the absolute peak of everything human beings, living beings in general, could accomplish to make themselves strong. However, from that point on, the world became ordinary, as they put it. The world became completely boring because it was peaceful. We see this with the amount of power that has been lost in the world today. Sorcerers just are not what they used to be whatsoever. However, presenting Deborah with 3 children, this person says that, oh, these children don't know anything about power. And now that they will be able to see you duel, they'll know everything about what the old generation was, and they may be able to bring about new strengths and progress in the world because of that. The world has essentially stagnated because there's nothing powerful going on, and Deborah may be able to release curses, be able to release that negative energy, and be able to flood the world with that, with what being strong is, just by fighting today. And funnily enough, this cocky motherfucker, Deborah, says, oh, well, you know, maybe, but if I'm not even able to show off because the person you send off against me isn't able to give me a good fight, I'm not going to be able to show anybody anything. But something that I think is very interesting is they say Deborah will be satisfied. They're certain of it. And not only that, but their loneliness, the loneliness that comes with being strong, will be solved. It will be cured after this fight. And this could mean so many different things. Does this mean that Maharaga is going to be that thing that satisfies Deborah? The adaptation and the actual might of the divine general? Will that be enough to actually give Deborah a fight that he was never able to get on his home planet? Or is Deborah quite actually a Gojo Sukuna level threat in which he will be able to just purely decimate Maharaga and completely destroy any chance humanity had of fighting against the Sumerian people? Because now that we have full confirmation that Yuka is a 10 Shadows user, which again I think was perfectly foreshadowed so greatly by Akutami, the very fact that we only saw small little physical attacks from her which were just partial summonings or her just making use of the effects of the Shikigami without actually bringing them out into the field, which is something we've only seen Sukuna use, I've got to say I absolutely love. And knowing that instead of even bothering to fight Deborah, she immediately just goes to summoning Maharaga against him. And she does it in such a slick way because she instantly just dives right into Bottomless Well to keep herself safe from Maharaga, meaning that only Deborah is the enemy right now. So locking Deborah into an exorcism ritual, even if Yuka was to for some reason die, she'll be locked in suspended death until Maharaga is either exorcised or Maharaga kills Deborah as well. Now, based off of what happens, for one, Deborah is shocked at first, but immediately attacks without relent and summons his curse technique to impale Maharaga from almost every angle and basically kill it. If Maharaga wasn't, well, Maharaga and wasn't able to just adapt, this probably would have been the end. This would have been the death and the loss of humanity. Because Deborah's curse technique, something that I think is very interesting. The name of the curse technique we don't get. Very similar to Sukuna, funnily enough. Now, it's not for the same reason as Sukuna, because the difference is the word is something we quite literally cannot say. There's no earthling equivalent to the word that is used to describe Deborah's curse technique. Very similar to, you know, words in like Portuguese or words in Japanese or words in German that don't have English equivalents. They can only be described in multiple words, not just one. That is probably what his curse technique is named. And it quite literally gives full mass to his killing intent. Actual bringing his murderous desires to physical incarnation, combined with, as referred to as light in quotes. Is this actual light? I'm going to imagine maybe not. Light is in quotes. We're going to have to wait and see what the officials do say. However, the fact that Maharaga was able to survive and adapt to this means at the very least, it can't be all overriding and obliterating and encompassing like Gojo's Hollow Purple and Sukuna's Fuga. Now, obviously, this could have just been the beginning of Deborah's attacks. Like, Deborah could still have plenty more to offer in this fight. But it is important to note that his base curse technique doesn't, at the very least, outweigh everything that we have seen before. For as alien as Deborah seems, the fact that Maharaga was able to adapt to his curse technique and will be able to grow and continue the fight proves that he can't be too far off from human. You know, he can't be too far off from a living being. He can still most likely die, which is all that needs to happen. Will he actually survive? That remains to be seen. That remains to be seen. However, I cannot wait to see what the rest of this story holds, what the rest of Modulo goes on to do. We still have Maru versus Tsurugi to get back to, and if Tsurugi wants to stop this duel and let Yuka live for as long as she can outside of it, then he needs to hurry up very quickly. We're not sure exactly when the two battles are taking place. They could be happening at the same time. One could be happening one after the other. But I will say, I think I loved Yuka's characterization this chapter, and it really filled the void that she had been leaving the last couple of story beats. And knowing that she had the 10 shadows and it was foreshadowed perfectly, and seeing Maharaga back in all of his glory going up against Deborah is not only an awesome callback to the original series and a really cool way to give Deborah a great fight, it's also an amazing way to give us the best possible chance of figuring out where exactly Deborah sits on the power scale. So, like I said earlier, this chapter is mostly just showing us the two battles that are going on. I don't know if any of you guys have seen the very specific title that these battles have been given, but according to Gege Akutami and Yuji Iwasaki, these are indeed the final battles of Jujutsu Kaisen Modulo. And that means for sure these will be some of the most critical moments and some of the best pieces of action that we will be getting throughout the very short series and the short story that honestly has captured my attention this entire time. It has been nothing but an uphill ride, and finally getting some great action like Maharaga going up against Deborah, as well as the second half of this chapter with Maru and Tsurugi, it's just beautiful.
I am not only so excited to see what continues happening on the duel for humanity, but also to see more about Maru and Cross's curse technique that we get revealed to us very quickly by the end of this chapter. I think one of the small bits of information that I do want to start on and focus on here is we really do see how much the Gojo clan, now that it is essentially a singular entity in Jujutsu society, is able to dictate so many different things in regard to the Jujutsu world around them. It seems like the way that Yuka Okotsu has been permitted to use her own curse technique has been heavily restrained, maneuvered, and kept so low level. Now, you could argue that there are multiple, perspectives here. Maybe this was a denominator by someone like Megami as, hey, we don't need to fight strong curse spirits anymore. We don't need to risk not only losing Shikigami that are critical to the mission, because something that is shown by the end of Jujutsu Kaisen, this is still a very controversial thing, I know, to say, but if you do believe that Megami doesn't have access to some of the shadows that have been destroyed by Sukuna, like he could have used in the final mission with the curse user at the last chapter of original Jujutsu Kaisen, using the 100-meter range to have the bird be able to scout for the person. Instead, they have to do the groundwork themselves. You potentially have Megami or someone from the old age saying that we shouldn't risk Shikigami being destroyed, and we should only allow new Ten Shadows users to partially summon their Shikigami, something that we learned from Sukuna, to make sure we always have options like this Maharaga available for when we need them. Or this could be, as I said earlier, the Gojo clan just taking full political power and just doing things that they really don't need to do, and limiting Yuka's ability to grow as a person and as a sorcerer even more than they needed to, because not only now do we learn that the ring was taken from her and said that she did not need it and she did not require that Tsurugi was a better fit for the ring, but on top of this, we find out that the Gojo clan has just made the Ten Shadows technique just outright just a forbidden ability, which is just that we aren't really given a specific reason, so we really only can guess and assume. However, one interesting note that we do find is, even though Yuka immediately threw herself into the bottomless well at the moment of Maharaga's summoning, it seems like Maharaga either did the job, or part of this death vow that Yuka has created actually did involve her just dying on summoning of Maharaga, because it seems like she is already in a state of suspended death. So whether Deborah lives, whether Deborah dies here, Yuka's death is already assured, unless, from what we find out on the other side of things, what Tsurugi potentially thinks of is if the Sumerians do actually leave Earth, they can void the exorcism ritual just as they null and voided the curse that was placed on Deborah's sister. And that is the point that Tsurugi is fighting for, to get the Sumerians to leave, not only to protect his way of life, but to make sure that the exorcism ritual that will kill his sister is never completely finished. Or, as we have seen before, unless someone interferes with the exorcism ritual and null and voids it a different way, which I have seen plenty of people assume that that may be Yuji's role in all of this, as acting almost identically to how Sukuna did previously, and nulling and voiding the exorcism ritual with Deborah and Maharaga and Yuka himself. Regardless, the battle that we do get right now is, like I said, probably going to be the best action that we get in all of Modulo, and I'm more than happy with it. This is so reminiscent of the original Sukuna and Maharaga battle, but also at the same time, its own thing. For all intents and purposes, Deborah is a Dragon Ball Z character now. I think we can, without a doubt, say that, and it's not going to seem weird. Like, the way that he is just casually throwing hands with Maharaga across this entire city, flying, just throwing his hands around and throwing like energy volleys of his murderous intent combined with light, and supposedly all of this may actually be happening at complete light speed. If we ever do get a Modulo animation, it's gonna be one of the coolest things that we've ever gotten. But something that also is extremely nice to see as well is Deborah's own thought process and understanding of Maharaga's ability. Because a great warrior is not only strong when it comes to strength, a great warrior is also strong of mind. And we see this with someone like Sukuna, we see this with someone like Gojo, how they have to intelligently strategize and go back and forth with Maharaga's adaptation and find a way to overcome it while they're also fighting at the top of their game. It's safe to say that even though Deborah may seemingly be going, 50%, may have not really felt the need to enact any kind of bloodlust and really take this fight as seriously as possible, you can tell Maharaga's no easy opponent either. So I think it's very important now to see how strong Deborah is, and while people are going to continually argue tooth and nail until we get a direct comparison, I truly do think that Deborah has proven himself, just based off of this performance alone, as a pinnacle of strength in the Jujutsu Kaisen world. Another thing that I also think is very interesting that Modulo is answering is what happens when Maharaga does become this overpowered entity after adapting to Deborah, after adapting to this light. Does Maharaga, if it kills Deborah, is the exorcism ritual done? Everyone dies, he goes away? I'm pretty sure that's the idea, because Deborah goes to kick Maharaga here, and you see the light murderous intent ability begin to shine and about to take off from his feet itself, which is one, super sick that Deborah can just unleash this ability from anywhere on his body. But I think the panel we get here of all of the light rays shining outwards as opposed to just outright just destroying Maharaga completely is because Maharaga actually quite literally reflected the light here. And that's what leads to Deborah realizing that, oh shit, this guy is actually adapting and getting used to my curse technique and getting better and better, because he legitimately is adapting and getting better. We know this because we know what Maharaga is doing, but Deborah is finding this out in real time. So now Deborah is quite literally just obliterating massive sections of multiple city blocks of the inhuman Makio at this point, doing damage that has to be bare minimum comparable to, the 15-finger Fuga or like a stray, hollow purple. Like it is very clear that Deborah is capable of doing insane amounts of damage, capable to the pinnacle of Jujutsu Kaisen strength. And now that Maharaga is adapting to this, who is going to be the victor of this battle? It's unclear, to be honest with you. It's most likely going to fall upon two things. As I mentioned before, Yuji being the person to interfere, or at the very least someone else entirely interfering to stop the exorcism ritual and null and void it, or you have Deborah actually revealing power that he hasn't before and outright decimating Maharaga, killing Yuka, and putting us in a moment of uncertainty of what are we going to do from here and how are we going to possibly win and survive. There's also the other side to this chapter, which is, as we know, Maru and Tsurugi's battle, because Maru and Tsurugi's battle is not just in regards to the Sumerian people staying on Earth. As we know, the main drive of Tsurugi here in this battle is making sure that his sister does not die today. Even though her brain tumor will kill her in potentially another day, another week, another couple of months, he doesn't think that Yuka should die in battle. He thinks she should die surrounded by friends in a peaceful setting. So that's what Tsurugi is fighting for, because he believes Deborah is the only one that needs to leave, as said before. However, we already know that Maru is not going to at all give this up, and Maru is fighting specifically with Cross's sword, a symbolic unity of what the brothers have fought for to get here in this moment. And now we see and get a little bit more information on Tsurugi's abilities as well. Something that has been kind of trickled down to us, but now we just get outright confirmation that Tsurugi has essentially given up all of his own cursed energy for outright power. So not only is he like Toji and Maki in the sense that his attacks and strikes are completely unpredictable with cursed energy, right? You can't just, like most sorcerers do, predict where the highest flow of cursed energy is going to come or where you think they're going to faint with. You actually have to adapt to their physical moves, which is not what every sorcerer or even aliens are dealt with, or used to, I should say. On top of this, Tsurugi adds on to this something that Maki and Toji never really did. They completely could have, and they had curse tools of their own volition for sure, but the curse tools that they used never really had the kind of properties that Tsurugi took place of. Tsurugi and the sword that he uses is able to use a blazing inferno that ignites firestorms everywhere, which is not only great for empowering his blows for fire elements, he's also able to shoot a big plume of fire smoke and then cut through that to completely hide his motions. There are so many different things that Tsurugi is capable of now, because not only is he fully maximized when it comes to physicality, he has a cursed object that for all intents and purposes does not run out of cursed energy either, meaning that Tsurugi's stamina is, extremely long. I don't want to say infinite or unlimited because it's not anywhere close to that. Tsurugi can get tired, obviously. We've seen it happen. But he is essentially maximized every facet of his fighting capability, which makes it almost impossible for Maru to not take him seriously. Because up until this point, we find out that Maru has been holding back. And the worst part about all of that, he remembers exactly what Deborah was feeling when Deborah fought Dora. That you just don't want any more of your friends to die. And even though Maru is fighting for his people here, even though Maru is doing everything he believes that needs to be done and is right and what he feels is what he staked his life on as a warrior, he still hesitates. However, now as Tsurugi questions Maru's integrity as a warrior, saying that we are fighting for something now. We are fighting and there is a pact to this fight. And as he summons his simple domain maculation or whatever it's called, I forget, where it just summons the multiplicity of different simple domain spots, where he's able to basically do what Kusakabe did, but on an extremely higher level, Maru says, fine, you want to call out my integrity as a warrior? Let's go. I'll take you on completely and 110% with my full power. Let's see if you can handle it. And it's got to be one of the coolest moments in the entire fucking series here. Maru's curse technique, at least we finally get a name for it. As we know, Maru and Cross's techniques are combined. They are one and of the same. As we know, twins are an omen, whether that is on Earth or whether that is on Samuria. When it comes to sorcerers, twins' curse techniques are tied at the hip. They are essentially conjoined at the soul, whether they are conjoined physicality or not. And the reason for that, we already saw with people like Maki and Mai, and now we see that Maru and Cross do in fact share a curse technique. And it is called Chaos and Order, which is a beautiful fucking, name. But now that Cross is gone, it's completely possible that Maru wields all of this power himself. And we saw how devastating it can be when it was used against people like the first grade curse user at the very beginning of the series, able to turn water extremely boiling hot and then freeze it instantly and then crush that ice, or, control anti-gravity or control, different directions and speeds. And it is ultimately an all-around overpowering and overbearing curse technique that Tsurugi is even caught off guard by, because the world itself seems to just turn and twist. And whether that is it's able to control the actual poles of the world itself, or the harmony and bounds of the curse energy in the universe, who the fuck knows? I'm just saying random crap at this point, but I will just say it will be nice to finally get some better understanding of what this curse technique is actually capable of, because this might just be the deciding factor. I don't know if Tsurugi will be able to keep up with a curse technique of this level, and if he is, then sheesh. Tsurugi's got to be packing something that we just aren't ready to see yet. Because again, something that I mentioned last chapter that I think is wholeheartedly important to recognize before we do get the end of the series, if this truly is the final battles to come. Yuka wanted to be Yuta Okotsu, and Tsurugi wanted to be Maki Zenin. And it's, I think, important to think back and remember what these characters were most known for and what these characters accomplished in their original run in the main series, and wonder what the parallels will be for what these future selves, these future incarnations, as they so want to be, could potentially, have in store for them. It could really go any different way. To be honest with you, I don't know if any of these battles will be able to be resolved amicably. I don't know if there's a good answer to any of these battles being done, because to be honest with you, Maru and Tsurugi's battle doesn't seem like it's going to end before Deborah and Maharaga's does. Deborah and Maharaga's is so much more climactic, so much more decisive, that I feel like Maru and Tsurugi's will just linger on for too long, but I could be wrong. Let me know what you guys all think. I would definitely be very interested to know what your full thoughts are on everything, because again, even though this was a mainly fight-based chapter, it's nice to see because we haven't had too many combat sections in Modulo. And also, if this truly is the main final battles, obviously there could still be, you know, a big finale coming for the main story beats of the end. But if this truly is, you know, the climax of everything, I think this is hitting very well. But I'm always curious to know what you guys are wondering and thinking about. We do have a break next week for Christmas, and then we have a chapter 17, and then we have another break for the New Year's, and then we go back into regular scheduled chapter 18, and we go forward there. And Yuji and Gege have been pretty consistent on that, so I think we'll probably be riding this out until the end, y'all.
So this chapter not only gives us a significant and decent amount of lore in regards to Yuka and Tsurugi's parents, as well as obviously Maki and Yuta's son and family, but also on top of that, we get a little bit of Yuji, and we get one of the coolest moments when it comes to the Maru and Tsurugi fight that finally puts that conflict on a similar level to Maharaga versus Deborah in regards to just overall power, hype, and impact to the story. The small little bit of information we get on Yuta and Maki's son, he, for one, looked just like Yuta. Like, I mean, the spitting image of him. And originally, when the series began, we were unsure what the reason was for the Gojo clan's repression of, for one, Yuka not being able to have the ring, and two, Tsurugi's whole thing of wanting to be a sorcerer and be seen as a strong person without the protection of the Gojo clan, without the protection of the ring that the Gojo clan said he needed. We see that Iori, Yuta and Maki's son, as well as Yuka and Tsurugi's dad, had similar issues and conflicts with the Gojo clan as a whole, to the point that he went mentally deranged because not only was his generation so much weaker than his parents, obviously whether Iori was a strong sorcerer based off of his genetics and he was the only strong sorcerer amongst a bunch of weaklings, or he himself was frustrated with his own weakness, what ended up happening is when Tsurugi was born with heavenly restriction, Iori stayed and had one more child with his wife. The moment that Yuka was born, and it was pretty much almost guaranteed that she would unlock a curse technique, Iori departed from the Gojo clan and has left and disappeared since that moment, never being seen again. One of the maids of the Gojo clan was able to find Iori discussing the matter with someone with a hood and a scar on their mouth, and obviously we know that is just Itadori Yuji. According to Yuji, he said the overall strength of the generation, none of that concerns him, none of that matters, because again, the weakness of the eras has, if anything, greatly benefited the world and society at large. No special grade curses have emerged since Sukuna, and all curses are basically just conglomerated and focused in on the inhuman Makio of Tokyo. So I can definitely understand Iori's annoyance with the lower power level when it comes to the sorcerers of the current day. But at the same time, you have someone like Yuji, who is immortal, ageless, still exists, and would be able to show up and handle any really crazy threat if it did emerge. This is what everybody wanted. No, this is what everybody wanted peace for. Even Yuki Tsukumo's main goal of her entire cursed energy extinguishment was to eradicate cursed energy from the world, which would get rid of cursed spirits and also get rid of singular individuals having so much power that they can decide the fate of entire nations, like people like Gojo and Sukuna. We really do see how much the weaker generation plays a part in the world of Jujutsu Kaisen. It's part of the reason that we are at such a disadvantage against the Sumerian people and Deborah entirely. Even having someone like Yuka unleash Maharaga of all things isn't a guaranteed victory for the humans against the alien race. There's also the whole idea of Yuka being born with the 10 Shadows and getting restricted on her usage of it. The 10 Shadows was deemed a forbidden technique of the now Gojo clan, and instead of allowing Yuka to maximize her abilities always unlock all of her Shikigami with, for one, the manual that they most likely have laid out, considering Megami did mostly all of that in the previous generation. They refused to let Yuka summon her Shikigami outright. She could only use powers of certain Shikigami by partially summoning them. There was a direct effort by the clan to make sure Yuka did not become this strong weapon, this individual that was so much more powerful than everybody else in the entire generation. Whether this was by design and on purposeful, and this was the sole reason Iori left or not, Tsurugi finding out this information all on his own is pretty certain that Yuka was able to figure this all out. And it's all that he's considering and thinking about while he is duking it out with Maru in this final battle that decides Yuka's fate technically, because even after all of this, whether Maru wins or Tsurugi wins, there's no guarantee that Yuka will be able to survive after this, right? Yuka is already in a state of suspended death. If Deborah wins the duel and defeats Maharaga, she's dead. If Yuka and Maharaga defeat Deborah and win the duel, she is dead. Their only hope of keeping Yuka alive and getting her out of this duel is someone winning fast enough to then interrupt the battle, and they would still have to stop Deborah and stop the exorcism ritual entirely, which just seems completely impossible to me. I mean, for one, you have the entire fact that Tsurugi is just outclassed in this sorcerer battle. Even though his heavenly restriction is formidable and it's impressive, it does give Maru a tough battle to go up against, considering that all of Tsurugi's attacks are completely physical. They have no cursed energy behind them, which makes Maru have to predict his attacks and dodge and react a much different way than he normally would. On top of that, Tsurugi's cursed object lets him just release techniques from his cursed sword that has nothing to do with his own stamina. In the face of Maru's cursed technique, chaos and order, harmony and order, whatever you want to call it, Tsurugi is just completely at Maru's will here. Maru can change the gravity, change the direction of the sky, change the direction of everyone's falling. Tsurugi, with just physical abilities, stands no chance. And even as Maru basically declares checkmate, Tsurugi says, yeah, you're right. You definitely won this battle, but I am never giving up. As long as there is a single chance that I can save my sister, I refuse to die and I refuse to let you be the winner. And obviously, this is enough for Maru to have respect for Tsurugi. Maru obviously does not want to be having this battle. Maru wants to live in peace. Coexistence was always his main goal. Maru is fighting against Tsurugi, not because he thinks Yuka should die and not because he wants Deborah to win, but because he wants to protect his people and feels like this is what a warrior should do. On the opposite side of that, you have Tsurugi, who is just as justified in his actions. Sure, him wanting an entire alien race to leave and get basically shoved out of the planet, all for his one sister, one life, is definitely selfish, but at the same time, you see how much his sister means to him. And as he's lying on the ground, basically going in and out of consciousness after being just destroyed by Maru and crushed by multiple different vehicles and trains, and in his mind, the only thing that's keeping him going is the fact that his sister does not deserve a death like this. Tsurugi even thinks to himself, wow, you know what? Being born with an amazing ability and power and then being able to put your life on the line, whether you win or lose that battle, that is a dream. I understand why Yuka always wanted that to be a thing, why Yuka wanted to be Yuta Okotsu, why Yuka loved her grandfather and loved the idea of what her grandfather did and the way he stood up against the King of Curses, Sukuna, all those years ago. That is what drives her. Tsurugi, on the flip side, is willing to risk his life, risk everything to ensure Yuka never has to go through something like that. So even if it completely rejects what Yuka has always wanted, Tsurugi does not care. And in that moment, as Tsurugi calls out for any help at all, someone in the darkness, in the shadows, does answer, which is the coolest reveal of all, that Tsurugi has always had this ring, the cursed ring of Yuta Okotsu. We were wondering what sibling had it. People were wondering if they gave the ring to Yuka for an extra boost of power, but it seems like Tsurugi is going to be the one calling upon the remnants of Rika Orimoto the Queen of Curses emerges from the darkness, looking over at Tsurugi's defeated body. And even though she is annoyed that Tsurugi takes after Maki, Rika, holding this what has to be 80-year-long grudge against Yuta for the woman that he chose, decides that whatever, your grandfather Yuta has told me to come and help you. I don't really have a choice in the matter, and I'm gonna do what Yuta asks of me. So accept my power, accept my vow, and I will let you use my power to fight for your sister. And even though Tsurugi is unsure if this is enough to win, he accepts the binding vow of Rika Orimoto and the Queen of Curses, which immediately scares the crap out of Maru, because again, Maru has just spent this entire fight knowing Tsurugi has no cursed energy, relying on the physical part of the battle to get one over. And now Tsurugi has so much cursed energy fluctuating and emerging from him, Maru doesn't know where it's all coming from. And in a split second, he gets his answer, because Tsurugi, using not just all of the power of his heavenly restriction, but now completely enhanced by the Queen of Curses herself, as she lets Tsurugi wear her body like a living weapon. And as Tsurugi and Rika allow their fusion to complete, we always knew Rika would probably play a part. And this is probably one of the coolest ways that this could happen. Considering that Maru was just dog walking Tsurugi, this is definitely going to be what evens out the odds of this fight and makes the Tsurugi versus Maru fight, again, like I said in the very beginning of this video, have just as much climactic impact on the story and plot as Maharaga and Deborah will. So now that these two final battles are essentially reaching their peak, I can only just imagine how much crazier this is going to get, knowing that we are really on the final segment of chapters here. We are in what I would imagine is volume 3, as the volume 2 would most likely end either last chapter, this chapter, or next. So we really are coming to a close on Modulo. How is this all going to end? Right now, I have absolutely no idea. So everything kicks off back exactly where we cut off from last chapter, and it was a very long break week, knowing where both of these battles are at and which one we were going to cover. And not only is it great that we were able to actually get both of these battles in the same chapter, they're at such a pivotal point where you can tell the next couple of moves could be the very decisive blow that finishes everything and gives us a result for at least one of these battles. The very moment that Tsurugi started using the cursed ring and summoned Rika and basically fused with her is the moment that Tsurugi finally started fighting on equal plane with Maru. Maru's curse technique is just something that was way too hard for Tsurugi's heavenly restriction to handle. He has great combat ability, great strength, great speed. Also, his cursed object, his sword, that's able to just use the fire sparks and everything like that. Even Maru admitted that Tsurugi is a formidable foe, but using chaos and order, he doesn't stand a chance. But with Rika, he finally does, to a point that, like, he's literally tossing Maru around the city just as easily as Maru was doing previously to him. Maru is very quick to realize that this is because this is the cursed ring of Yuta Okotsu. Obviously, Maru and Tsurugi were friends. I'm sure Tsurugi knows a little bit about Tsurugi's family. And the fact that we get a little tidbit in regards to Yuta has not only been pouring massive amounts of cursed energy into it, which is something that we already knew in the main series, but it seems like Yuta has continually further and more poured his soul, his cursed energy, everything. Maybe not his soul directly, I shouldn't use that word, but you get what I mean, right? For not just years, for decades, Maru assumes. And that's why Tsurugi gains so much power using it, so much so that he's easily able to just overwhelm everything that Maru is doing. But not for nothing, Maru isn't down for the count yet, because as all of these like crazy plants and just jungle sprouts are growing all around him, both Tsurugi and Maru, which is just sad that these two characters a couple chapters ago were, you know, just literally swimming in the ocean and getting stung by jellyfish together. Now they're both apologizing to each other because they're admitting and they're realizing that if they go any further, they may kill the other one. But again, the things that they're fighting for are too meaningful for them to even continue. They cannot stop. They cannot hesitate, because that means for Tsurugi, the death of his sister. And for Maru, that means the loss of his people, because Tsurugi is going to go and fight Deborah. And
Speaking of Deborah, we actually see finally the results of Maharaga's adaptation begin to put pressure. And when I say pressure, I mean just absolute and pure aura. The fact that they put Maharaga out here up on top of this sky tower, and he is just overwhelming, nullifying, and completely demolishing all of Deborah's offenses. He is keeping up with Deborah in speed, destroying his defenses. I mean, the fact that Maharaga is able to handle a Bakudo 61 and just break through that shit like a boss. That was such a cool reference for him to make. And it also shows how far Maharaga has come. And you see the fear and scared nature on Deborah's face. Remember, this is a person that, despite being probably one of the strongest characters on his planet, because remember, Deborah is not only strong just in general. Deborah is so strong that, as we find out in the flashback later on, Deborah literally is the strongest Discante probably alive at the moment. There might be war chiefs or the lord that's actually more powerful than him, but it seems that's not even the case, because the war chief had to use some underhanded maneuver to try and get Deborah to listen, like putting a curse on his innocent sister. So I have to imagine Deborah is the strongest character on Samaria, and none of the Discantes even hold a chance. He has never once had to put effort in a battle. While I think it's very easy here to compare Deborah to Gojo and Sukuna, as we have been doing throughout the entire series. I mean, from the beginning, Deborah was introduced as the special grade threat that might be on the level of Sukuna. And watching Maharaga so easily crush everything that Deborah has built up to this point, it definitely is insane to see this awakening moment for Deborah, because that's what this is. This is an awakening moment. We can see this and see how scared Deborah gets and be shocked that this Sukuna quote-unquote level character is being put in a position like this. But I am someone that is able to remember a teen Gojo dying at the hands of Toji Fushiguro. And while we never got a Heian era backstory, while we never got a understanding of how Sukuna got to where he was by the point we meet him, I'm sure he also had a similar moment where, pushed to the brink, pushed to the moment where he has to decide life or death, Sukuna chose life. Sukuna chose grow and grow strong and push through this and never stop pushing and growing stronger. The same lesson that Gojo learned when he literally, at the brink of death, learned reverse curse technique on the fly and brought himself back stronger than ever, to the point that he was able to use red, purple, and eventually grow even stronger than that. Even Dora, in the flashback, specifically tells the young Deborah, you may not understand anything that I'm telling you right now until you actually are faced with an opponent that can make you understand you might lose. Deborah literally says he's never had someone make him use effort. Even Dula, Dora, whatever you want to call him, is unable to bring out the most of Deborah's strength. Even he admits it that, hey, Deborah showed me strength on a level that no one else had seen, but even that wasn't Deborah's full strength, and even that wasn't enough to ever make Deborah feel like he fought, like he was in a battle. Deborah right now, in this child form that we see, is almost emotionally stunted. He is at a level that honestly he never grows past from. Sure, he has his travels with Dula and Dora, and that makes him a worldly person in the face of oppression and discrimination, to where he doesn't judge the Lumerian people the same way that his racist Discante tribesmen might. Deborah has never quite literally faced a challenge before. So in the face of Maharaga pushing him to a level that he has never been pushed before, he's finally able to understand what Dula is saying and what Dula was trying to tell him when he says that you have never actually experienced battle before. When you say that you're strong and you don't like to fight, you don't really mean that, because you don't know what a fight is. You just don't like beating up, fodder. You really don't. you want someone that can actually give you an equal. And that's what he gets in Maharaga. Not so much because Maharaga is like this like being that like is just so powerful. He can just destroy a Sukuna level threat like that just because he has a full adaptation now. Imagine if Teen Gojo was to go up against Maharaga. That's pretty much what we're just witnessing now. And now that Deborah, for once in his life, is not only just put on the brink, but once again, just like all those other characters, Gojo, Sukuna, even Kashimo when releasing his mythical beast Amber, when what you want to fight for, something that is worth fighting and dying for, when all of that is right in front of you, Deborah is finally gifted a challenge. Not Maharaga, but putting himself at risk and sacrificing his life force to save people that aren't even of his own tribe. That is the real challenge here that Deborah is pushing past and stopping Maharaga for. Because that's what makes Deborah feel like a warrior. That's what, knowing what Dula was saying in that moment, that's how Deborah shines through and sees and becomes what Dula always knew that he could. Honestly, it's something that I loved this chapter that you can see from both characters, not just Deborah, but Tsurugi as well. Tsurugi always had the ring at his disposal, but this is the very first time he's ever felt the need to summon Rika. This is the very first time he's ever felt the need to be vulnerable enough to allow Rika to take over. And genuinely, I think one of the coolest things about both sides of this fight is it shows that these two characters, not just Deborah, but also Tsurugi, finally pushed to a place that they never have been before. Because remember, none of these sorcerers have faced a threat of this level before. That first grade curse user with the, the old elementary school thing going on. I mean, if Yuka wasn't suffering from the effects of brain cancer, they probably would have been able to double team that curse user. And on top of that, Usami was easily able to dispatch the curse user with curse speech. While he was a strong curse user, especially for those teenagers, they have never been put in a life or death for the entire planet, which means the safety of not just you, but everyone around you before. And this is, I mean, like I said before in multiple chapter reviews, this is not just Yuka's chance to become her grandfather, Yuta Akotsu, even though it does unfortunately mean she may be put to death. This is also Tsurugi's chance to become Maki Zenin and save the sibling that they have. Deborah also has a really good reason to fight, and so does Maru, to protect the Lumerian people. I don't know who deserves to win. I know a lot of you guys have your biases, but I'll just say that in regards to overall character, in regards to overall themes, symbolism, and everything that this chapter gave, I absolutely loved every second of it. And on top of that, I think that the Deborah slander is overblown. And I think we are all going to be eating our words very soon, because Deborah, in my opinion, has won my heart in this chapter. He's always been a cool character, but this is where we're finally able to see through his eyes and understand his struggles. And now we fully understand the perspectives on all four of these combatants. I think it's finally time for Deborah slander to completely end, because it is very clear that the potential of Deborah Kuraba is skyrockets ahead of not just everyone in this current generation, because that doesn't really say much, but I think it's very clear that he would definitely rival special grades of the original era of Jujutsu Kaisen. Once Deborah was finally pushed here, and he starts actually risking his life to use curse techniques in a way that he has never used before, because he has literally never been pushed once in his life. He starts pushing himself, and he is immediately just obliterating Maharaga. This artwork that is being shown, especially with how you see how there is literally buildings, entire city blocks just being bulldozed over entirely as Deborah is pushing himself and moving so quickly that air itself is moving from a fluid to a solid. It's like he's literally pushing against an actual brick wall as he is shoving himself through it, and time itself is slowing down. He is not at exact light speed, but it is insane, to the point that when Deborah actually puts himself together and throws a kick with all of that power together, it is so strong that it quite literally releases a Fuga level explosion almost, right? Like it covers so much ground, how much damage that Deborah is able to do just casually. And I want to make it very clear that this is casually, because despite Deborah being in his very weak mindset last chapter, I know a lot of people hold that against him. I genuinely think it's just because he has never been put in that situation before. And now that he is taking everything as high level as he can, there's no doubt in my mind that Maharaga might actually stand no chance here. Because this man obliterates Maharaga until there's literally like the tiniest fragment of his body left. I have no idea how this Shikigami survived. Like this is crazy. Say what you will about Sukuna destroying Maharaga with Malevolent Shrine and Fuga. Say what you will about Gojo being able to one-tap Maharaga with purple. Like, this is with his bare hands. And one, the fact that Deborah was able to reduce Maharaga to just this, just by kicking him at that fast of a speed, shows Deborah's attack potency is some of the craziest and highest that the series has ever seen. On top of that, this is also a Maharaga buff, in my opinion. The fact that literally it's almost just the wheel left, and he's almost instantly able to come back from this. Where this fight is going to go from here, I genuinely cannot tell you, because Deborah is just quite literally pirouetting and doing insane dance moves with Maharaga. That is not just, again, how casually he's now taking the beast that was just overwhelming him moments ago, but it shows how immersed Deborah is getting into battle. This is very similar to a Hanami moment, where Deborah is learning what it is to fight and is finally beginning to realize this is something that he loves to do. So much, in fact, that he has Higuruma level potential. That leg that Deborah kicked Maharaga with was incinerated almost completely in the blast. Like, the leg is gone entirely. To where Deborah's like, oh, I should probably cut this off. This is more of a hindrance and I should just fight with one leg only. He stops before he does that and he thinks about it and goes, wait, you know what? Those Earthlings, you know, they always talked about how they could use special sorcery to heal Cross and Maru. I bet I could do that. I don't know how you would do it off of negative energy, but, oh, well, Maharaga did hit me with that sword before, so let's try that. I could probably produce this, and boom, Deborah's got a new leg. The fact that he is just now learning that he loves to fight, the fact that he was able to pick up reverse curse technique like that, tells me that Maharaga might not only just be cooked here, we might have actually made the already world-ending threat stronger just by having this fight in general. So obviously, as we're gonna get into it, Yuji Itadori has appeared and Yuji Itadori has clearly upscaled as well. Is that gonna be enough to take on the potentially strongest being in the universe right now, Deborah Kuraba? Right now, I really don't know if that's the case, but right now we don't have to worry about that. We do have other things to talk about, because one thing that I'm glad we got back to was Politics Kaizen. It's been a while since the community has had time, since the battles begun, to start arguing about who's in the right. The Sumerians, the Earthlings, who has the claim to Tokyo, should we be slaughtering cursed spirits, what the hell is a Kallion, who cares? I do love that we're just right back into it. The higher-ups are diabolical in Jujutsu Kaisen. We know that, and they have never once changed, which is sad. They can claim to change as much as you want. The moment that Yuta died and was in the dirt, these guys started playing games. And now that Usami is out of the picture, they no longer have really any resistance at all to do what they need to. Even though the Sumerians are causing issues and they are clearly patrolling the area where Kallions are to keep the cursed spirits safe, the sorcerers are realizing that cursed spirits may start evacuating from Tokyo and getting out, and they cannot let this occur. They are refusing to accept the fact that cursed spirits are not gone forever. They are continually trying to deny that fact and keep everything the same. Now, can you say that they're wrong for doing that? Not necessarily. Can you say that maybe we should just accept and let all of the curses out and just let things go back to their normal way? Probably, but either way, before we even have time to go back into real debates
we realize that Asuki and a group of Sumerians, as they patrol Tokyo, are talking about if they see any Earthlings, they're going to detain and potentially kill them, which it's always funny to me that Asuki's lackeys that go with him are always like, that seems a little extreme, Asuki. And he's like, screw it, they attacked Cross first, which, like, to be fair, like, the Jujutsu higher-ups and the people that are traveling are also just as, you know, bloodthirsty. These guys are like discount Miwa from the dollar store at home, like, I guess her descendant or whatever, you know, is more than willing to throw hands with the Sumerians, just like Asuki is. They're both radicalized completely. So when we get to a point here where it just seemed like none of this was gonna work and we're all fucking beat, who decides to show their face? Itadori Yuji, the man, the myth, the legend himself that everyone has been trying to get a hold of this entire time. Him showing up right now can either be a really good thing or a really, really bad thing. Because from what he says, it seems like Yuji didn't believe that the Sumerians and Earthlings would be able to coexist. According to his exact dialogue, now that we have a better translation, he says that I knew that this was going to happen. I knew that this was going to cause nothing but conflict. And on top of that, he says, I didn't really talk to anyone about that, but you know what? I guess I was right. So Yuji has been watching from afar. He hasn't revealed himself to anybody, even though we've been calling out to him, but Yuji has clearly been watching and letting things unfold. Now feeling like he has to step in almost, that things have gotten too bad before, you know, things are just going to cause major issues. And we have here just absolute craziness on a level that I've never seen before. Yuji summons a piercing blood here, but it's not just any piercing blood. It's like a piercing blood scatter volley shot that has multiple tentacles that are able to pierce the people inside of the building from multiple different angles, all at, you know, the most critical points that needed to be done. So Yuji's able to aim inside of the building and fire this in so many different ways that the blood erupts from the entire building at every window. There is definitely contention in this scene. People are like, Yuji would never kill all of these people for no reason. Yuji is simply just incapacitating these people and doing what he can to stop the conflict. Now, some people look like they have been pierced through, like the Sumerian guy looks like he definitely got shot through the fucking midsection here. The Miwa looking character does get pierced through the arm. Some of them are pierced through the leg. The one Jujutsu sorcerer looks like he merely gets grazed on the shoulder and everything like that. You could say that, you know, Yuji primarily aimed for the Sumerians and is now going to be full on, all the Sumerians need to die. I'm going to kill every single one of you guys. Or Yuji is just full frontal assault on all the people that are causing issues and like, you guys are the radicals, so I'm taking you guys out. And then there's also the possibility that you're right, like he's going to, you know, incapacitate a bunch of people, and then as people have said, he might be able to output reverse curse technique and heal, which would be fucking insane. I will always bring up the idea and theory that the Tiger chapter was foreshadowing and referencing Yuji after being gone for so many years. He was a small cub that was very easily able to communicate and loved everyone. Now that his hand has been forced, Yuji is now no one. It gets to live. Everyone dies who is involved. Take no prisoners. I'm eradicating all of you. Obviously, that's very extreme. I'm not saying that's what's going to happen. Right now, we really don't know fully and completely what Yuji's plan is with all of this. We can really just guess here. He does say that he thinks he might have overdone it, which, you know, obviously shows that he was trying to hold back somewhat. As of right now, Yuji showing his face again, we really don't know what the play ultimately is. And it's kind of hard to tell until we get the next chapter and see. We don't have a break week next week. It's no longer a lie. It's no longer Gege just showing old characters to build hype back up. Itadori Yuji is present and interacting. He is involving himself in the conflict. Whether he is going to be his own neutral third party, whether he's going to take a side, we really don't know. All I know is that the last strongest sorcerer, Gojo, was more than willing to massacre the higher ups as soon as they started fucking around. Maybe Yuji feels similarly.
to that? We don't know. I'm taking a lot of grace by assuming that. He could have, just as everyone said, incapacitated everyone. He basically is restraining them with his blood, and he's gonna hold them up and be like, guys, you're all stupid. We're gonna work this out, and I'm gonna force you guys to work it out. All I know is the fact that we literally don't know what Yuji's role is gonna be in this story shows how well the writing has been, and shows me how interested I am to see what the hell is going forward. We have not seen Yuji's face for a very, very long time, and I know a lot of people are scared to wonder why that is. And all I'm saying is I am more than ready to see what the hell Gege and Iwasaki are cooking. If Yuji is back, we may actually as well get Mahito. We only have a few chapters left. If we're keeping up with this 3-volume pace, we may get a little bit longer than that. Maybe we'll get 4 volumes. I don't know how we're gonna end in only like maybe 6 chapters or so, but I am fucking ready, guys. So before getting into the absolute insanity of the long-awaited chapter of Jujutsu Kaisen Modulo, where Itadori Yuji does finally appear and show his face, I have to mention this little extra page that we got at the very beginning of the chapter that explains that one of the best ways to have found Yuji would have been to get in contact with Aoi Todo is a great confirmation that this man is still alive and out there somewhere. I know everyone has been saying that if Todo was still alive, there's no way Yuji would be this depressed, and I guess that completely puts an end to all of those theories. And it's even funnier knowing that Nobara has no idea how to contact Todo, nor does anybody else that's still alive, because just like in the baseball game, everybody hates him, so no one stayed in touch, which is sad, but also really funny at the same time. So we do pick up exactly where we left off last chapter, in which Itadori Yuji just released that piercing blood that attacked all of the different Earthlings and Sumerians in at least potential vulnerability spots. And because, of course, Itadori Yuji does have that poison blood, it puts them in a sickness of sorts that incapacitates them for like 2 to 3 days, as long as they take care and rest like it's a normal common cold. Which, for one, even though it's not the same thing at all as Unlimited Void, it is still kind of insane to know that Yuji does still have the ability to just take people out at a moment's notice and be like, yeah, you're gonna be, you know, sick for the next 3 days and unable to move. Sorry about that. On top of that, when Asuki, who is the only person that seems to be still able to move besides the one woman higher up, he jumps out of the building and throws an axe attack at Yuji. And supposedly in some way, shape, or form, the way that he grabs the axe is so on point with his blood that he's not even actually directly touching the weapon. And he compliments Asuki and says, hey, you must be pretty sturdy. And one thing that I think is very important to pay attention to is Asuki's thought process here, right before this man gets absolutely dusted and zigzagged away into multiple different buildings by the very first Black Flash of Jujutsu Kaisen Modulo, is that Asuki compares Yuji directly to a Kallion. And this is a theory that has been going on for a very long time, that because Yuji has become this ageless, quote-unquote immortal being, a lot of people assumed from the different cursed objects that he ate, he actually became part cursed spirit on top of being part human. And whether this is direct confirmation or not, Asuki, at the very least, knows that he's not a cursed spirit and not one of the things that he's been protecting and worried about. But at the same time, he feels that same presence from him, which is just insane. And I wonder if we're really going to get a full-on answer from Gege as to what led Yuji down this path, because this is not by any means the same Itadori Yuji that we left off with at the end of chapter 271. After black flashing Asuki and saying, yeah, this probably won't kill you, Yuji goes, hey, you guy over there, and flicks a speck of blood that cuts Mino on the cheek that instantly, once again, puts that kind of blood poison in him and has him throwing up and basically stuck and motionless while Yuji is planning to do what he came to do and leave. Yuji really doesn't want to offer any other explanation other than that, and it's only the fact that Mino stays around and starts yelling and screaming at Yuji, going, what the hell is your problem, dude? We have been trying to reach out to you. We have been needing your help, and Yuka, the person who, supposedly was your friend's grandchild, is going to basically die now and gave up her whole life with a binding vow because you wouldn't show your face. And at first, you really see how little Yuji cares, not only about society and the Jujutsu sorcerers that are still around, but even about his own friend's grandchildren, because he goes, yeah, you know what? I feel like it would have been unfair if I didn't knock out the aliens, completely ignoring Mino's point in the first place. But on top of that, when mentioning that Yuka might die, Yuji does not care, as he says, about being Itadori Yuji anymore. The person that was there to always exercise curses and keep curse users out and be a sorcerer and fight for good and protect people, that's not who he is anymore. It's not necessarily because Yuji doesn't want to be there, and it's not necessarily because Yuji feels like he hates everyone and he's doing this for evil purposes, but it's simply because what he feels like is, as a veteran, he's meant to just wither away. He's meant to just fade away into the background. If he won't die, then he's going to expel himself from society to let society move on its own. He doesn't want to interfere with any of the battles going on. He doesn't want to interfere with anything that's going on in society because he feels that that is the correct thing that he should do, and that's what Gojo, his sensei, would have done if Gojo was dealt the same hand of eternal life. Because again, if Yuji doesn't ever take his hands off of society and leave, then everything is just going to be his responsibility until the end of time. And no one is going to be able to grow. No one is ever going to be able to improve themselves because all of the issues will get taken care of by Yuji. The same thing, realistically, that Gojo wanted to do with the next generation, just in a completely different way, taking his own path entirely. Gojo sought to teach the new generation and be around to possibly solve issues if he could, but mostly he wanted his students to take care of everything. Yuji's contribution as the strongest is to completely leave and not involve himself unless he absolutely necessarily needs to, which is exactly the point that we're in right now, where the cursed spirits in Tokyo are about to erupt and spread everywhere throughout Japan in an event that could be very similar to the Shibuya incident, just on a much grander scale. Yuji feels like, look, the aliens, the Sumerians, they're not going to be able to agree. This conflict is just completely going nowhere. I see no other choice but to step in, clean up all these cursed spirits. And you know what? In regards to Yuka, if she loses, I'll handle that problem too. I'll make sure Earth doesn't go. But at the same time, I also want to make sure that life goes on, and in a similar way to almost Usami, we have to be able to put these problems onto our new generation. We can't rely on our old veterans, our old weapons forever. Meanwhile, while all of this is going on, you have the fight with Deborah and Maharaga reaching its maximum climax as well. Because with everything that we have seen in that battle, we have now witnessed the awakening and true potential of Deborah, finally being pushed into a corner and witnessing the possibility of death and failing the mission that he took on and promised Dora that he would keep the Lumelian people safe. Deborah not only awakens his true potential and pushes his speed to the speed of light, potentially close to it at least, he also, last chapter we saw, unlocked reverse curse technique and was able to heal himself. But now, taking this idea of positive energy and funneling that into his actual ability, it seems like Deborah has awakened a curse technique reversal. Not like it seems, he actually fucking does it, and he summons a black hole, and wonders to himself what the Earthlings might call this before releasing the giant attack. And the thing is with this attack, Deborah is not holding anything back this time. Deborah knows, with Maharaga's adaptation, if he doesn't take Maharaga out in one shot with this black hole, then it's game over. Deborah is going to lose. Similarly to how Sukuna was when fighting Maharaga back in Shibuya, after realizing the win condition, Deborah actually, on his own merit and will alone, created a condition for himself to win. He, after awakening, created a curse technique reversal just by his own will, knowing that he needs to win this fight for his people. And just as that explosion is going off, you also have the moment with Yuji here. But before we get into that of Yuji taking out the curse spirits, there's also a main point of this chapter where Maru and Tsurugi are reaching a crossroads in their battle. They're both getting exhausted, and Tsurugi clearly has the advantage with his fusion with Rika, especially now, considering that Rika has trusted Tsurugi enough on the fact that he's the exact kind of guy that she always wanted to be paired with, apparently. Rika summons the Soul Split Katana, apparently the weapon that Maki had given Yuta, and Yuta had just stored inside of Rika over time. Because now that Tsurugi has the Soul Split Katana, he's at an even larger advantage with fighting Maru. He is now able to just ignore durability entirely, and now that he's reaching this point, Maru knows he might lose. But just as the battle is about to reach an end, Maru realizes the mass amount of cursed energy that's about to try and flee Tokyo. And he assumes that it's because Deborah is, of course, using that maximum curse technique reversal, which I'm sure a lot of curse spirits are fleeing from Tokyo because of that. But also, on top of that, what Maru doesn't realize is that Yuji motherfucking Itadori is there. And when I tell you that this might have been one of the craziest things that I have seen in the longest time, I won't lie to you, a bunch of you guys have said it. I've been a Yuji doubter for a long time in regards to how true his potential could be, and that's just because I don't like to oversell things. I don't want to give people or characters things that they may not have and end up being wrong. And you know what? In that plight, I ended up being wrong, because Yuji not only unleashes a projectile dismantle here, but the projectile dismantle that he releases, remember, this is just a base dismantle slash, is so strong that it not only cuts through the entire horde of curse spirits in all of the area, just immediately solving the problem in one go. It breaks through all of the curses and hits the ground in a way that unleashes an explosion that is just as large and massive as the explosion that goes off from Deborah releasing his black hole on Maharaga. So just a base dismantle is almost as powerful and destructive as Deborah's black hole is. And both of these explosions are on a much larger scale than I think any of us have seen in Jujutsu Kaisen. You can say that Fuga and Hollow Purple have been the strongest attacks that we have ever seen, but I really do think that in this chapter, Gojo and Sukuna are officially eclipsed by both of these characters, and there's no doubt about it anymore. But the main focal point of the end of this chapter is Tsurugi's evolution as a character, because right as this battle reaches its climax again, Maru unfortunately losing a lot of control of his curse technique just because of the massive detriment that destroying Kallions has on the Lumelian people. As Maru wields his blade and gets ready for the final attack, he realizes that Tsurugi has actually dropped the connection with Rika. Whether it is because of a 5-minute time limit that actually ended up making this mask fall off as Tsurugi thanks Rika and Rika tells Tsurugi to do his best, or this was some kind of binding vow, as we get hinted at the very end of the chapter, for Tsurugi to end everything once and for all. Because Maru specifically says here that all of that cursed energy is drying up. And this could just be because Rika's presence is completely ending and the transformation is over. But based off of the final dialogue of sacrificing power through a binding vow that makes him faster than ever, Tsurugi's dream has always been to become just like his grandmother, Maki Zenin. And this may be the best possible way for that to happen. By sacrificing Rika, sacrificing that connection, again, sacrificing this power that, I mean, if we're going by Yuji's message, whether Tsurugi is subconsciously or consciously doing it, by sacrificing the power of his grandfather, that power of the old generation, and giving himself new power of the next generation, Tsurugi, in effect, does become like his grandmother Maki, and this power may have been just enough to win the battle with Maru, because this speed catches Maru so off guard that Tsurugi is right there, and the Soul Split Katana, as we know, is essentially GG. You know, that's game over. But I guess we're just gonna have to wait, because that is how the chapter ends. And wow, this chapter has so much information packed into it and small bits of lore that have ramifications on insane levels. Yuji's presence as a Kallion, Yuji's new entire attitude on life. I mean, this is a Yuji that has lived for over, what, 70, 80 years? It makes sense that not only would he have developed in a completely different way than what we remember him when he was 17. I mean, this is a different character at this point. He looks the same, but he is not the same. Even as Mino yells at him and says he will never forgive Yuji, Yuji just laughs at Mino and says, well, maybe that will help the loneliness that I feel, as he walks off to go do what he needs to do. Like, saying that he doesn't care what happens is almost too similar to when Iori was complaining about how everything was going and Yuji says, it doesn't matter. It is what it is. It seems like Yuji really has taken this approach that if I'm not going to die, I just need to leave and I need to let this world grow on its own, because the longer that I stay here, the longer that the new generation will rely on me and the new generation will never grow until I leave. But maybe that's just my interpretation, especially considering he does invoke his sensei Gojo, making me feel that, like, while this might not be the exact same thing that his sensei did, it's what he feels like is the best way to do it in this moment. So let me know what you guys think down in the comments below. This was a great chapter, one of the best chapters in Modulo, which is saying something considering Modulo has had plenty of really, really good chapters. Whether that's just because Yuji showed up or not, I can't believe we're ending this series in only like 5 to 6 chapters, guys. Or maybe 7, I don't know, but we're almost at the end here, and I can't believe it. This has been such a great series, and I'm going to be sad when the sequel is over. One of the most interesting things to me about this chapter is how controversial it is, but also at the same time, it makes sense. When you have a piece of writing that involves so many different themes and symbols and character developments, you often have a very big divisive gap in the community as a whole. And that is something that I think you are really seeing in this chapter alone, because there are so many different integral character moments that happen that really change the course of a lot of the things as to how Jujutsu Kaisen Modulo is going to end. And let's just get the elephant out of the room, which is Tsurugi's loss against Maru in the battle for what was supposedly his sister's life, Yuka Okotsu. And to be honest with you, the flashback at the very beginning of the chapter really does shed some light as to why Tsurugi feels the way that he does. And it's also a really, really cool and important piece of accountability for Maki Zenin that we didn't get in the original series. And you can definitely criticize Gege for putting something like this in the sequel series, but I think the fact that we very much get this moment from Maki where she admits that, hey, you know what? I sacrificed my twin and I got great strength. I was able to take down the Zenin clan. I was able to make great change in the world. And even now, I don't really experience much hardship. I'm in a really good place in life. And yet there's still a piece of me deep down inside that wishes my sister could be here with me, enjoying, you know, this wealth, this luxury, this life that I've created. And she begins to cry and she tells Tsurugi that you're like me. You're going to gain strength from losing things. I know this for your future. However, there's going to come a moment when you're going to have to give something up to become stronger, to do something that you feel is, you know, the right thing to do at the moment, but you might have to question that, because if it comes at the loss of something you cherish, in this case it was the friendship that he made with Maru, that Tsurugi felt like killing Maru here to do what exactly? Now go on to fight Deborah? Because Tsurugi wasn't going to be using that Rika power to take on Deborah. I don't think that would have been nearly enough, especially not with how far Deborah has come if he does win that battle. So if you really wholeheartedly think about it, Tsurugi, in a sense, even though he's not able to explain it, he has a moment where he's like, look, I'm 17 years old. I know this was supposed to be for my sister, but this just didn't feel right to win this victory. Maru is left crying over what is Tsurugi's incapacitated body, because Tsurugi felt like killing Maru and leading the world towards a future that didn't have this friend that he made with it, that once again, whether Tsurugi saves Yuka from Deborah or not in some crazy, you know, anomaly of nature, Yuka's still gonna die of brain cancer eventually. And as much as he wants to hold on to the belief that he, as an older brother, should go against his sister's wishes, because remember, Tsurugi even outright admits that Yuka probably wants to go out in a blaze of glory like this. Knowing she wants to die, this is the best way that she can find value in her death, by fighting this duel and giving her life in order to save the world instead of just dying from brain cancer as she's going to anyway. And Tsurugi's rejection of that is why him and Maru are fighting. So regardless of how you feel, I really do think that Tsurugi's decision here makes sense. And even if you don't agree with it, I think it does ultimately lead us to the resolution of Jujutsu Kaisen Modulo, because as Maru is crying and realizing the consequences of his actions, which a lot of people are gonna hate on Maru for not realizing this right now, but I think ultimately a lot of people, they have who they are as a person deep down, but they also have who society wants them to be, who society and their culture, their race, their species expects Maru to be. And his species expects Maru to be a warrior. They expect Maru to fight for his people, even though deep down he always wanted peace, always wanted coexistence, and always just wanted to be friends with the humans. And his harmony curse technique brought the Lumelians to Earth because they were the perfect match. Maru and the third eye and everything that he was gifted to by the Kallion, by his heritage, tells him that he should fight for his people. And that was a struggle that he had deep down, but he had to push down in order to fight this battle against Tsurugi. And Tsurugi was the one to take the loss. Because remember, something that was brought up to us way early on in the very beginning of the series when Yuka and Cross were first talking about all of this was eventually someone needs to be willing to take the loss. Someone needs to be willing to give something up in order to create equality. Tsurugi, by killing Maru, would have just continued the cycle of violence. Even if you agree with what Tsurugi was doing, at the end of the day, Tsurugi killing Maru would not have solved really anything at all. However, by leaving Maru alive and giving Maru the chance that he's going to have now to create this new harmony that he makes with Yuji and Mahito later on in the chapter, as we'll discuss, Tsurugi, again, isn't aware of what he's doing and doesn't have an explanation for it. But by remembering Maki's words and taking the final blow instead of killing Maru here, because Maru even admits Tsurugi would have won, he opens the opportunity for a world where everyone can coexist in harmony, where that would not have been possible if he just killed Maru here. And as Maru cries over Tsurugi's body, the spirit of Rika Orimoto, not the curse, but the actual naturalized spirit, Rika Orimoto, arrives. And we also see the Kallion, the oldest Kallion in Lumelian tribe history, or at least the Non that was able to be carried onto the Non-Axe from the ship, also open its eyes as well and begin to signal off a response, which, as we'll get into later, brings us to the very penultimate moment of the chapter, which is Yuji, Mahito, and Maru coming together to create harmony. But first, one thing that I do need to talk about is Deborah and Maharaga's battle coming to its, what I assume is climactic ending, because we really only have a couple chapters left in this series. But Deborah has one-upped every single chapter just by level in what I mean, because he went from learning reverse curse technique to using that reverse curse technique to create a curse technique reversal, and then realizing that Maharaga is just going to adapt. Maharaga is just going to be able to adapt to my curse technique reversal if I don't make sure this attack not only hits him, but kills him in all of its full glory. In that conundrum that he finds himself in, we know Deborah is a very smart person. We've seen him analyze so many of these things, the RCT, the curse technique reversal, even just fighting and realizing what Maharaga was doing to him in general. Deborah notices the Non-Axe spaceship flying overhead as Maru is doing his side of the equation, and Deborah thinks to himself, wow, Maru did create that spaceship with a barrier. And he goes, Maru, I see, if I create a barrier, I'll be able to trap Maharaga and make sure that my attack hits him, guaranteed. And as he begins to come up with the idea of a domain expansion himself, Deborah quite literally looks at Maharaga and realizes that Maharaga is adapting, but he hasn't shot his curse technique reversal yet. What is Maharaga adapting to? Well, it seems like Maharaga has been out and battling for so long that Maharaga is genuinely just adapting to Deborah, his existence, or just existence itself in general. Maharaga is beginning to adapt to anything and everything Deborah will ever be able to use, and potentially anything in general anyone would ever be able to use against him. Remember, Maharaga is for the first time adapting to an extraterrestrial curse technique. So on top of the binding vow that Yuka most likely used, the death binding vow, by sacrificing portions of her life to get to this point, Maharaga is most likely overpowered, and Deborah realizes that this is the one and final chance he has to finish this as he casts domain expansion. While we don't know what exactly the innate technique of it is, it's pretty certain that it's just going to be an instant kill technique, and we don't have the exact official name of the domain expansion yet, but it is very long. Deborah definitely, when finding out he was able to name this technique whatever he wanted to, took full liberty and wrote a goddamn essay for the title. But either way, Deborah and Maharaga is achieving its end. At this point, it's still almost impossible to tell who's going to win. Deborah could use this domain to instantly kill Maharaga and win the battle for good, which will in turn kill Yuka. Or what may end up happening is Maharaga might genuinely just have adapted to existence itself and be unkillable at this point, meaning that Maharaga, and no matter what happens to Maharaga, it's GG's. Maharaga has just won no matter what Deborah can do. But what I speculate may end up happening is most likely going to null and void the ritual entirely and end up completely making this battle have no winner, because Yuji and Maru come up with the perfect plan to solve everyone's issues and create absolute harmony between everyone, which is just making it so cursed spirits cannot exist. Yuji is kind of curious as to why he just got teleported onto the non-act spaceship and why he's looking at a Kallion. It's funny to me that Todo is the one person that still has contact with Yuji, and Todo is the person that filled Itadori in on all of the alien shenanigans that were going on while he was away. So we know that Todo is still present in Jujutsu Society. He is just kind of faded into the background because no one else keeps touch with him, as we found out in the volume extras. Just sad to me that no one likes Todo. Now, what Maru and Yuji are planning to do is use Maru's curse technique on top of all of the cursed energy that has been stored inside of Yuta's ring, Rika Orimoto's will, which most likely makes sense considering her spirit did appear before Maru. You also have all of the high potency Moru stones that have constructed the non-act ship in and of itself, as well as Maru's technique, potentially Cross's technique, and from what I am able to decrypt here from this dialogue, and the fact that Mahito also ends up being a key to this harmony that Maru wants to create amongst Earthlings and Sumerians, it's possible that Mahito is going to combine Idol Transfiguration with harmony, as well as Itadori Yuji's will on top of his knowledge of the soul, on top of all of that cursed energy and everything that has been around, to enact what ironically may as well be considered a merger. Based off of what Yuji says to Maru here, and why he agrees with Maru's harmony plan, is because it reminds him of Yuki Tsukumo's plan, the person that looked after his older brother Choso, rest in peace. It appears to me that the way that they may be able to accomplish this is by doing what Yuki Tsukumo thought was the right answer the entire time, by not just creating a world where cursed spirits aren't born, but creating an actual world where cursed energy as an entire whole is extinguished and removed from everyone. Not just Earthlings, but Sumerians as well. And sure, I know a lot of people are going to say, oh, well, the Sumerian planet is still capable of, using cursed energy. Potentially they can come and invade. I don't know if that's going to be an issue, if that's going to be something they'll deal with, because again, Sumerian planet hasn't invented space travel. The non-act spaceship was an anomaly of nature that was created by the Moru stones that Maru and Cross's curse technique harmonized with. So it's also possible that by basically using the non-act ship, using all of that stored cursed energy over the decades from Yuta, using Yuji, Mahito's Idol Transfiguration, the Kallion, I believe, is also going to be involved in some way, shape, or form. It's possible they may be able to just bring everyone into harmony by eliminating cursed energy as a whole. Now, that's just speculation. It could just be that cursed spirits just are eliminated from the world and they can no longer be born, and that's just a condition that's made, and they're still naturally occurring sorcerers. But remember, from what Yuki Tsukumo says, if cursed energy isn't eliminated, then cursed spirits will always be born. Geto came to the conclusion that all non-sorcerers need to die because sorcerers themselves don't release cursed energy. And a lot of people I've seen also bring up the idea that by making everyone sorcerers, then that would basically eliminate cursed spirits. Now, the issue is by making everyone sorcerers, this just brings in the giving everyone superpowers problem, and that may just inadvertently create more issues since now everybody is a superhuman and can fight with superhuman abilities and supernatural techniques, which is why I feel like just getting rid of cursed energy is probably the quickest path to peace. But I know a lot of people don't want that because they want to see the characters that they love get stronger. The fact that Deborah just literally speed ran all of Jujutsu sorcery in a single battle just to lose access to all of his cursed energy. Although, if you really think about it, I kind of like that Deborah would literally become the strongest in the universe and then give up that power. Because, again, Deborah, I think that's a sacrifice that makes sense that everyone needs to achieve for peace. But that's just me. I would love to hear what you guys all think down below in the comments, because the final aspect of the chapter is the return of Mahito, who is revealed to just be a tool that Maru and Yuji are going to be using, which most likely for his idol transfiguration, to enact this harmony across the worlds themselves. And I think it's actually hysterical that all of that big talk that Mahito gave in the original battle all the way back in Shibuya to Yuji, that Yuji's just another human and Mahito may soon forget him, just to see that Mahito has been stuck in limbo, basically, waiting for Itadori Yuji to die so Mahito could pass on and potentially be reincarnated. Mahito has obsessed over Yuji for this long, waiting for this day that Yuji could come back. And ironically enough, it's Yuji who, after he pulls the veil back and sees Mahito, goes, "Oh, look at this guy, I remember this guy." The most casual, uninterested reminder of how little Mahito ended up mattering in the grand scheme of all of Yuji's 80 years of life. And sure, that was still an integral, pivotal moment in Yuji's life, but Yuji's lived for 80 years now. That's such a long time ago, it's nothing to Yuji, which is essentially what Mahito was trying to say. It's ironic to me how the roles have completely reversed, and also how Mahito just ends up on his ass crying again when he realizes that Yuji isn't dead and they are about to take advantage of him one more time. I think it's such a great way to use your legacy characters. Yuji, who has been immortalized and is unable to pass on, which is what he has always wanted from the beginning of time, and Mahito, who has been standing around in limbo waiting for the moment he could meet Yuji again, while also having that moment ruined for him just as easily as it came. Whether this ends up with Itadori Yuji giving up his life to help in this harmony or not, I think this is a great way and send-off for these two characters that have been just lying around and wait in the story for something like this and a big role for them to play. And the fact that Maru is going to be able to bring this all together with his Harmony Curse technique, I think it's a great way to end it. Everyone that was holding on to their Yuji vs. Mahito round 3 stocks just paid off significantly, and I hope you all enjoy your $1 million houses. It is absolutely insane to me how well Modulo was able to craft a almost perfect ending for some of its legacy characters, like Mahito, like Itadori Yuji, the people that have been around since the mainline series that have just stuck around for way too long will now finally have a satisfying ending to them. In some ways, shapes, and forms, right? Fresh off the cliffhanger of last chapter and the reveal that Yuji and Maru would have to team up with Mahito in order to achieve this quote-unquote merger. I know that's not technically what it is, but it's kind of so similar to what Kenjaku and Yuki were trying to accomplish that, honestly, it makes so much sense to just call it the merger for right now until we have a more proper name. But as far as it goes, using Mahito's technique as well as the combined cursed energy of all the Muru stones and Yuta Okotsu's hoarded cursed energy from the cursed ring, they will be able to mess with the souls of both the human people and the Sumerian people in order to make sure that negative energy is not released anymore. They of course have two options with that, but before we get into the major ramifications of the future of the Jujutsu Kaisen world, we have the awesome and most amazing thing that I did not expect, and most people really just thought we weren't going to get because of how close we are to the end of Jujutsu Kaisen Modulo. Realizing that Mahito is going to be necessary to be used in this merger, Yuji knows that he's not going to come quietly. Yuji knows that Mahito is not going to cooperate. Maru says that the only way they're going to be able to do this is with brute force. And one of the craziest things to me is you see Mahito's face and he just starts to tremble as Yuji just talks so casually that, oh, I don't want to accidentally kill this guy. Maru just brushing it off like, hey, he can't die here. Don't worry. He'll just be subjugated. He's yours to torment and do whatever you want with. And Yuji's like, hey, yeah, you heard that? You want to just dance? You want to just mess around and have some fun? And Mahito is just beyond pissed that Yuji would look down on him like this and just goes all out, all at once, using idle transfiguration in what is essentially a perfect field spell for Mahito. He is in a world where everything is so close to the material of the soul that his technique essentially controls the entire environment around him. He's able to recreate Shibuya to a T, use everything, the buildings, turn them into these like crazy dragonfish things and surround Yuji in attacks completely. And then after surrounding him with all of this crazy matter and destruction, he just uses domain expansion to try and seal the deal and say that in this world that he is king, and he's going to make Yuji stop pretending to be young, and he's going to strip that young face away from him. And before he even has the chance to finish saying domain expansion, Mahito's tongue is ripped from his fucking mouth, which is one of the most iconic things in the world that Itadori Yuji would, one, break the classic anime and manga trope of letting your main villain finish his long dialogue and finish the name of his attack before it casts, but that Yuji has become so powerful and so strong that he can't just release a base dismantle that destroys an entire horde of curse spirits. He can unleash an entire storm of slashes that just rips apart everything inside of Mahito's entire domain. In his buffed territory, by the way. It is just a testament to how far Yuji has come. Mahito is cleaved, split apart, dismantled. He is shredded into just small dice boxes. All of the world itself, without even a counter domain attack, just pure aura itself that Yuji emanates from his dismantle attacks as he just rips the part of Mahito's head that has his brain inside of it and asks him if he was always this weak, as if a small little on his grave, right? As he loses again to Itadori Yuji, his natural enemy that has just become unstoppable in his eyes. And I loved it, having a Yuji versus Mahito moment like this where he just gets absolutely embarrassed is insane. I know all of the people that were hoping Mahito would get buffed and get improved in power because of the Sumerians, and maybe we would have a really, really strong Mahito who has achieved the level that Deborah and Yuji are currently at. As someone that was one of those people, it's sad to see, but it's also super cool to see Yuji come so far, especially when we see him be willing to bear the weight of the sin that him and Maru are about to create. Because one thing that I really loved about this chapter is how open and honest not just Yuji and Maru are, but Gege is as a writer in this chapter, considering what these characters are about to do. They are essentially stripping away so many people's autonomy here and making a decision out from underneath people. They aren't consulting anyone. They're not taking a democratic vote. They are choosing what is going to happen to the world here against everyone else's will. And I like that they admit that. Yuji stops everything and says, I just want to have everyone that's here admit we are doing something that is definitely looked down upon. Because they essentially have two choices here with this quote-unquote merger that they're going to be able to use with Mahito's technique and all of the materials that they have put together. They have the option of, one, going Kenjaku's method, which is making cursed energy and taking that to the extreme by giving everyone and turning all non-sorcerers into sorcerers. Therefore, sorcerers don't leak their negative energy because they have control of their cursed energy. They're able to turn it into cursed techniques and very minimal amounts leak out. Therefore, cursed spirits most likely would drastically reduce due to only sorcerers existing. However, as Maru correctly points out, that is a terrible idea because now you're just essentially giving everyone superpowers. You're giving everyone cursed techniques and creating a very chaotic world where if anybody decides to become evil, they have all of the power they need to become a curse user. we already have an extremely high diversity of normal Jujutsu sorcerers to curse users. There was even one in the mainline series where most people that awaken techniques usually don't go the official route. They usually go more of the cursed user route. So they already have that issue, and Yuji and Maru both come to the conclusion that that's probably not the best idea. So they have option number 2, or number 1, whatever you want to call it, which was Yuki Tsukumo's method of extinguishing cursed energy entirely and removing it from the human race as a whole, or at least Japanese and Sumerian people. By removing cursed energy from both races, and not just one of them, both of them, that means that they are going to immediately remove cursed spirits because there's not going to be negative energy any at all to leak. And also 2, there's not going to be anyone that appears that will have the power to act on their malice. I mean, obviously you'll have things like knives and normal weapons and normal fisticuffs and stuff like that. So like they're not eliminating crime and making a perfect world. You know, I don't think that was ever the point. But the point is that they can significantly reduce casualties in general by eliminating cursed spirits and cursed energy entirely. Now, I know that puts a huge dent in Agenda Kaisen for a lot of people, but I think that I do agree with that method, although there are some problems that do arise, which they do talk about as well, which is could they potentially create people like Tsurugi that have maximized physical prowess because they give away their cursed energy. And Yuji actually clarifies that those only exist in extreme cases where a bunch of cursed energy is present and is then taken away, or they come from a lineage that has very special cases. From the Okotsu and Zenin line, Maki losing Mai, those situations are the only ones that can really make a maximized human like Toji or Maki. So that's not really the problem here. The real issue is that Yuji brings up is that by removing cursed energy as a whole, while that may sound all fine and dandy right now and solve all our current problems, it is still important to acknowledge that we may be erasing our chance to solve future issues that may arise. Which is funny because I don't know if most people caught this small little reference here. This is almost exactly what would have ended up happening to the tiger that caused the tiger to go feral way back in chapter 3. Its natural energy source being taken away caused it to become completely different and end up becoming and going up against the people that once brought it peace, which would essentially and could essentially happen when cursed energy is eliminated entirely. Let's say we have a future where 300 years from now, 400 years from now, who knows how long it takes, all of our natural energy resources are depleted, and for some reason we can't use solar panels anymore, we can't use nuclear energy, and cursed energy ends up being our only option for survival. We now can't do that because cursed energy has been removed forever and we never even had a chance. We're basically stripping away a possible future from the world and not asking for anyone's consent. And they're also messing with people's bodies without their consent. There's a lot of things being done against the people's will here. But when Maru begins to stumble, he begins to stumble of his words, he starts to get a little nervous and goes, well, if that's not the right option, then what is the right option? Yuji says it doesn't matter if it's right or wrong, it's a decision that we have to make. We are going to have to make an executive decision. Some people may not agree with it, some people may agree with it, and, you know, maybe it ends up being the wrong thing to do generations down the line, and they are going to be upset with us that we did it. But the point is that somebody needs to be willing to make those tough decisions, and Yuji says that they will bear the weight of this sin together, specifically himself, because he estimates that because of his agelessness, quote unquote, he's probably got another 300 years left to live. And with those 300 years, Yuji will be able to see out their plan. He'll be able to see out what their actions cause himself personally, firsthand. And if anything comes of it and they end up dealing with any issues down the line from the actions that they chose, then he will be there to atone, bear the weight of that punishment, and do what he can to solve the issue. But he wants to remind Maru that even though Maru's doing this out of good intentions, they are still sinning. For one thing, I will say, I do appreciate Maru's development here in a sense that he understands that his people also need to lose cursed energy as well. Because Yuji does also bring up that, you know, so you don't have to take away cursed energy from your people don't make cursed spirits. And he says it wouldn't really be fair if we left all of us with cursed energy and you guys didn't have any. And Yuji's like, fair. Maru simply just wants people to know that, be it as it may, that these Sumerian people were forced onto the planet. The planet was and became better because of them. That's all Maru wants. And I think that's, for all intents and purposes, out of everything that's happened, fair, Maru. Good point. You know what? If we all have to live together, let's make it as peaceful as possible, and let's make it better for everybody. So in this final moment where we may finally be able to create harmony between everybody, Yuji breaks the ice, pulls the veil off and says, hey, despite all of this, cursed spirits might still not all be erased. And Maru is completely confused because he's like, wait a minute, we walked all the way down this line. We were about ready to hit the button and do this, and you're going to tell me that the main goal of this isn't going to be solved? And that's, of course, how the chapter freaking ends, so we don't exactly know what Yuji's talking about here. Whatever reason that may be, I'm sure a bunch of people have their reasons and what they believe, but we're just gonna have to wait until next chapter to see what Yuji tells us. And I'm personally loving the way that Yuji was done in this series. I'm loving the way that Mahito was done, and I can't wait to see what happens in these last couple of chapters. There's 3 color pages coming up. It's possible that we only have 3 chapters left from here. That would make sense to me. We're hitting that 25 chapter mark for the volume 3, or again, maybe just 26 chapters, but we're pretty much on the way out based off of the way the story's being paced.
So I just want to go ahead and start with the fact that I am a little sick, so I apologize about being so scatterbrained about all of this, but essentially, this has become one of the most controversial chapters of Jujutsu Kaisen Modulo, and while I have definitely my own feelings on the topic, what I want to do here is break down everything that goes on in this chapter and come to a conclusion that hopefully all of us can agree on, at the very least, as an objective truth of what actually happened in this story. We pick up almost exactly where we left off of on the cliffhanger, where Yuji was revealing to us that even if they try to eliminate cursed energy from everyone in Japan, that won't eliminate the existence of cursed spirits as a whole. The main issue is that even though there is the faintest trace of cursed energy throughout the world, because remember, Japanese people only have an excess of cursed energy because of Tengen's pure barriers. Those pure barriers accelerate cursed energy in the country, and therefore that's how we get sorcerers, that's how we get so many cursed spirits. Although we do know sorcerers and cursed energy exist outside of Japan. We have people like Miguel, and of course it's implied that there are other foreign sorcerers that also exist in general. Yuji reveals even though Maru's technique, because they are in the realm of souls, they are essentially existing in a filter where all life cycles through. New life, old life, they are literally existing in a place of purgatory and limbo that houses all souls. So they can, instead of just affecting Japanese people, they can affect with Maru's technique, with Yuta's cursed energy, with idol transfiguration, and all of the other things that are required to actually use a technique of this level, can actually affect everyone on the world and eliminate any trace of cursed energy possible. However, Yuji reveals that the main issue is they're not going to actually be able to eliminate all of cursed energy. Doing so would go against the conditions of Maru's technique in the actual merging of all of these different factors that are allowing us to achieve this result. Maru's harmony cannot harm anyone, and because they would be removing cursed energy and basically altering the composition of the body to a point that it may be losing a defense system, it is perceived as harming people, which means that they can get rid of as much cursed energy as possible, but there will still be that small faint trace, just like there is throughout the entire world itself. Meaning that cursed spirits can still be born, even in Tokyo, as all of that negative energy with the existence of cursed spirits being acknowledged will begin to flow to that area. And even though those cursed spirits might not have a lot of negative energy because they'll pull up so much more, weak cursed spirits will no longer be born. It will only be powerful cursed spirits. And even though it will be reduced to, only, 1 to 5 curses being born a year, and that's a very manageable thing, they have to acknowledge that it's not a perfect world. And that's one thing that I definitely think Gege does a good job of, is making sure that this isn't the perfect solution. We know that there are going to be issues with the plan that they are coming to right now, and they have acknowledged multiple issues with this. However, Yuji says that because this will just be an ultimately better power balance entirely, with him being able to help the next generation prepare for those 1 to 5 cursed spirits that may appear yearly, Tokyo can be reconstructed, Sumerians and humans can have a chance at coexistence, and the world can move on past something that has been causing it so much strife and pain throughout generations now, entire eras, being like the Heian era, being based on pure bloodbath and Jujutsu sorcery. The issue is that they also come to is they have to understand what curse spirits and Kallions have in common that has been causing the confusion of Lumelians this entire time. Because as Yuji and Maru both confirm, they are not the same thing. Curses are literally born from negative energy. They are born of evil. They can't have their nature just changed. They can't have their souls, quote unquote, just changed. The reason for this is, as Maru and Yuji are discussing this, Maru comes to the conclusion that there's something called a soul wavelength, or a color of a soul. And he realizes that Lumelians and Kallions have a very similar soul color. So essentially what it is Kallions view Lumelian people as their allies, as their family, whereas curse spirits do not have that same kind of view of humans in and of itself. That's why they are so different. Essentially what they want to focus on, and what Yuji says, is just because something looks like a curse spirit and is similar to a curse spirit does not make them pure evil. Yuji brings up people like Tengen, who wasn't exactly a curse spirit but was very close to one, and also brings up Choso, who was half curse spirit but was able to come to an understanding with Yuji and work for the good of humanity in and of itself. They wonder if they can actually change the color of souls for everyone to completely eliminate the threat of curse spirits. Maru says that this isn't exactly possible, but there are other things that they can hopefully do to eliminate the actual threat of curse spirits more and more. Because this is a filter of souls that they are in, Maru can essentially remake this place with Yuji's power, Yuta's power, idol transfiguration, his technique, and everything else that they are using to come to this conclusion. They are able to turn the world of souls into a literal filter that will split and reshape souls as they pass through when they are born. So not only will all the people alive now have this effect done to them, but they will also have all the newer people that are being born coming through this filter to adjust their souls and forms. Yuji is upset that there's really no other way to accomplish this, especially considering that that might actually end up affecting the Kallion that's aboard the Non-X right now. But sacrifice is sacrifice. And then we move on to what most people are not happy with in regards to this chapter, because it's revealed that in order to actually save Yuka, something that we kind of already knew from the very beginning was that the ritual needed to be nullified in some way, shape, or form, similar to what Sukuna did with Megami, where Sukuna defeated Maharaga on his own, which nullified the ritual because he wasn't a part of the original roster of the ritual. Maru, what he does is actually interrupt the duel and actually yoink Deborah outside of the Maharaga duel. He apologizes to Deborah because he dishonored Deborah by interrupting the duel between warriors. This is the second time that Maru has done this to Deborah. He knows it's rude, but he tries to apologize. But Deborah says, "Don't worry, I understand exactly what you're doing. You want me to go all the way back to Samuria because it's the only way to save Yuka. If I go that far out," just very similar to Deborah's sister's curse with the Discante chief, Deborah being taken that far away will essentially nullify the ritual, because we see later in the chapter that Maru actually heals Tsurugi, Cross, Yuka, and Usami right before he does the final purification ritual. Yuka's suspended death has been removed, and as long as Deborah stays away in the planet, then the ritual will be nullified completely. A lot of people are upset with Deborah just being willing to leave after unlocking all of this power and after unlocking a fighting spirit, but I think it's important to recognize that Deborah didn't unlock a bloodlust for fighting. Deborah unlocked what he realized was a warrior, what it meant to be a warrior. And all the way back in the very beginning chapters, Jabaloma tells us that being a warrior doesn't mean fighting to the death. Being a warrior means staying alive and being there to protect your people, your innocence. Deborah, realizing that leaving and going back to Samuria with his sister, now that he was able to get the black rope, is basically curing his sister of the curse, and now that he can go back, he can help and save Yuka, which is what everyone wanted in the first place. Deborah only came to Earth to honor his promise to Dula. He only wanted to protect the people and make sure they were safe, the Lumelian people. And now that Maru says that the Lumelian people are safe, Deborah's role here is finished. He no longer needs to do anything else. He doesn't need to finish that duel with Maharaga because, again, as a warrior, the same lesson
lesson that Maru learned. It's not about winning the fight. It's not about ending the battle and fighting to the death. It's about living to fight another day and doing what's right. And after healing everyone, like I said before, Yuji and Maru bid ways and they say farewell to one another. Yuji's unsure because he knows that there's still one large job to do, which is the entire purification ritual as a whole. But Maru says that he's able to do it himself because this is a burden that he needs to bear alone. The thing is, he's not alone. As he goes to make the decision and he curses himself, not in like the literal sense, but he self-deprecates because he realizes that without Yuji being there, he wouldn't have been able to have the confidence and the gall to be able to do something this large and impactful. Cross, Tsurugi, and Yuka in the Den of Souls are there with Maru, there to help him bear this burden. And I mean, we still have to wait for the next chapter. I think that's very important as well, is a lot of these issues that a lot of people have are most likely going to be handled in the last 2 chapters of the series. So I think a lot of people are jumping the gun on that unit, saying that we've lost a lot of emotional weight, because I feel like personally, this is always where the story has been going, to find a way to coexist for everyone. And I know a lot of people think that this seemed rushed. I know a lot of people think that this came out of nowhere or that we skipped over a climax, but I think it's important to reframe everything as this moment right here with Maru and Yuji, them discussing the fate of the world and them discussing harmony, is the climax. Deborah and Maharaga wasn't the climax of Modulo. Personally, I just want everyone to know that I'm going to tell you my true opinion no matter what. If I like something, I like something. If I don't like something, I'll tell you I don't like something. So I just, as an end here, I just want to make it very clear that if I didn't like this chapter, I would definitely tell you. That's coming from a gay glazer, I guess.
It's sad to think that this might actually be the penultimate chapter of Jujutsu Kaisen Modulo. This sequel story really has accomplished so much in such little time. And even though we've only shared such a small amount of time with some of these characters, the amount of care and clear divisiveness that they have caused is a true testament to how great Akutami's writing always has been and will continue to be and grow and improve forever going forward in whatever story he continues to write. I know a lot of people are really hoping we get more Jujutsu Kaisen after this, but even if we don't, I have to say that if this is how Modulo is shaping up to end, I absolutely do enjoy how it has involved almost every aspect of the mainline series that was set up way back when, and also the things that have been cleverly introduced in this sequel series. Because this chapter basically picks up almost exactly where we left off with the extinguishing of all curse spirits across Tokyo. And even someone like Miyaguni, the lady higher up that was surprisingly one of the only people that was actually able to stay awake and conscious after Itadori Yuji's piercing blood barrage, she even acknowledges that as all of these curse spirits evaporate, it's almost like a kindness that's being done to them. It's not just some kind of basic exorcism where they ignite into purple flames. It's almost as if, you know, they're being laid to rest. It can't even be called a purge. Just like I theorized last chapter, what basically seems to have happened is while inside the world of souls, Maru was somehow able to output reverse curse technique, use idle transfiguration for its healing abilities. Whatever the case, Cross is able to awaken from his coma, fully healed. Yuka actually awakes from her suspended death animation as the Maharaga wheel falls to the ground, Maharaga dispersing into shadows, because again, it has been heavily implied that once you have given light years, I'm talking again, because Sumeria and Earth aren't just like in the same galaxy, they are aeons away from one another. So the sheer amount of distance between the two has actually effectively nullified the 10 Shadows ritual of summoning Maharaga. And this was actually brought up way far back in the very beginning when Deborah and Usami were first discussing his sister's curse, when they brought up the black rope in the first place, which is how Maru and everyone knew about the black rope, to give that to Deborah and send that off to them. The biggest surprise of all of this is that Yuka was included, it seems, in this healing maneuver that Maru did, because it's not that she was just saved from suspended death. On top of that, her her disorientation, her illness, her fever, all of it seems to be gone. And as she smiles and realizes that she feels fine, she knows in her heart of hearts that what was most likely a dream sequence, or Yuka, Tsurugi, and Cross meeting with Maru in the world of souls is like an astral plane kind of thing, right? Yuka realizes that that was all real, and she goes to call Tsurugi, as Tsurugi is also healed by Maru and waking up. They realize that Yuka's calling them, knowing that she's okay, and we really are actually going to get a pretty decently happy ending from what it seems, because not only are all of our goats healed, with the exception of Usami. We don't see Usami, but that might just be because we haven't gotten really the Earthling half of the closure part of this climax. Speaking of Deborah and the Black Rope, we pick up exactly where Deborah is left off in Samaria, and I don't know if Deborah just breached through the war chief's kind of headquarters. It seems like a massive castle, and Deborah just started beating people up to get through here, or Maru quite literally just poofed him right in front of the war chief while he was in the middle of getting busy, it seems, and this guy just starts panicking and freaking out. If you wanted any more kind of confirmation that Deborah's sister's curse was the only thing that was keeping the war chief in power, Deborah has been a mirror to so many different kinds of strong characters from the original series. He had his Gojo moment fighting Maharaga when his voltage started to ramp up. He was introduced with all of this level of Sukuna aura and presence. And now right here, we see that the entire Descante tribe as a whole was held up by the sheer fact that Deborah did not revolt, and that Deborah cared about his sister and did not want his sister to die. Because this man, realizing that the guards aren't coming, he can't do anything about Deborah. These poor girls, I guess, just get cooked in the massive explosion that Deborah is about to cause. But the only saving grace he has, and he cries out for, is that, hey, you have a sister. Your sister is gonna die. And when his sister is revealed to be right behind Deborah with no curse, and he realizes that the curse was lifted somehow, the last thought on his mind probably was, I'm fucked, before instantly getting blown to smithereens, or at least keeping his head still intact, because Deborah throws his head in front of a giant crowd of Descante tribespeople, and he must have been one terrible leader, because bro just got usurped and he didn't have a single person that was loyal to him. Usually, even in the den of medieval, the worst kings ever have at least one guy that's like, hey, look, that's not how, succession works. Everyone kneeled instantly the moment that Deborah said that he was going to be the patriarch. Not that, no one was going to stop him either, but it's interesting to me that Deborah acknowledges that he has no political savviness. He doesn't understand how to properly rule a group of people. And you can see that even earlier on in the series when he just constantly vetoes everything the Lumelians do. They do not like him. They didn't consider him a part of their people, even though he was supposed to be their chief. Deborah said, fuck all that. I don't want to deal with that nonsense anymore. One of you guys can, vote a new person in. I just want to make sure my homie Dora gets idolized. He gets memorialized, has a funeral, and then once we're all through with that, that's my only order. We can all move on. And everyone is in such high spirits, even though their war chief just got fucking decapitated. They start laughing because Deborah is just that much of a silly guy. And I won't lie, that definitely feels a little bit off tone for me. It's a little jarring to see the little kids laughing while their war chief's head is basically on a spike. But you know what? Different planet, different group of people. Who am I to say? You know what I mean? People have so many nitpicks when it comes to this ending that this is the last of the things that I should be bringing up. Where all of this ends up going is a conclusion in regards to the Lumelians that are now left on Earth, with Maru essentially using all of the Non-Axis energy and all of the Mulu stones that were inside of it to enact this ritual of harmony. I would have to imagine that that panel of the ship just kind of crashed into the ground. The Lumelians are stuck here no matter what. What Maru did used up all of its power. They are not able to leave now. they have no choice but to have this political meeting of all of the council people, all of the elders, and discuss what their plans are for the future. Now that they're on Earth and they have to assimilate with the Earthlings, they need to go over the things that Maru has done in the Ritual of Harmony, which is something that I think is really, really funny, honestly, looking at the translation that we have now, because when Maru and Cross reveal that they actually ended up spreading out the color of souls between Kalyan's cursed spirits and Sumerians, it was revealed during the whole Ritual of Harmony. Maru and Yuji came to the conclusion that the reason that Kalyans don't attack Lumelians is because Kalyans and Lumelians actually share a similar soul. The Kalyans viewed the Lumelian people as one of them, but because of the Ritual of Harmony, by getting rid of all of the cursed spirits and trying to create peace between Lumelians and Earthlings, Maru actually scattered the colors of souls amongst everybody. He couldn't just leave it up to cursed spirits, because remember, cursed spirits and Kalyan also ended up sharing a soul color conveniently, and that was quite literally just a coincidence of nature. It's not, you could say what you want about it, but it's pure coincidence in and of itself. The Earthlings, Sumerians, no one has an answer for it. And what it comes down to is the only way to stop that was to scatter Kalyan souls as well and scatter Lumelian souls. So instead of just saying the color of souls and saying soul probably like 20, 30 times, turn it into a drinking game if you need to, the best and easiest way to explain it is that now, as new Lumelians are born, they will no longer be seen as friendlies to the Kalyan. So while all of the remaining Lumelian are fine, and there are about 52 Kalyans, as Cross says, that are left on the Nonak ship, or left with the Lumelian people, and it seems that they have stopped giving birth. They are basically euthanized in a sense of they can't have children anymore. They can't reproduce. So these Kalyan are the last Kalyan in existence. They have to decide, what are we going to do with these 52 beasts that, sure, they used to be our religion, but they're going to start eating new Lumelians as we go on. Maru admits he could have very easily just eliminated the Kalyan with the cursed spirits, but he felt that wasn't a right thing to do, and he wanted to consult all of the Lumelian people and come to an actual vote on it, which is surprising that Asuki, of all people, is willing to listen to what Maru and Cross have to say. Not only is it a very great parallel to all the way back to the canal situation, that after Asuki had his, his big radical moment and he freaked out, he got his shit rocked first by Kid Cross and next by Black Flash Yuji, and he realized as he was foaming at the mouth, shit, you know what, maybe I was being a dickhead. Maybe let's listen to what these guys have to say. Of course, Jabaloma is on the side of Maru and Cross. Jabaloma was able to watch the cursed spirit extinguishing in the Ritual of Harmony, and he saw the potential out of it. He knows that this is a required piece of assimilating with Earthling culture. And what's the most funny thing to me of all is when the elders are mad about what Maru and Cross did, one of the funniest and most ironic things ever, because remember, the Kalyans are, yes, the Lumelians' religion, but they've always been a convenient excuse for power plays. They were a convenient excuse for the Discante to steal Mulu stones from the Lumelians and push them out of their homeland and segregate them. That was what they were trying to do when they ended up almost exterminating the Lumelians. This time they ended up having them immigrate to Earth. Now you had Asuki and the elders being willing to use the Cursed Spirit Kalyan connection that would have given them the chance to, swing their dick around for the Japanese people and take control of Tokyo. Now that the Kalyans are potentially going away, the elders are mad about it, but what they say, forget the Kalyans. You, Maru and Cross, need to be punished. So Asuki again tells them to shut the hell up, because what's important is understanding what is up with the Kalyans. And say what you will about Asuki, at least he actually gave a fuck about what the Kalyans were now. He's the one that's saying, hey, screw punishing them. Let's just figure out what we need to do. Because, again, it shows how, yeah, the Kalyans are a religious sacred beasts, but the moment that, they're at threat, we don't care about them. We care about punishing the people who... It's very interesting how people kind of view these things. And without going too much on a soapbox, what I do want to speculate about is the final page of this chapter while we wait for what might be the last chapter of Jujutsu Kaisen Modulo. While Yuji's walking away, we see him walking away during the Ritual of Harmony, and he's very glad that Maru was able to build up the resolve to actually go through with everything. But where Yuji actually ends up is in the Gojo clan storage house, as it seems he's visiting an old friend, Panda. Sure, Yuji just could be in town and wanting to visit a friend, but we know Panda's unique situation. Panda has been dormant because even though he was self-sufficient, that self-sufficient cursed energy core without his two siblings ended up eventually slowly dwindling out over time. I saw a couple people confused about this, but Panda is essentially on sleep low battery mode. It's not that he's completely gone as a whole. We see this in the volume extras where Yuka is gossiping to a friend near Panda about a girl Tsurugi likes, and then the next time Tsurugi is near Panda, Panda exposes his ass. He really only has small blips of life and moments that he's able to use, so he really only wakes up for those short little moments and is able to speak for a short amount of time. Whether this is Yuji visiting or big speculation time, this is leading us towards this super climax of the final chapter. Because remember, Yuji was in the world of souls, and he also interacted with Mahito. They used Mahito's idol transfiguration for the ritual of harmony. And we know how Panda's interaction and Curse Core used to be with souls as a whole. Maybe, for one, Yuji, while in the world of souls, came up with a great way to potentially give Panda a new body, a new vessel, or just give Panda his sibling souls back, or, find a way to bring Panda back. Or he's going to use Panda in tandem with the soul knowledge to set up this countermeasure that Yuji planned to do for these next generations as these 1 to 5 curse spirits do show up throughout the years. It makes sense that a self-sufficient curse corpse that can run forever would be the perfect kind of extermination measure that can live on immortally as long as it has that cursed core. So I think that's what we're getting Panda for at the end here. At this point, this is my last big theory that I can possibly bring up because it seems like we are done with this journey, guys. Our last chapter review will be next week, and that will be the final time we get together to speak about Jujutsu Kaisen, potentially for a hot minute. So guys, I just want to say thank you for being here with me. Thank you for watching these reviews, and thank you so much. And I hope you appreciated my takes. I hope you appreciated my opinions, my theories, my speculation, and my analysis of the series. I've got to say, I really enjoyed this ride. I know it has been a bumpy road as far as fandom shenanigans, and not everyone has been agreeing on the same page, but I think there's one thing that is undeniable about everything, and that's if writing and stories are good, people will always tend to interpret it in so many different ways, it will lead to disagreement. And the fact that we can debate tooth and nail about all of these things that go on in a 24 to 25 chapter series, that's a W in my book for Mr. Gege Akutami. So it truly has been quite a ride. From the very beginning of the series, when we really had no idea where any of these alien shenanigans were going, to the very middle of the series when the Sumerian and human conflict began to break out and everyone was just taking sides, claiming these people were right and the other people were right, and we were just getting into arguments about that. And then the fights broke out, and Maharaga vs. Tabora was getting into its biggest and most hypest of moments. And then you had Tsurugi and Maru pulling everything back together, with Yuji Itadori finishing off the series in a great way to send off every legacy character that still existed. I have got to say, I know I have seen plenty of comments that are telling me that I just am glazing Modulo because I, make my money off of this series, but I think anyone who's been here long enough will know I will always give you my honest and freshest opinions when it comes down to it, and it's come down to it. Jujutsu Kaisen Modulo, in my opinion, has landed pretty decently, in my opinion. I can definitely say that there are some hiccups where I think Gege could clearly improve upon if he does choose to make another sequel or another series in general, but for what we got, I'm very happy with the series ending off with one of Gege's clearest and most obvious messages that he wanted to get across with this series. But getting into the actual chapter itself before we skip ahead of ourselves, the way that all of this pans out is
After last chapter, with Maru and Cross revealing that the Kallions will no longer see future Rumelian people as allies, the colors of their souls will be changed, and they will unfortunately potentially have future Lumelians get eaten by the Kallion. However, despite this, in a unanimous vote, every single Lumelian agrees upon keeping the Kallions alive, not disrespecting them, not taking away their dignity, and choosing to go through this struggle and do their best to live amongst them. They claim that they did not worship the Kallion because they didn't attack them or that they could hear the voices of these beasts. They worship the Kallion because it's their way of living. It's their religion that they've known since the very beginning. They're going to do everything in their power to not only just make sure the Kallions don't just kill the Rumelians, but that the Rumelians don't kill the Kallions either. And as we pick up with Yuka, Tsurugi, Cross, and Maru as they are finally reuniting after this conflict has finally come to an end, Yuka and Tsurugi admit that that's actually a very impressive decision that the Lumelian people have made. And I've got to agree. To take on the brunt of a potentially dangerous species instead of just taking the easy way out, they are going to do their best to coexist with this species that may not consider them a friend anymore. For everybody that ever wanted to claim the tiger and shark chapter from the beginning of the series had no relevancy and made absolutely no sense, here is your proof that that was a foreshadowing of what was to come. This tiger, it may not see us as friends, our situations and environment may have changed, but we still need to try and make amends and coexist, because even though it's hard, that's what always pans the best results. It may not always work, and sometimes people may get hurt, but as Maru says towards the end of the series, it is still always worth it to try and connect with people. Maru claims that when it comes to the Kallions, it's not like they're tossing away a god, an idol, even, going as far back as Yuka and Cross's conversation in the beginning of Modulo as well, right? Maru claims that the Kallions are their family, and Yuka says when you put it like that, it makes sense completely. You can't just toss a family member away, you try your best to work things out with them. And I think it's a perfect transition after them saying this towards what happened with Yuka and Tsurugi and their mother. Because obviously, we know Iorio Kotsu was never something that got touched upon or revealed. While it is sad to never possibly find out where this man went, it isn't really very important to the narrative, in my opinion. It's one of those small things that you drop into a story for lore, and you know what? Their dad just abandoned them. He's a deadbeat. There's nothing more to it. He didn't make no theory, or he didn't make no pact with Mahito. He just dipped because, you know what? He sucked. I could definitely see people wanting more writing behind that, but I think where the good writing comes from is when their mother is chewing both Yuka and Tsurugi out, right? Yelling at Yuka for one, ignoring her mother and hiding fucking cancer from her. But two, you've got Tsurugi going off here fighting an alien alone with no, supervision. She tells them to reflect on their behavior. But also, in a moment when her face is hidden behind the little, sheet wall, she says, at the same time though, you guys gave it your all, and I've never been more proud of you. I'm sure your grandparents, Maki and Yuta, are more than proud of you, which I 100% agree. Yuta and Maki definitely would be happy of the result that came about, especially knowing the result of Tsurugi and Maru, that Tsurugi didn't end up losing his friend Maru, a potential friend that he did not have to kill. Maki would be happy to know that he didn't make the same decision that she did back then. And Yuta's just happy to know his grandbaby survived, so there's that. Their mom tells them not to worry them again, which makes Tsurugi admit that family is indeed important. I gotta say, for, the mom being, a crappy parent that took the ring away from Yuka, I gotta say that was a nice moment for her. The ring as a whole, seems to have been a mostly, unresolved plot point. Tsurugi and Yuka don't really seem to give a crap about it anymore. So if you want a criticism, that's my criticism right there. It really was built up that this ring was going to play an important role in their story, but it ended up just being a power-up for Tsurugi. It's okay, it's not terrible, but I definitely think I would have liked them to have some kind of resolution with the ring, considering that's how we opened up with them. Where I do think the story
definitely does a great job of resolving itself is with the Itadori Yuji segment, because regardless of how you feel about the Ritual of Harmony, whether Chaos and Harmony technique was ridiculous, plot armor, OP, whatever you want to say, the one thing I definitely like is how thorough Itadori Yuji is when it comes to laying out the plans that he has, and also when it comes to the Ritual of Harmony, explaining all of the upsides, the downsides, the problems in the future, the flaws of their plan, what they should do, what they shouldn't do, and really hashing everything out with Maru. After realizing that the aliens, a species of being that came from another planet out of nowhere, were able to do something that he couldn't, Yuji needs to face himself right now. Yuji not only grabs Panda, because according to Panda, Yuji wanted to make the conversation less awkward, so he brought Panda to kind of lighten the mood and break the ice. But obviously, Yuji and Nobara are, best friends. They have been for decades at this point. They don't really need Panda to help them break the ice. Once Yuji apologized and admitted that he was wrong for feeling that he was scared of losing everyone, scared of what everyone felt about him being an immortal being, him thinking that he shouldn't meddle with the present because he should have been dead or he should have been old. He admits that he can't ignore the present, because if he does, then he can't see the future and he's throwing away the past. And Nobara admits that, you know what, you're right. She's just happy. She's really thriving in the fact that Yuji's admitting that he's wrong here in very classic Nobara fashion. I do love that these characters in this, concluding scene do feel like the older versions of the characters that we've known since mainline. From Nobara to Yuji, these characters feel like the matured depictions of what I would expect them to act and look like. So I do appreciate that, except for Yuji. Yuji's a fucking stud, bro. I mean, if we get rid of all cursed energy and cursed spirits, this man needs to go out into modeling. I can't believe he hasn't already. That's like especially because he doesn't age. The overall finale of Yuji not just admitting he's wrong, but Yuji putting in his countermeasures for the future by, one, making sure that Tengen's barriers are so far reinforced and prepared for the future that even if no sorcerers are ever born again, the barriers can at the very least just survive permanently and make sure that cursed spirits are, handled. Their goal is to kill cursed spirits as quickly as they possibly can before they get too powerful. So by using Toto's curse technique and working out a couple different things, assumedly, you also have Panda involved. And even though they didn't specify it, I do like to think that they're going to use the self-sufficient cursed energy corpses in some way, shape, or form, because it just makes sense. They want to secure and mass produce curse tools to make sure that, obviously, even though they won't be sorcerers, you still have people that will be able to fight cursed spirits. They also want to map out and find any future physically gifted people like Tsurugi and Maki to make sure that they can, prep them for the future and make sure they don't become problems later on, because they'll just be superhumans in a world of regular humans. But the most integral piece of the conclusion for me has got to be Yuji coming to the resolution that when he dies, whether it be 200-300 years from now, he wants to become a cursed object. They don't exactly know how this is possible, but Yuji believes that by, one, just living for the next 200 to 300 years and killing cursed spirits and basically creating a legend around, Itadori Yuji, the strongest sorcerer that kills all of the cursed spirits, he'll create a legend of safety over time and an illusion of safety that will eventually have people stop worrying about cursed spirits, and they will slowly kind of fizzle out over time. And the theory of, everyone's negative energy flowing to Tokyo because they all know cursed spirits exist in Japan, it will create the exact opposite effect. Negative energy will stop flowing because everyone will know, oh, Yuji kills all the cursed spirits, there aren't any cursed spirits left. It will basically create a weird effect. Regardless, the Yuji becoming a cursed object, basically becoming another Sukuna, I personally like. I know I've seen some people absolutely hate it because they think Yuji should rest, Yuji should get a happy ending, but I also think that these are the same people that are complaining about a Disney Kaisen ending, so I don't really know. I like the idea that Yuji is using his half-curse, half-human existence in a way that he's not only clearly very comfortable with, this is a way that he knows he can atone and help people. It's what his grandfather always wanted. If he can't die normally, then he can at least ensure that he's always here as a backup plan for people that are in need. Because he says hundreds of years from now, if we're really in that bad of a situation and we need cursed energy, well, someone can just eat Yuji's finger, just like they ate Sukuna's finger, and they'll regain cursed energy, which is insane potential foreshadowing for another sequel, but I don't even want to get into that, y'all. What I do want to finalize this last chapter review of Jujutsu Kaisen Modulo on is clearly the last piece of information that we get in regards to the chapter. For one, with cursed energy basically being depleted, no more sorcerers being created, the whole idea of Usami and Jabaloma making some kind of renewable cursed energy resource that would put Japan ahead of the cursed energy, renewable source and be able to, link all of the world together and all that stuff, that's out there. They can't do that anymore. So that stinks, but they'll have to figure something else out. What Usami wants to worry about mostly is Sumerian and human politics and make sure they're not able to put bad things on the Sumerians, like there being no more sorcerers alive, to which I do love that Yuji pulled a really cool Gojo move to Usami and said, hey, blame it all on me. Tell the higher ups that it was me. I told Maru to do it. And if they have an issue, call me. I'll show up. Because who's going to tell Yuji, hey, that was a bad move, dude? What are they going to do to Yuji? It's funny to think about. But you also have what's funny to think about, the Maharaga versus Deborah footage getting out and people thinking that Deborah is actually some hero that saved them from Maharaga because Maharaga was allied with Sukuna way back when, which is crazy to think about, that the world at large, the mainstream media, probably considers Maharaga a villain. So funny to me. With the final message that Usami gives to us while everyone plays this game of catch. You've probably seen it all over social media. I saw it in the community, but this was clearly Gege's point of this entire series and what Gege really wanted to hit home with the message. When individuals are often overlooked when it comes to ethnicities, races, countries, nations, all that nonsense. When in actuality, all of those things are meant to uphold the individual, uphold the person and give them an identity, but also push them forward and upwards. The individual is the most important thing always. Not the group, not the country, but looking at a person, talking to them, connecting with them, and giving them a chance to connect. Even though there's always going to be different circumstances involved, it's never going to be that simple. Peace is never that easy. The message isn't wrong either. And as everyone plays a nice game of catch and Maru realizes that, if anything, chaos and harmony may be curse techniques, but they're also essentially wishes as well, we get the funny ending and final page of the chef woman being upset that Deborah had to leave to keep Yuka safe, when suddenly we have the sound effect of Deborah's horns hitting the door all those chapters ago, and potentially we've got Deborah coming back for his Boothang, which is funny to me because reading this chapter live, I was like, wow, the chef lady just got cooked. Her ship is just over. That's the saddest end of all. This is how Gege and Yuji Iwasaki do me at the very end. You gotta love it. And Modulo wasn't a groundbreaking story. It wasn't a 10 out of 10 story. It wasn't, something that broke the wheel and introduced things that we have never seen before. But for me, what it was fun. It was an enjoyable time. I enjoyed the characters that we got. I loved the messages, the themes, and the story that was told. I love that Gege did his best to craft a story that was more based on character, dialogue, and plot movement as opposed to fighting. And whether or not you liked Modulo or not, let me know down in the comments below what your final thoughts are. After, maybe a month or so, maybe I'll do a final review and, a final retrospective on the whole series. But as of now, guys, this is me signing off on Jujutsu Kaisen Modulo. Thank you so much for being here with me on this journey. And as you know, you can always count on me to be here for any future Jujutsu Kaisen information, news, series, novels, whatever we get. I love this series. I love Gege Akutami's work. Whatever anyone says to you, just know that I'm wholeheartedly telling you that I'm here for whatever else this man writes, crafts or puts together. I hope I can see you guys there on any of those new journeys. Thank you so much for getting all the way to the end. Thank you for watching all these reviews. If you have, I really do appreciate you as a person and a viewer, and I will catch you guys in the next one, guys. Peace.